Colorado's largest and deepest natural lake, a lake that is part of the headwaters of the Colorado River, most important river as far as agriculture goes, in the very important agricultural area of the southwestern United States. Grand Lake is a resort town. Even though less than 500 people live here year-round, they still have a summer stock theater company that produces 3 Broadway musicals from June through August and another musical in September, performing in a modern 12,000 square foot theater complex. Lots of summer tourists, lots of summer weekend residents. The whole area reads to me as a place full of a ton of stereotypical rich white people shit. An area that probably sells a lot of overpriced, new age jewelry, landscape, still life paintings. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Save your emails. I'm not denigrating local craftsmen and artists, just setting the scene. I've been in so many of these towns. The area has a lot of resorts that I imagine sell a lot of massage and spa type packages. An area built around a lot of tourism.
How's your day been? I know you were hanging out with Nix the whole day.
Hunting and fishing and kayaking guides and ski instructors and jet ski rentals, all that shit.
Man.
Idaho, but more remote and more mountainous. I picture a more upscale version of where I grew up in central Idaho. You know, in a place like this, there's going to be townies, and there's going to be tourists. There's going to be a fairly distinct social divide between the two. Growing up in an area like this, you know, and with the tours, actually, I should say, tourists, and also
it's been
out of town,
going pretty good. That's good.
People who didn't grow up there.
That's good.
There's the locals.
I know that Nix is probably sleepy, so he's just like, you know.
Growing up in an area kind of like this, I just know that there's a lot of.
I don't need to join.
Some, I should say a lot, but, you know, some locals who take a lot of pride.
Yeah, sweetheart.
In an area for multiple generations, right? Take a lot of pride in not being tourists, outsiders,
sweet pea.
Part of a recent wave of transplants.
Hope you're doing well.
My family.
So your stream went so well. You streamed 5 hours. Good job.
The older generation.
What is it, baby? Are you going? Are you getting sleepies?
Son of Charlene, grandson of Ward and Betty, and they knew my mom. You know my grandparents. They knew my great grandparents. If they're old enough, they may have even know my great grandparents. And that matters to some locals. To some, it matters a whole bunch. The more tourism and the more tourists there are, the more people from out of town move in, the more it matters. A real us versus them attitude becomes entrenched in the local consciousness. The tourists are perceived correctly or incorrectly to have a we think we're better than you kind of attitude. The comparatively rich city people come in, buy second homes, take over a lot of the best lots. There develops a bit of outsiders coming in and just kind of making the town in their image, taking it from the locals.
What is it, baby?
So a lot of the fear certain people have regarding immigration in general.
You're adorable, and I do notice you.
To theirs. A fear as old as humanity itself. Outsiders moving in who don't care that so-and-so.
But yeah, you saw Simon's art.
That such and such was a runner-up in a state beauty pageant 30 years ago. Or that what's his name was written about
Simon's art.
Stream 10 years ago, etc., etc., etc. Outsiders who don't care about local.
He's so fast, but also he does.
Egos can easily get bruised.
He does 8-hour streams and whatnot. He's so fast.
Luke Grimes and Kelly Riley. Surrounded by fantastic cast and great writers that deals with the divide between outsiders and long-standing locals very well, called Yellowstone. Not a sponsor.
Do it.
I just feel like this show, I'm a big fan, and I feel like it kind of relates to this episode. It's set in Bozeman, Montana. One of my favorite shows in years, 3 out of 5 stars. No, but there's this sense of us versus them in a place like this, and I'm sure in Grand County. California was perhaps the dirtiest 4-letter word I heard growing up, right? A lot of talk about the goddamn Californians coming in, throwing their money around, taking over the whole town, buying up all the land, kicking the locals off of it. Can't hunt on these acres anymore because some rich asshole from San Diego bought it from the Goslings and turned their ranch into
a few moments later.
Based over on the Andersons' old place because some asshole from Monterey bought it for their summer home. Remember the Stowers' old place down the lake? Well, now we don't get to fish there. Now it belongs to some lawyer from Los Angeles. You put no trespassing signs all over the goddamn
How are you, General?
I think understanding
I hope you're doing good.
Versus outsider, very important to understanding the Killdozer story. Is this type of shit again? For sure. Went on.
The ship as soon as possible.
Well, bang, okay.
Granby's Wikipedia page, it says, many Granby and Grand County residents are descended from pioneer settlers who arrived before the country was fully surveyed. Early families established themselves under the Homestead Act of 1862, which allowed easy access to land to those who would inhabit and improve upon the territory. Clearly, having roots in the area matters. Marvin Heemeyer did not have roots in the area. He did not grow up there. And if you don't grow up there, then goddamn it, you're not a local. Forever and ever, amen. Case closed. Marvin moved in the area later in life. He would always be an outsider. And he made a really bad first impression with some of the locals by pulling what seems like some kind of greedy business moves. We'll get to in a bit. Moves that would be okay in a city. But coming from a small town, what he did was just not fucking kosher. And these business moves spiraled out into kind of a revenge fantasy of epic proportions that Marvin actually carried out following, quote unquote, God's will. We'll get into that later as well. So let's
but if you want to jump in, you can. If you don't want to jump in, you're totally fine, baby.
And other details that led to
hello there. Hello, McChungus Nixon, General. McChungus?
Timeline. But before we get into that, time for a quick sponsor.
I didn't want to be a mod bot. I wanted to be a lumberjack, swinging from tree to tree.
If you don't,
yeah.
You think you don't? I bet you haven't had hymns,
the mighty
parks,
Scott,
community, or
with my best girlie on my side, we'd sing.
Those, phytosterols, make your heart feel loved and cared for. And get it all in gummy form that makes you feel like you're having some kind of breakfast, dessert, instead of taking nasty old vitamins. Also, you can get some discreet sexual plumbing help if you need that as well. 40% of men by age 40 struggle from not being able to get and maintain an erection. But the good news is the holiday season is upon us, and you can get a free online visit to get started with HIMS and work on rectifying that erection situation. HIMS connects you with real licensed doctors, FDA-approved pharmaceutical products to treat ED. They offer a well-known generic equivalence to name brand prescriptions and answer all your questions in a confidential chat with their doctors. Your holiday candle just found its match. Try HIMS today by starting out with a free online visit. Go to forhims.com/timesucked. That's forhims.com/timesucked. forhims.com/timesucked. Prescription products are subject to doctor approval and require an online consultation with a physician who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details and safety information. This could cost hundreds if you went in person to the doctor's office or pharmacy. Remember, that's forhims.com/timesucked. Now, please allow me to hit that timesuck timeline button.
Strap on those boots.
I'm gonna be a tad AFK while I do calm stuff, but I hear you on Discord, Goat. No problem, board. Not right.
Not a lot of details or public knowledge.
I don't know. I say green is kind of sus.
So apologies for the front half of this timeline being a little skimpy on the kid deets. Here's what we could find. On October 28th, 1951, Marvin John Heemeyer was born in
Have fun, board. Yes, have fun, board.
Just around 600 people, so he knew all about small town life. Parents were Father John and Mother Augusta. He had 3 siblings, Ken, Donald McRonald, and Kathy. And of course, I added McRonald to Donald. Could one person please name their kid Donald McRonald? It'd make me so happy for reasons that aren't entirely clear to myself. Bonus points if your last name is McDonald. Donald McRonald McDonald. Maybe the most glorious name that ever could be. Anyway, both of Marvin's parents were very religious, very Christian, as Marvin would prove to be throughout his life. This also plays heavily into today's conflict. Marvin had a pretty rigid moral code that included an Old Testament sense of vengeance. While Marvin was growing up, John and Augusta were busy volunteering with their church. John made a comfortable living in real estate and farming. As a kid, Marvin struggled in school, like really struggled. I believe actually that an intellectual inability to problem solve when it came to complex problems may have also contributed to Marvin's dramatic final showdown with the town of Granby. Maybe not, but possibly. I'm not convinced his thinking noodle was always operating at max capacity. Marvin would remember a teacher telling him that he'd never amount to anything and that other teachers repeated that sentiment. I imagine that gave him a bit of a chip on his shoulder. I also imagine that if multiple teachers are telling you this, that you might be part of the problem. Whenever somebody has a story that includes a lot of, and then this person was mean to me, and then this other person was mean to me, and then I couldn't get ahead here because this person tried to help me back, and then this other person, man, they had it out for me. I always think the same thing. What is the one common denominator in all these interactions? You are at least part of the problem. Which I knew why that multiple teachers expressed a "you'll never amount to anything" sentiment about Marvin. Guessing maybe because.
Well, thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate it.
Marvin graduated.
I really do.
Out of 29.
You guys are amazing.
Ouch. This is why I think he may have had some intellectual issues. When you graduate at the bottom of a class in a small town public school, odds are you're either not trying because you don't care about school, or
you guys are
genuinely
stupendous.
have trouble learning. due to some type of intellectual impairment or learning disability.
But if you guys
Small-town
have other
public
things
schools
to
are
do, I
generally,
totally
not
understand.
known to be academically rigorous and
Just wanted you
ultra-competitive.
guys to know that you
This was
guys
not a
are
collegiate
awesome.
prep school. This was a small-town South Dakota school. Marvin didn't apply
I'm
for
just
or
in the
plan to
middle of
attend
working
college
on the
when he
comic.
graduated. He really didn't know what to do with himself.
Just working on these
Investigators speculate
assholes'
this is what propelled him to go into
reactions.
the Air Force.
I'm
Combination
just
of a lack
happy
of
to
career
see
options
everyone
also
alive
didn't
and
fair to
well.
Marvin,
Well,
desire
you
to
know.
try and do something useful for his country and for himself. And
I don't know if they're alive and well. I just know that they're alive.
A lot of kids I went to school with struggled, also didn't know what to do with themselves, chose to aimlessly party, bounce from odd job to odd job after school. And I can say that over 20 years after leaving high school, that generally doesn't lead to a fulfilling and meaningful life. It generally isn't a great look later. Life successful by any measurement standard leads to a lot of becoming, frankly, for many people, a life of sadness and becoming kind of a burden on society. Good for Marvin for, just doing something great, actually. Last note about Marvin's childhood. Throughout his years of poor grades and teachers being hard on him and obviously having problems with him, Marvin's mother, Augusta, continuously reminded him that God has laid out plans for each of our lives well in advance of our living them. And he has a special plan laid out for all of us, including Marvin. And all Marvin had to do was work hard, try to do his best, treat people with kindness, and he would find his way to that plan's end. That's a great message for 90% of people. But if you're mentally unstable, become temporarily cognitively unhinged, that message can get twisted into something really awful. And Martin, as you will find out later, for sure twisted this message of, being part of God's plan into something terrible. In late 1969, just turned 18-year-old Marvin goes into the Air Force. He's stationed at Lowry Air Force Base in Denver for a time, which would lead to him moving to Colorado. He explored some of the wilderness around Denver, fell in love with Grand County. I get it. Looking at the pictures, it is gorgeous. At the end of his service, Marvin is stationed in Germany, and in the late 70s, he's honorably discharged after an 8-year stint. After leaving the Air Force, Marvin immediately goes to work at one of Scotty's muffler shops in Denver, a local muffler chain. There are several Scotty's muffler shops around the U.S., such as in San Bernardino, California, and Macon, Georgia.
I'm just working on my comic.
Same Scotty. There have apparently been a variety of Scotties working on a variety of mufflers around the U.S.
What?
Fucking Scotties, man. Classic Scotty being Scotty. If there's one thing I know about Scotties, is that some of them are good at fixing mufflers.
Oh no, someone died?
I never said that. I forget.
Oh no.
Marvin was a great mechanic. He liked to work with his hands. He liked this type of work so much and saw so much opportunity in it as a business that he and a coworker, Cliff Udy, bought one of Denver's popular Scotty's muffler locations for $10,000 in 1978. As Marvin tells it, just after paying the franchise fee, the franchise went bankrupt. Damn it! That would suck. That's bad news. Can you imagine buying a McDonald's and then McDonald's headquarters suddenly like, yeah, bad news, we're done. Sorry. Here's a PDF of all of our recipes. Best of luck making those McMuffins and McFlurries. Just no! What am I supposed to do with all these signs? I got this big golden arches sign. What am I supposed to do with this Christmas clown costume? What am I supposed to do with this small man I befriended specifically so he could dress up and be a convincing hamburglar? Come on. God damn you, Ronald McDonald. Please don't fact check any of that about Ronald McDonald being the founder of McDonald's. There was some good news, though, as well. Marvin and Udy inherited 3 other Scotty shops.
That was Diablo 2 quote, the game Nix was just playing. Yeah, I know, but I was playing Pathfinder during it, so I wasn't paying full attention.
The tune of roughly $10,000.
You probably will be mad at me for not paying full attention, but
around would prove to be a lot harder. Marvin and Udy decided to try to salvage.
When you have time to play a game you like,
suppliers, buy some more supplies, get things kind of
play, enjoy what you can.
From some relatives, but Marvin couldn't raise his portion. He didn't have anybody to borrow from, possibly because he'd paid the bulk of the initial $10,000. And so he tried to raise the additional funds by using his mechanic and welding skills to convert bulldozers into killdozers in Denver's underground killdozer market. Denver's been a hot spot for killdozers for a number of years. Denver's long had a large Kazakh population.
Oh man, everybody's on
Kazakhs are famous for
tonight.
It's for turning earth-moving equipment into weapons. There's an old saying back in Kazakhstan, and it's if you can build something, we can put
everybody's
guns on it and
tonight.
make it bulletproof.
I didn't even see.
That's not true, but it would be great to dig further into that.
Just me.
If it were true. Kazakhstan is actually mostly known for being the world's largest landlocked country.
I wouldn't imagine as much. Nick seems pretty chill. Yeah, he seems pretty chill. Seems.
And none of that shit has anything to do with today's story, so I'll refund.
That's how he tricks you. He seems pretty chill.
In the struggling muffler partnership. And according to his old partner, Cliff Udy, Marvin tried to steal Cliff's $10,000. Who knows if that's true? There's no extra details about, why he thought that. Marvin is no longer alive to tell his side of the story. What is for sure true is that the new business owners almost immediately have a falling out, and it leads to the dissolution of their partnership. The two decide to part ways. They sell 2 of the 4 shops they had just been handed. Then each of the men takes over one of the 2 remaining shops. Udy remains in debt and eventually has to declare bankruptcy on his shop.
Smack talk him at all.
Marvin, however, makes a go of his muffler shop.
I would never smack talk him.
Muffler repair shop in the city of Boulder. 1980, and he's 28
I'm
years
an
old.
asshole, but I'm not that much of an
Denver,
asshole.
Northwest, less than 30 miles from downtown Denver. Heemeyer,
he has every right to tell me off, and I have every right to tell him off. Because that's what you do when you love somebody. You should talk him.
Managed, leased, and sold a shop in the Denver area suburbs and cities of Commerce City, Aurora, Inglewood, and Lakewood. So he's, doing pretty well with the muffler.
It's all a bunch of bananas. Oh, okay.
Reputation across a number of towns as an expert on mufflers. Makes a
well, you don't shit talk your loved one. You never for funsies just like try to mess with them.
Wheeler and Dieter also lost his ass a few times in the mid '80s. Marvin ventured about 150 miles west of Denver and lost $57,000 in Toponis, Colorado, the result of a bad land deal and perhaps even an outright scam perpetrated against him in the little unincorporated gas station and post office, perpetrating as an actual town of only about 50 people. And I based my pronunciation of Toponis, by the way, on one YouTube video of an older woman describing the lone store/gas station there. According to her, it has a little bit of everything, including liquor. So, you get a chance to check it out. All right, and here's what happened to Marvin in Toponis. The Routt County Commissioner in Toponis was a man named Den Vistanainer, something like that. He's, there's not a lot of YouTube videos about Dean Vicentainer. Maybe is how you say his name. He was also a real estate agent. He sold mortgages to dozens, if not hundreds of people who invested in 40-acre parcels of land that were to be developed by a regional corporation. Marvin was one of these investors. Right
to her
after
face, yes.
A regional corporation that sold the land went
behind her back only when I need to legit vent and get over something
Marvin
so I can treat her with the love she deserves. I'm not trying to talk behind Nick's back. I thought Nick was still here. I thought he was still here.
Legal scam, Marvin said. Marvin was told he could spend another.
I thought he was still watching
the ship as soon as possible. Okay.
Nick went to sleep, I think. Oh, okay.
And the odds of getting the original money back was
fair enough,
very, very low. So he just ended up eating that money.
Yeah, I don't talk behind his back.
Amount of money. He ended up eating. I don't think I mentioned it for whatever reason. Initially, he ended up eating $57,000 is how much he lost on this particular deal. So he would leave this experience feeling as if he was fucked over by his local small town bureaucrat, and perhaps he was.
Oh, that would be a great sound.
Feel this way. I'm sure this memory fueled a desire to fight the man, powers that be, the next time he felt like he was getting screwed over by the system. Another financial misstep came when Marvin was, quote, talked into buying an apartment complex in Boulder from a real estate agent Marvin knew because they both attended the same Christian Reformed church. This one might have been a good investment, perhaps was simply mishandled. Working with the rental isn't the same as working with
I asked for a car.
Or maybe it was just a shitty investment. For whatever reason, the apartment complex ended up being foreclosed on. Luckily, throughout all of this, Marvin's muffler shops are kicking ass. Still making some good muffler money. Still making that smog scratch. Still making those exhaust system shekels. I'll stop now. In the fall of 1990, Marvin is approached by one of his workers, one of his employees, Doug Brandstetter, about leasing his Boulder muffler shop. Marvin was a little nervous about letting go of his main cash cow, but the now 38-year-old mechanic eventually agreed to do it. He and Brandstetter worked out a monthly.
What if he talks forward to your number 15?
Every month.
I just realized you don't have Siri bot anymore.
Marvin wouldn't even have to show up.
It could be Twitch Lion though. I don't know.
Not even 40 years old. Marvin is now
Siri bot.
retired.
Who's Siri bot? Am I dumb? Did I ever? Did I have a Siri bot?
Failure, he done very well for himself, and now
hey, Demonic Wolfer, how you been?
Every month, he didn't have to install or
it has been a second.
So Marvin hangs around his house for a while, fixes some stuff. Has
I thought you used Siri bot before.
Free time. I do find it curious that he doesn't.
I can't remember these things.
Romantic relationship.
My brain is always working at half capacity. I've got other stuff to remember.
I read about him, towards the end, as we'll find out before his father dies later on. I think I forgot to put it in the notes at that point.
Hope you're doing well, Demonic. Hope everything's going good.
His possible even fiance breaking up, but then it's never brought up again. I don't know. There's very, very, very little mention about any kind of romantic relationship with this guy. And nothing that we could find, at least.
I suggested it during the
small business owner. He didn't have much time to date.
Pandemic.
About it.
Did
also,
I?
Why wouldn't he start dating now?
I can't remember.
Why wouldn't it be mentioned in anything written about him?
Or he talks toward your toes.
That is mentioned. He's a weekly
Hope you're doing well, Demonic.
I do know Christian friends and being surrounded by Christian culture. That if you're like a young,
what if he talks forward to your chin?
Hard worker. Man who works with his hands, build up a blue-collar business.
But I know General hope your sleep schedule is better, General.
Christian marriage material, right? Loves Christian God, check. Loves Christian country, check. Goes to church regularly, check. Makes a great living, all the boxes are checked. I mean, what else do you want? I don't know if I'd call him a looker, but Marvin didn't appear to be unattractive. He was fit. Looked like he put some effort into wearing clean clothes, combing his hair, had a decent smile, but no marriage, no sowing of those seeds. Why is that? I don't know, but it could speak to some communication issues, to some mental issues, to some degree of being unwilling to compromise. Isn't that what committed relationships are all about? Communication, compromise? I'm speculating here, pulling this out of my ass, but a lack of any relationship being mentioned does give me a little moment of, okay, that's interesting. So I thought I'd share it. In the winter of 1990, Marvin, the perennial Christian bachelor, goes snowmobiling with a friend named John Kleiner, a guy he'd done a lot of exhaust and muffler work for in partnership with Kleiner's business, Dr. John's Auto Care.
Okay.
This is the only real kind of friend that's mentioned in today's story. Again, or also, by the way, talking about relationships. And
this could be doing better. And hello, General.
Business wheelings and dealings, and then this friendship will go away later. So. Also kind
of Jin, because that means many things. Just General. Thank you, though.
That town we just talked about back in Grand County.
No, it's all good.
Earlier.
It's okay.
Never come up there before, or I guess
you're all good, Demonic Wolfer. Thank you for coming in. We do appreciate you. I also wanted to thank you for the Prime sub. I remember it so well.
I should reintroduce this area now, add a few more details. The Colorado alpine towns of Grand Lake, Granby, Hot Sulphur Springs,
I appreciate
Winter
you.
Park,
thank you so much. I'm glad I can entertain you, even just a little bit.
Town, go to eat in another town,
even just a tiny bit.
Still another town, and they all kind of worked in conjunction with one another. Winter Park attracted tourists for its skiing, Grand Lake for fishing, boating, snowmobiling, Hot Sulphur Springs, county seat. That's where the 14th Judicial Courthouse was located in Granby. With its
even just a little bit.
Chamber of Commerce was the economic hub where people from these towns and a few other surrounding small communities would buy their groceries, building supplies, other general goods. Each of these towns has a board of trustees, a mayor, and a town council who are elected.
It's a surprise seeing you're around here.
They would serve as volunteers.
Yes, General.
It's important detail to remember. Volunteer local government.
Yes.
Not serious politics.
I love it, Hart.
Not big.
I love Hart stuff.
Martin, a lifelong
he showed me his class stuff.
Immediately interested in this area.
It's looking good.
Small local government concept. He loved the socially conservative local culture. Boulder is pretty liberal. And it wasn't long after returning to Boulder, after checking out this area with his buddy, that Marvin decided he wanted to go back to Grand County, and this time for a 6-month-long vacation. He would later claim that he justified this vacation because he was certain that Doug Brandstetter would eventually default on his lease.
I do like a lot of Hart's things that he's showing me. He's got a few of his schoolwork that he's showing me.
Have to go work for. So in the fall
Looks
of 1991, Marvin rents a condo in Grand Lake, goes snowmobiling a whole bunch, meets some of the locals, apparently tries to fuck none of them. What is going on there? He has time to snowmobile, not time to try and get that possibly virgin ween, little alpine action. Get that dry ween baptized in one of Granby's Lady Hot Springs. What's going on there? Reads as abnormal to me. How did Lucifina have no hold over him? Girls are so fun. But I do understand some people love the single life, right? The celibate single life. I guess I'll try and stop beating that drum. Also, in the fall of 1991, Marvin starts a local beef that would last for years with a local newspaper journalist. He read the daily issue of the local Sky High newspaper one morning, Granby's newspaper, and he got fired to flip up. The paper had printed a series of articles focused on gambling, which the nearby counties of Teller and Gilpin had recently legalized and been capitalizing on. And the paper pondered, at what overall socioeconomic cost had these economic surges come? Their editorial answer was at the cost of human life, decency, and civilized society. And Marvin thought that answer was bullshit, pissed him right to flip and fuck off. These articles conceded that while legalized gambling, which was now being brought up regularly at county commission and board of trustees meetings in Grand County, typically jump-started an economy that almost always was accompanied by an increase in violence, robbery, murder, alcoholism, and drug use. The paper's editor, Patrick Brower, voiced his opposition to legalized gambling coming to Grand County, going so far as to name proponents of the issue in Granby and condemning their ideas and calling them ignorant, fools, and other such terms. And Marvin thought, well, fucking flip Patrick then. Flip that mother father straight to heck. Gosh dang. Marvin read the letter a bunch of times and set about writing an angry but not unhinged letter of his own. His letter was published later that week and spoke directly to Brower in response to his earlier editorial. It read, "This is America, and you are entitled to your free speech and to write what you want in the press, but I don't think you need to call out specific individuals and publicly shame them because you disagree with their viewpoints. They may not have your gift for writing, and they may not have your power of the press, but they are still entitled to their opinions, Mr. Brower. You should respect them as both people and as readers." All right, so this guy, he's got strong opinions. Not afraid of a little confrontation. Not afraid to speak his mind. Later that night, Marvin claims his door was knocked down by a downstairs neighbor, Mayo Butch Sommermeyer, a lawyer out of Fort Collins. They'd never really talked to one another before. And he says their conversation went something like this. "Hey, Marv, just got done reading your letter in the newspaper. Just wanted to say I thought you hit it right on the head." "Oh, thanks. I ain't no writer, but when I read that Patrick Brower's guy letter the other day, I got mad." "Yeah, well, you nailed his ass to the wall as far as I'm concerned. He thinks this kind of big newspaper kingpin."
No, if Goda isn't talking or that his mic is muted. No, I'm just drawing.
He's just their pawn. Spineless. Wouldn't say a mean thing to your face.
I'm just drawing.
To embarrass you. Embarrass the whole county.
I'm sorry.
That's just how the conversation went down.
I apologize.
And if that is how it went down, then Butch Sommermeyer is
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Ass to the wall. Patrick Brower didn't.
I'm so sorry. I'm not speaking to everyone. I'm so sorry.
He wouldn't have published Marvin's letter.
I'm so sorry.
Marvin wrote a nice piece, showing a contrasting opinion to his own, so he published it. If he was some kind of power-hungry media dictator, he just wouldn't publish any dissenting opinions. Dude had no legal obligation to give Marvin the time of day. If anything, him publishing it speaks to him being a solid journalist who kept his ego in check and tried to print a balanced publication. Good for him. That's what I think.
What if he really have been talking? I don't know.
In 1992, when the gambling issue in Grand County came to a head and was voted
I'm just concentrating.
Mostly opposed, Marvin wrote
I really love your art, Heart.
Various anti-gambling articles printed in the newspaper, both by Brower and by another staff writer named C.C. Cruson. And they did publish some of these letters as well. And Marvin apparently hated these damn liberal media liars with their agendas. How dare they have opinions different than his own and print them in their own paper in an editorial section, the place for opinions. Long before the infamous zoning dispute that would send Marvin into full killdozer mode, he'd already made some enemies. And again, just shows that he is not afraid to kind of, get in somebody's shit if he disagrees with them. As the months passed by, Brandstedter's payments continued to get sent in full, sweet muffler moolah. By February of 1992, Marvin started to think that
I'm not liking this face. God damn it.
Muffler shop. Maybe this is going to be a nice continuing deal.
See, that's the face that I want.
Thought, well, what am I supposed to do with the rest of my life?
What am I getting?
He didn't want to move back to Boulder. He'd taken to small town life. He liked the area, but he just decided to stay. And he contacted a local realtor about buying some property.
Move the nose a little bit lower.
The realtor showed Marvin some land located about 10 miles northwest of Granby along Highway.
When you don't like a face,
diverging east along County Road 406 for 2 miles, not far from the municipality of Grand Lake, Colorado. Yes. There were 2 parcels of land for sale. A lot of land, 27 acres.
Epod said it was a good day to die. Oh no!
Stream running through it, 2 cabins in disrepair on it. and you got it for the steal of a price of $109,000.
Hope you're doing well, Hart. Hope everything's been going good. I love your art. I love everything you've been doing. If you want, show it to everybody. People would love to see your stuff.
He would then keep himself busy.
Everybody would love to see your stuff.
For the next 6+ months.
And thank you for chilling out with us.
Holy shit.
We do appreciate you.
Country, as so many call it, the great outdoors, living on 27
thank you, Demonic Wolfer. And also, while I wasn't even here, Poke Maxed also followed, so I wanted to thank them as well.
Really, truly been able to get outside and
Poke Maxed.
And then
Poke
even
Maxed.
better for Marvin. A new business opportunity opens up. Yeah. Hail Nimrod, praise be to Lucifina, even though her charms had apparently no effect on a dick that seemed to have been used even less than Chikatilo's. Why you do this? Why you needless throw Ukrainian soft shamcock into kill those who suck? What is the big deal? You childlike asshole. Almost impotent serial killer has nothing to do with today's tale. Please stop, I'm embarrassed for you. Tell fucking story, you American simpleton. Oh my, sold by Chikatilo. I've sunk to a new low. Let's talk about Marv's new business opportunity. In April of 1992, knowing about Marvin's move to Grand County's old snowmobiling friend, John Kleiner.
I was scared.
That son of a bitch had done a lot of exhaust and muffler work for back in Boulder in partnership with Kleiner's business, Dr. John's Auto Care. I bet they had some fun jingles. Get your car to Dr. John's Auto Care. You won't have any worries if you go to Dr. John's. Just with the doctor. I don't know. Something horrible. After hearing about how much fun Marvin was having living in the area full time, Kleiner wanted to move to Granby and live there full time as well. He wanted to open up a new garage, live his best life up there in the mountains. So John asked Marvin if Marvin could suck.
Thank you for the brr.
He told the conservative, Marvin, that it wasn't even that gay. Marvin kept his eyes closed the whole time and thought about women. Wait, what? No,
wait, what?
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong notes. JK. John asked Marvin if he could look around for a suitable location for an auto body garage, and Marvin agreed. Yeah, that's okay. That's what I meant to say. Heemeyer called another realtor, Jeff Crane, told him what he was looking for. Jeff showed him a
that's a little bit better. That's a bit of a better face. Kind of reminds me of a Carl face.
Location was hidden on the town's main thoroughfare, which was also the street with Granby's only stoplight, about a half-mile long Meadow Street. Crane told him the site was to be a concrete plant.
Right, man.
And the, quote, guy who owned it went bankrupt. Place got picked up by the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. The building, which had been on the market for 3 years, was painted an ugly, pale yellow, sat in a 2-acre patch of dirt. Pretty isolated location, tore up pretty badly, but the building itself was 3,000 square feet, and there were 3 big old bay doors, perfect for an auto body garage. Marvin claimed to have asked, is the previous owner looking to buy it back? And the realtor apparently said, not that I know of, and maybe he didn't know the previous owner intended to buy it back, but a previous owner did for sure intend to buy it back, and this becomes a big issue that leads to all the other issues in today's tale. Marvin was told that the FDIC was going to auction off the property in a few weeks. A lot of people would be bidding, and that the property's current value was $110,000. Cool. Marvin called Kleiner, told him about the property. They agreed not to pay $1 over $66,000. Since Kleiner didn't have that kind of cash laying around in liquid form, Marvin offered to finance the $66,000, and Kleiner accepted. In case you don't know, when it comes to a land auction like this, you have to come to the auction with a cashier's check for the maximum amount you're willing to spend. There's no mortgage. There's going to be no financing. The land goes to the highest bidder, and the highest bidder must be able to pay the full amount, buy the land in full on the day of the bid. After John Kleiner and Marvin agree on their deal, Marvin calls the FDIC, and local agent Peter Colley meets him at the property. Takes off.
Just a lot of numbers and just throwing around like, they bought it at this much and they did this much with it. Like I don't know, guys.
The location will absolutely work as a garage.
Whenever he throws around lots of big numbers, Dr. John was a pianist.
Properly disposed of or something like that. But accident is not something to worry about. So Marvin
she couldn't get a grip. Coral. She had no hands. Coral. She couldn't get a grip. Coral. I see dead memes. I see them everywhere. But what if they're immortalized?
About halfway through the auction,
dead would not apply.
When the old Granby concrete plant came up for sale, property 67, zoned for both commercial and industrial. The minimum bid was set at only $20,000.
I mean,
opened the bidding. The audience was
it's an easy way to keep dead memes more immortalized.
I imagine the auctioneer may have sounded something like this.
Pop it. Twist it.
Union Grant, Colorado zone for both commercial, industrial, perfect place to open auto shop, mother shop, concrete plant, sunglass hut, to KFC, Taco John's.
There's an easy way to make things immortalized. Very easy way. I mean, look at like our nursery rhymes. Nursery rhymes are memes. Probably not how we describe memes now, but they are. I mean, they are what is connected to our society and how we view society. Like
only 2 men. I wish I could be an auctioneer. I wish I could be a fake
like Baby Shark. What is the other one? Fucking what's another nursery rhyme?
Mayhem.
3 Blind Mice is another nursery rhyme. They are technically, in the sense, memes. As far as I know, the definition of memes.
We're going to go to pesos, 300,000 pesos, 400,000. We're going to go to ducats. I think that's an Italian currency. I'm not sure. We're going to go over a dollar store, general store. We are bidding on a teddy bear, on a fucking 3 kids. We are selling a small family.
A meme.
From fucking Idaho.
An element of a culture or system of behavior that may be considered to be passed from one individual to another by non-genetic means, especially imitation, a humorous image, video. So like that's actually considered a meme. So like 3 blind mice, 3 blind mice, see how they run, see how they run. I know that off the fucking top of my fucking head. That is a meme. That is a societal meme.
Cody and Gus the hell off. They seem genuinely surprised that anyone else is bidding on the property.
I don't actually know if that's true.
I learned they were not expecting.
Let me look that up. Is that a reference?
The goes on to declare the sale is final at $42,000.
Is Ring Around the Rosie actually?
He's landed his old business partner and himself a steal of a deal. If his shop doesn't work out, they could sell.
Ring Around the Rosie actually.
They had over $60,000 in immediate equity. The FDIC employee presents the papers assigned to finalize the sale.
Or is that
when,
also
sources,
Fitzgerald states emphatically that the rhythm arose from the Great Plague, an outbreak in a bubonic and pneumonic plague that affected London in the year 1665. Ring Around the Roses is all about the Great Plague, the apparent whimsy being a foil for one of London's most atavistic dreads, thanks to the Black Death. Okay.
No.
I just wanted to make sure that that's not just BS. It's a reference to something Death Plague. What's the first?
Marvin didn't know what to say, so he instead looked at the larger man beside Doshef and introduced himself. I'm Marv Heemeyer. What's your name?
Yes.
Gus Harris, Doshef said.
Memetics is the study of information and culture based on the analogy with Darwin evolution. Yes.
If it means that much to you, I'll sell you the property for $66,000. I can't.
Lots of things are memes that we don't think are memes. Like memes are just like how we as a culture see things. I sold to my
friend for $42,000. Marvin said, "You give me $66,000, I'll sell it to you. And we'll find."
So like
that's my property.
We as a culture express images without without trying to. We express images and ideas through song, dance, or other things.
Marvin does not say this to Doshef.
It's an earworm in how it metamorphosizes. It's a SCP. So this means humans evolve every time they do memes. Humans, there is an idea of evolution of long-term evolution and short-term evolution. Societal evolution is also a thing.
Back at his cabin, near Grand Lake, Marvin calls Kleiner, who's thrilled that Marvin has gotten the property for $42,000. Marvin shares the story of this fucking asshole.
It's all good.
Marvin, not a fan of Cody or Gus. They're for sure not fans of his. And then according to John Kleiner, he and Marvin have the following conversation. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Marvin said. The realtor, Peter Colley, reminded me today of this EPA audit that was apparently done on the property. Oh, what was it about? Marvin explained to Kleiner that he'd been told it was like an oil stain issue. But Colley told me it's all finished with, all cleaned up, shouldn't be a problem, Marv said. And then Kleiner was quiet for an uncomfortable moment, hopped off the phone a moment later. Then about a week later, Kleiner calls Marvin and tells him he doesn't want the property anymore. What? He's irritated over the details that he wasn't given about the EPA audit worried that some EPA problem would pop up in the future and bite him in the ass. He says, I'm sorry, but sell it to that Doshif guy. And then Marvin tells him, John, I paid $42,000 for it. He wants $38,000. And then John apologizes, shit, I don't know, Marv. I'm sorry. So Marv is now stuck in a pretty terrible spot. Sounds like it's partially his own fault, though. He should have disclosed the EPA details. He didn't communicate the full details to his business partner. Now his partner doesn't feel good about basing his financial future on this building site. So Marv is left holding his dick in his hand, so to speak. I suppose technically he could, take his friend John to court, but that probably would only make things worse. He'd lose a relationship with a guy who he might be able to do business with in the future if he goes back to Boulder. And, if he didn't disclose all the details to John, he probably wouldn't win anyway. So now Marv owns property he doesn't want and has 2 local enemies. And before we move further in this story, it feels like a good place for another sponsor. Time Suck is brought to you today by Lisa. If everyone in today's tale would have been able to get a good, solid night's sleep, maybe nothing crazy would happen. Building a killdozer, that feels like a decision born at least partly out of sleep deprivation. Lisa believes that a bed is more than just a place to sleep. It's a place for relaxation and rest. And they believe that every body has the right to rest. That's why they make 2 awesome mattresses plus accessories and bases to give your body the deep rest it needs. Lisa's mission is to provide a better night's sleep for everybody.
Rotten flesh.
One,
yeah.
Lisa set out to create a company with heart. That's why they donate 1 mattress for every 10 they
isn't
sell
that,
to organizations.
Isn't that where we all are? Is rotting and growing flesh.
They donated more than 32,000 mattresses through more than 1,000 nonprofits. Month after month, my Lisa holds up. Lindsay and I are rearranging our room a bit, getting some new bed frame. Lindsay's had her eye on for a year or so, but we're not getting a new mattress because our Lisa is still working incredibly well. Still as good as it was when we got it over 2 years ago. Quality sleep that holds up night after night, month after month. So get your Lisa. Get 15% off your entire
some of us are more than one.
Use the promo code TIMESUCK. That's LEESA.com/TIMESUCK.
How's the comm work going anyway?
Link in that episode.
How's the commission work anyway? Is it going well?
Before concerning Lisa, about foster care prevention. They're not anti-foster care. They're just trying to keep kids from being placed in foster care, trying to keep them at home, trying to keep them, like with adopted families. Just in a more permanent home situation. That's all. We had a foster parent writer. Like, why would they be against it? They're not against it. They're just trying to, get kids in more long-term care situations. That's all. It's good. It's all good. It's all good with Lisa. Now let's get back to the summer of 1992 and see what Marvin is going to do about the controversial 2 acres he's purchased. Marvin doesn't know what to do with the land he's bought initially. Fortunately, he doesn't have to decide anything soon. Since he bought the land,
it made the air smell better. Humorous were layman's for it came out of a person. Red humors and green humors and transparent humors. Yes.
Marvin, for reasons I don't fully understand.
So they believe rotten air was a disease, but then how flowers were medieval logic.
I get it, I guess. He's so into this issue, he writes and publishes 2 issues of what he calls a newspaper, the Grand Lake Gazette. It's not a newspaper. It's a 4-page tabloid-sized pamphlet extolling the value legalized gambling would bring to the county. Marvin's pamphlet pisses a few people off, and he has a few public run-ins. He gets in some kind of argument with the editor of the actual local paper, again, Patrick Brower. And I think this kind of speaks to him being a little bit of a nut. Right? When you start publishing a pamphlet and handing it around about an issue that actually doesn't really affect your life, maybe a little bit of a character, shall we say. This summer, Marvin also decides he might as well fix up his newly acquired property. Why not, right? He's got time. Reason is never explicitly stated as far as I can tell. I imagine, so he could maybe get some more out of selling it at a later date. Bud Wilson, the superintendent of the Granby Area Water District, comes to pay him a visit as he's fixing this property up. After introducing himself, Wilson tells him they need to talk about getting the property hooked up to the water grid, to the sewer, the city sewer. He'll need to hook up, at some point. Asking about a septic tank. Marv answers, I don't even have a proper septic tank. It's just a barrel of a mixing truck down there. Probably put in by that dough chef guy. Wilson tells him, well, there's going to be a district meeting in October at the town hall. You might want to go. We'll tell you everything you need to know, the process, the timeline, everything. Marvin replies, great. Do I need an attorney involved or anything? Oh, no. We'll get you the paperwork. Just tell us you want to get hooked up, pay a fee, and that'll be it. Marvin says, great. Seems like it's going to be easy peasy, but it won't be. Marvin's meeting with local officials will be the beginning of continual conflict between Marvin and the local bureaucracy. More on that in a bit. First, Gus Harris re-enters our story, Doshif's auction partner. A few days after he started fixing up the property, Marvin he sees Gus Harris through a chain link fence, cutting some steel out on his property. They have a friendly talk. Marvin, tells him he didn't mean to piss off his buddy Cody Dosheff. Later in August, Marvin sees Gus again, decides to speak with him, as he'd occasionally done throughout the summer, hoping to get into Dosheff's good graces, or at least get Harris to tell his friend that Marvin's not a bad guy. Small town political shit, country diplomacy, good for Marvin. Gus has come to tell him he's looking to sell his property now, a 2-acre lot for just $17,500. Marvin lets him know he's interested, but he wants to get his shop up and running for a few months first to avoid being spread too thin. Now he thinks he might as well get a muffler shop going in town. That October, Marvin goes to the Water District's meeting at the local town hall. Remember, Wilson told him it was practically a done deal. All he had to do was, tell the board he wanted to get hooked up, pay a little fee. Well, according to sources, the board states that Marvin's property.
No, you're fine. No,
service line
stop saying that. No, you're good.
East of the shop.
You don't have to learn when you say things.
Oh heck! My wife Lindsay, a former realtor, tells me this sounds pretty standard. Hooking up to city water and sewer, especially for commercial industrial use, can be pretty fucking expensive.
Please stay.
Additionally, Marvin's property doesn't have a maintenance
Please
easement,
stay,
McChungus.
McChungus.
So
Unless you actually have things to do. If you got things to do, and I'm keeping you, I totally I totally understand.
A huge issue. Superintendent Bud Wilson will also.
But just don't go because you think that people are ignoring you. Nobody's ignoring you.
Going to be located.
We love you.
Where the sewer line.
Don't just leave because you think people don't like you. Because that's not true.
Thompson, the board's vice president,
it's not true at all.
To keep his current septic tank
people love you.
As it is. If Marvin is interested in the sewer,
come on, you bastard.
Thompson and his family, they operate an excavating business. And they can do most of the work.
Thank you.
Could being on the board to decide who essentially needs excavation work be considered a conflict of interest for someone who runs an excavation business? Yeah, of course. Is this kind of thing common in small towns? Yeah. A lot of the time, the only people really interested in local politics.
But if you got things to do, we totally understand.
Like small business owners, and thus conflicts arise. My grandpa Ward was
behave. We don't know what you're not doing anything wrong.
In the area. That was a.
You're not. You haven't done anything wrong.
But no one else wanted the damn job.
What are you talking about?
That stuff happens in small towns all the time. Okay, so now as I said, and you don't need to remember all these details. I just wanted to spell them out very clearly for the people very familiar with this story. But you just need to know the Marvin situation is now complicated. So now Marvin is going to have to dump $100,000 on top of the 42 large he'd already dumped into a property he never intended to manage himself. That sucks. Whose fault is all this? It's really hard to say. Did anyone tell him before the auction about all this? Probably not. But again, with an auction, it's kind of an as-is type of deal. You don't have to be told. Shitty but not illegal. Probably status quo. So at this point, this is just an irritating and unfortunate situation for Marvin for sure. I don't think there's any real enemies to be found. Also, Marvin could just leave the situation now. He could get the fuck out of this deal. I bet he could have offered his property for sale for, say, $80,000, maybe $70,000. Might have to sit on it for a while, but it's valued again at over $100,000. So he probably could have at least broken even on it or made some money. He probably could have walked away, with some dough. Worst case, he could have sold it to Dosheff for a loss of just what, $4,000. I mean, the guy's top bid was $38,000. He went in at 42. Not saying that would have been fun, but there were options. I'm sure, more options than I just laid out. But Marvin doesn't take any of these options. He decides to open his muffler shop. For the time being, he decides to not connect it to the city sewer or water, knowing that could present real problems down the road, knowing it likely would eventually present problems. To spread the word of the opening of the Mountain View Muffler, his new shop, Marvin advertises in the Sky High.
Yeah, this story is more like Marvin just fucking get off your high horse and accept that you're not gonna get the best fucking deal.
Brower says the paper wants to do an article about the muffler shop's opening.
Like it just feels like the moral of the story is like sometimes small town, sometimes you get into some shit. But I guess you don't want to lose your ass, because if you start losing your ass once, you're going to start losing, you could probably, fall down a mountainside. I understand that. I can get that. But like also, bubble water. Yeah.
If he really wanted to write the story, he could have come back over, but he doesn't. So now bad blood remains, maybe a little thicker. And it also speaks, I think, to, Marvin's confrontational nature. He could have, I'm sure, done something to get the article written, but he clearly didn't. So this guy is,
McChungus Among Us is innocent. That is true.
This fall, Marv also talks to Gus Harris about getting the easement he needed to hook up to the city septic. He was glad he'd seemed to make peace with Harris about unknowingly scooping the property from Dochev, but Harris now does not want to cooperate on the easement. Harris is mad that Marvin wouldn't buy his 2 acres earlier for $17,500. See, this keeps getting more kind of spun, the situation. Marvin explains he just didn't want to take on more debt that he could handle, but now Gus doesn't give a shit. He feels slighted. He feels like if he gives him the easement, then Marvin will then never buy the property from him, and neither will whoever Marvin may sell it to in the future. He feels like kind of like the real value in this property is, holding off on the easement rights. So now Marvin is at odds with Gus, Dochev, Patrick Brower, who knows who else locally is pissed at him. The thing keeps getting messier. New guy not scoring a lot of points with the locals. At the Water District's November meeting, Marvin makes a formal request to be hooked onto the sewer line, though Collins still has not approved Bud Wilson's extension request. Fucking red tape. I can feel Marvin's blood begin to boil. I get it. No one likes dealing with that. The board says they'll send an annexation order for Marvin's property to the district court for approval. Tell him they'll be in contact if Collins ever contacts them back. In the meantime, they asked Marvin if he'd talked to Harris about getting that easement across his property. Marvin tells him that Gus had not given him permission, but he's working on it. Following the meeting, Marvin knocks on Gus's door, Gus Harris's shop door. Gus invites Marvin inside. Marv asks if the offer of $17,500 is still good. Now Harris says he wants $20,000. What a dick. Marvin agrees to pay him the $20,000, and they shake hands. And then 3 months go by. By January of 1993, Marvin and Harris have yet to finalize the sale of Harris's property. Marvin delivers contracts for Harris and him to sign, and suddenly it's radio silence. Had Dochev talked him into not selling? Did Gus's handshake deal not mean shit? More problems with the locals, right? By February of 1993, Marvin determines that Gus Harris had in fact reneged on the deal and decided to keep his property, so fuck Gus. So he can't hook up now to the city sewer line. The concrete shop had never been connected. They still did business, so he thinks, fuck it, I'll just do the same. And he does. By 1993, Marvin's muffler shop is doing a steady stream of business, the kind Marvin had been accustomed to in Boulder. He's doing well. He also thought of a new business venture to open up in Granby. Grand Lake had a dozen, or in the Granby area. Granby, sorry.
Now,
Grand Lake.
Personally, I would love to have a muffler shop in the middle of nowhere.
So many times.
That makes a ton of fucking money.
Because there is not a good.
That sounds fucking great. Fantastic.
To build this conflict that we could find online.
What?
And piece it from a lot of sources. Okay, so this new business venture, Grand Lake has a dozen boat storage facilities.
He will dunk you, then pay with your blood.
Granby doesn't
pay your mom.
Even though he's watched tourists drive around the town in search of an open storage space because they haven't been able to find a vacant one in Grand Lake. So Marvin sees the demand, realizes he can fulfill the supply. Capitalism, baby. He starts sketching out plans to build a boat storage facility next to his muffler shop on his existing commercial acreage. Construction starts in the fall of 93, and it's ready just in time for the summer of 94. Marvin's new facility, 50 feet wide, 120 feet long, 3 bay doors, leading into a single 6,000 square foot interior. This will be the place he builds the killdozer. Marvin plans to put up divider walls in the interior in order to create 3 2,000 square foot storage spaces, each with their own entrance. Making those boat bucks, making those dock ducats, making that storage scratch, making that lake loot. I'll stop it. Marvin also revisits, yet again, hooking up to the city sewer line. He appeals to the town planning commission to get his property rezoned from industrial to highway general business, HGB, which includes commercial, so no reassessing or surveying needs to be done.
Have confidence.
Constantly reduce the hoops he'd have to jump through.
I like their reactions.
More bureaucracy.
The reactions.
Contract. Suddenly his property is HGB, but this change does not help him with the sewer line issue. And I guess I should probably point out why this damn sewage line hookup is so fucking important.
Out of curiosity, what's your favorite topic to discuss?
The sewer issue.
He likes music.
A real problem down the road for Marv.
He likes the music.
If any business around him is ever
also, you should be working on commissions. Are you working on commissions?
Water, that would then quote unquote activate.
Are you doing commissions?
Closest to him, and
are you doing the commissions?
Require him by law to hook up, and then if he didn't hook up, he would be subject to repeated fines, expensive fines.
I don't know what kind of music he likes.
To shut down until he did hook up. So to prevent that, he would have to get an
19 by 5 margin translation.
That easement.
Margin translation.
The whole situation sounded pretty shitty. Sounds like he should have sold it when he first found out he had no easement rights, that none of them were grandfathered into the deal. And remember, Gus Harris, the guy who doesn't care for him, has the rights he needs. So while work is currently going well, Marvin's dealing with some stress, little anxiety about the future of his business. But again, he knew this going in. Despite this nagging sewer line issue, up until 1996, everything goes great for Marv financially. Muffler shop is doing well. But then the other muffler shop back in Boulder, that one Brandstetter was running, well, the payments start coming in late. Fucking classic Doug Brandstetter. That's just Doug being Doug. In January of 1997, Doug Brandstetter abandons the Boulder muffler business, disappears without a trace. Marvin is notified by Harold Pelly, his land manager. Marvin drives to Boulder to remove all of his tools, equipment, which he then stores on his property in Granby, shuts down the Boulder shop, keeps the property, and asks Pelly to start looking around for another leaser. Pelly luckily quickly finds one, a man named Doug Davis. Another Doug. Classic Pelly. Pelly, great at getting Dougs. No one is better at locating a Doug who can handle a muffler than fucking Pelly. Harold Doug finding Pelly. What a Doug finding son of a bitch. Don't get jelly. That's just Pelly. Maybe people used to say that. This guy Pelly found this guy, other Doug, who had managed a Midas in Denver for years, wanted to be a working manager of his own shop. Marvin meets with them. The two hit it off. They agree on a lease. Marvin gives him a lower monthly rate. And muffler meltdown averted. One fire has been put out. Unfortunately, another one is now flaring up back in Granby. In early 1997, Gus fucking Thorne and Marv Side Harris sells those 2 cursed acres of land that he won't give an easement on, right, to Marvin, and he sells them to Cody Dochev. Son of a bitch. He and Cody are now neighbors. What could go wrong with this? Oh, so much. Marvin and Cody speak from each other side of the chain link fence that separated their property. It's been almost 5 years now since Marv inadvertently undercut Cody's plan to buy his old land back. And apparently they had a very interesting conversation that did not end in matching BFF bracelets. Allegedly, Dochev kicked off the conversation by asking Marvin, "Don't feel too good getting property stolen from you, does it?" Well. He's got you there, Marv. Again, I know you didn't mean to take the land that Cody had his eye on, but it's kind of got you there, buddy, old horse partner, old pal, or some kind of shit. Then Marv says, "Mr. Dochev, don't you think it's time to move on? We're going to be neighbors. We should bury the..." And Cody interrupts. And this is all according to Marvin, this part. Cody says, "You big city hotshots just sashay into these small towns. You take what you want. It don't matter what belongs to who. If you have the money, it's yours." And there it is. There's that small town us versus them mentality. That you're coming in to take all of our shit mentality. And although it might sound crazy, I do get it. I mean, imagine growing up in a little town where your family had lived for generations. And you love it. You graduate from the same high school that your father and mother and grandfather and grandfather or grandmother all graduated from. You get a job in this town. You build your life on the same streets, that you grew up on. Your kids play in the same streets you did. You have your sights on some lot you used to ride your bike past when you were a kid. And then someone from out of town swoops in and buys it, spends more money than you can afford. Someone who worked in a much bigger town where there were a lot more jobs that pay a lot more money. It's the way of the world, but it's also sad. People get pushed out of their towns all the time. And their town suddenly becomes a transplant destination. People coming from a place with higher paying jobs, more expensive real estate. Happens here in Coeur d'Alene. People from Orange County selling homes they bought 10 years ago when the market was depressed. And then by paying their mortgage, they built several $100,000 worth of equity, and they sell, move here, drive the real estate market up by 20, 30, 40%. Suddenly, young locals can't afford to buy a first home because a $250,000 house is just outside their budget. But it's not shit to someone who just sold a smaller house for $1.3 million down in Irvine. Now has $500,000 in equity to throw around. I get the frustration. I really do. Not Marvin's fault, but I get Cody's frustration. Marvin replies with, "Yeah, that's not how the system works, Mr. Dochev. Now listen, you want this property, I'll sell it to you. I'll get it appraised and we can work something out. Fact is, I'm not too thrilled about being near a concrete plant, and I might as well get out of your way." And then Cody apparently is happy to look into Marvin's proposal. Marvin calls Doudner and Wilson Commercial Appraisals in Grand Lake, sets up an appointment for the next day to have Marvin's 2 acres in Granby evaluated. The result, even with the new storage facility, cleaned up grounds, and profitable muffler shop, surprises Marvin. We thought Jeff Crane might have been, kind of off in his initial appraisal of might not have been too far off in his initial appraisal of $110,000. Now his property is apparently worth $270,000. That night, Marvin looks over his bank statements, checkbook, contracts, other financial documents, factors in what effect
Do it.
an additional 270 large would have on his long-term financial well-being. He already has a nice little nest egg set up for himself, not enough to live the retirement he wants, but acceptable, more than acceptable for most. And again, he's only 45 years old. He figures if he can get $270,000 for the property and the building,
what's up?
And he can auction off the backhoe,
What's
the
happening?
truck, maybe build another boat storage facility bigger somewhere else in Granby.
I remember I used to hate social studies. History was always interesting. Basic science and its various applications is great. Yes.
And Heemeyer
obviously I enjoy cooking.
It's hard to have enemies like in a small town. Harder than it is in the city because you run into them all the damn time. You shop at the same stores, eat in the same cafes, drink at the same bars. Marvin thought maybe if you could sell the property to Dochev for, $250,000.
You enjoy cooking?
Dochev would be happy. They could squash this whole beef. He approaches Dochev with this offer, and apparently Cody says he'd think about it. Good enough for now, Marvin thinks. But then Marvin would claim that Dochev didn't get back to him. Even after Marvin talked with him, his wife Susie, his son Joe, Marvin stressed them he's willing to negotiate the price, but even then he says the Dochevs did nothing and didn't talk to him. That is Marvin's side of the story. The Dochevs claim it wasn't like that at all. They claim Marvin made Cody his offer. They shook on it. Cody told him he just needed to get his concrete plan approved, and then if it was approved, the purchase was a done deal. Cody then went to the town of Granby, asked if the town would be open to him building an indoor concrete plant on the 4 acres of land there he would have. Land that would include the Heemeyer property and the land they'd recently purchased from Gus. The town indicated they would in fact approve that site. And then Cody and his wife Susie claimed that they came back to Marvin, told him they would in fact buy the property for $250,000, done deal. But they say Heemeyer changed the deal on him. They say his damn handshake, deal didn't mean anything, more apparently than Gus Harris's handshake deal had meant with Marvin. So Susie, she said in interviews that Marv then came back to us and said he now wanted $375,000, that they simply couldn't afford. That's a big jump, extra $125,000. Joe Dochev, Cody and Susie's son, said Marv explained that he'd increased his price because, he figured the lot was worth more now that the town had tentatively approved it as a building site. And if that is true, if it is, then Marv Heemeyer has now dug his own grave in the situation. I don't feel an ounce of sympathy for him. If it's true, then he is the most to blame for the situation that led to his killdozer rampage. Did greed lead him into the big killdozer mess? Good old-fashioned greed? Then after raising the price to $375,000, according to Cody and Susie, he just kept raising the price. And they gave up on working with him, and they formed a new plan. And now a stalemate ensues. Marv is not going to sell the Dochevs his land so they could build their concrete plant, and the Dochevs are not going to give Marv an easement he needs to hook up his muffler shop to the city's sewer and water, which means that at some future point he will be operating illegally and he would be fucked. The next source of escalation in this ongoing conflict occurs in 1999, and we'll talk about it right after a word from our last sponsor of the day, new podcast from Parcast, Natural Disasters. Some disasters are man-made, like today's upcoming disaster, a killdozer rampage, and you can usually see them coming. There are at least, warning signs, red flags, but with natural disasters, you rarely see them coming. Unstoppable forces destined for causing destruction that seemingly come out of nowhere, natural disasters. Every Thursday, the Parcast Network investigates Mother Nature's most devastating catastrophes in their new
we got another podcast.
Natural disasters, tsunamis, tornadoes,
natural disasters.
Each episode explores the historical impact of a monumental tragedy, analyzing the effect it had on the people and places involved, like the 2010 earthquake that debilitated Haiti, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, or the 1995 Chicago heat wave, which led to over 700 heat-related deaths during just a 5-day period. My God, I don't remember that one. Or what about the volcanic eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which completely buried the ancient city of Pompeii and its people in ash? Discover more in the Parcast original series, Natural Disasters. Visit parcast.com/natural disasters or search for Natural Disasters in the Spotify app and listen free today.
Parcast.
Now back to 1999 and the disaster.
Hold up before I forget it. Parcast. Natural disasters. Okay. All right. I am down for a new podcast. I'm always down for listening to New podcast. Shut the fuck up. I guess I've got to make a Spotify. I've never done
upcoming disaster known as
as Mary McGuire comes onto Spotify. It's looking good. Go any educational podcast. This is educational.
His gears.
This is quite educational.
His fucking mortal enemy had requested a contract to buy 21 acres of land directly west of Marvin's muffler shop, and that he wanted to zone.
How is this not educational?
These acres were totally
How is this not educational?
Uneven ground that would be tough
the Ghost podcast.
Industrial. Marvin's pissed.
This is quite educational. Oh, you mean
which I do.
The Three Stooges podcast I listened to, the last podcast on the left.
Let's say he for sure is. Let's say that he did.
I don't think anybody actually enjoys except me,
he didn't need this,
which is totally fine.
For a small
people come here to listen to hang out with me while I draw.
Probably gotten 38,000 from the Dochevs, financed the remaining 4,000, a little more, walked away with a small profit,
and maybe draw themselves
something. They could have worked something.
If anybody's got some art that they're working on, I would love to see it.
Over $20,000 from Gus and Cody at the auction.
I would very much enjoy love to see it.
Best move. Could have walked away when he found out how much the city's sewer and water hookup was, but he didn't. What gets lost about the story online is that it was some poor guy barely scraping by who needed this muffler shop to survive.
I'm gonna send that boy a text.
He never needed to open a muffler shop in Granby. Could have survived just fine without it. The city of Granby never bankrupted him. That's something that gets lost online in the narrative. He pursued the shop in spite of all the problems. When he started repairing mufflers, he did it knowing that if the sewer line was ever connected, ever activated to any other business around
Thank you for the lurks. Thank you for being amazing.
That they could shut him down. A quote attributed to Marvin on a lot of internet memes on Reddit threads is, "I was always willing to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable. Sometimes reasonable men do unreasonable things." I gotta say, he doesn't seem like a reasonable man. And, I don't know, he seems very unreasonable. But let's just say, so he is the villain in this story. How fun would it be if this was the guy kind of, messing with your business plans, messing with the money you need to get your concrete plan? You got to actually pull this chess move off of fucking surrounding him, buying all the land around him. You could pull that off. God, that would feel so good, right? Checkmate. We got you now, buddy. We got you surrounded, literally. Okay. So, at this point in this ongoing tragedy, Marvin has just found out that the Dochevs have intended to try and do this, to buy 21 acres of land behind him. Muy no bueno for Marvin, obviously. Also, he'd been using part of this undeveloped land for parking for his customers and as a place to stow their cars after he's done working on them. A place for them to be out of the way until, their owners have a chance to pick them up. Technically illegal, not his land. I would have done the same thing if I was him, but, not his land. And now if the Dochev deal goes through, he's not going to be able to do that anymore. Marvin's pissed on a personal level about the Dochev's desire to buy this land. He would later claim in audio rantings he made before he died that he would have sold the land to the Dochevs for $250,000. He claims, yeah, sure, he raised the price, but, they could have made a counteroffer and he would have accepted it. And now look what they're doing. Marvin speculates that 21 acres are, going to cost more than $250,000. So why couldn't they have just worked with him? Marvin claims at this point he visits Dochev again on his property to talk about this new attempted land grab. He says Dochev told him he didn't want his property anymore. He didn't want to buy it from Marv, but he would contract with him regarding a new easement issue, an easement that would be beneficial to both parties. In July of 1999, Marvin signs an easement release which allows a maintenance easement to be built between the two properties to be used by both properties. The easement stipulates that neither Marvin nor the Dochevs could put any of their property, such as fixed cars, or put on any of their property things such as fixed cars, concrete materials.
AFK, pre-bedtime snack. That's totally fine.
However, even with this new easement, Marvin claims he still would not be able to get
I like seeing you doing well. That's why I'm here.
He reached out to the Dochevs about this. No one ever got back to him. So, he is working with the Dochevs on this one issue, but he's pissed at them about this other issue. A few weeks later, Marvin finds a notice taped to the office door of his muffler shop, informing the public of an upcoming series of town board meetings to discuss Dochev's proposal to zone his new property from highway general business to industrial in order to build his new concrete batch plant. 2 days later, Marvin sees from the outside of his shop an earth mover on Dochev's newly acquired acreage digging up the ground. He wonders what the hell is going on. The plant had yet to be approved. Why are they tearing shit up? The next day, the land and the easement are crowded with people and a crane lowering some kind of tank into a huge hole. Marvin goes to the Granby Town Hall, requests the Planning Commission's report, Docheff's request for the land, what his proposed use is going to be. The Planning Commission issues Docheff a permit, or he finds out the Planning Commission had issued Docheff a permit for $5,000 in order to install the water storage tank. The report written by Docheff's attorney, Richard Daly, states that a report written by, Docheff's attorney, Richard Daly, states that the installation of the water tank has nothing to do with Docheff's proposal to rezone the property. Marvin's now conflicted. He feels like it does have something to do with rezoning the property. He wants to oppose the construction of the concrete plant at the town board meetings, but doesn't want to, piss Docheff off further. Has Docheff used that easement to manipulate him? He wonders that. He's stewing on that question for several days. And then he goes to the first board meeting. After several days of stewing, he decides to oppose Docheff again, publicly, intentionally. At the meeting, Marvin steps up to the lectern to discourage the board from allowing Docheff's property to be rezoned to accommodate the concrete plant. He says it would negatively impact his own business. It would block its view from the highway. This does not make Docheff happy at all. Sharon Brenner, the executive director of the Greater Granby Chamber of Commerce, who also owned with her husband the Homestead Motel just in front of Docheff's property, also voices some concern about the proximity of the plant and it negatively affecting her business. So to be fair to Marvin, he's not the only person against the building of the concrete plant, but he soon will become the only person. Susie and Joe Docheff disagree. They claim their operation will be much cleaner, not as bad as their opponents are saying. The board would reconvene this discussion the following month. The next afternoon, Marvin is approached by a man named Mike Carmody. He says that he's attended the meeting and believed the town board and planning commission are acting illegally. This obviously gets Marvin's attention. Carmody lays out some dirt for him and says, I don't know how familiar you are with the board and the planning commission. They're all pretty much serve on the boards and commissions. Dick Thompson is on the trustee board. His son Ron is on the water board. They're a big family around here. Dick's been on the board for close to 20 years. He and his kids run an excavating business. Larry, Dick's other son, sold Docheff some property about 5 acres out near Hot Sulphur Spring a couple years ago. That guy Harris, who owned Docheff's property now, he used to be mayor of Granby. I heard the planning commission in 1991 spot zoned Harris's property, turned it from HDB to industrial, which is technically illegal. But they did it without telling anyone, and 30 days later it became legal. Then the Thompsons gave Harris some money in order to buy Docheff's land back, your property. So that both Harris and Docheff's property would fuse together, I guess, and become industrial property. Hide what the planning commission had done, and nobody would be able to protest it. So, okay. So there's, some small town wheeling and dealing going on. And maybe not all of it was 100% legal. Marvin asked if there's any, documents pertaining to this claims this guy's making. He says it's all in the records. Marvin should get a lawyer. He says, you want to get this concrete plan stopped, you need to show the board you're serious. Otherwise, they're just going to ignore you. I know a guy in Boulder, Dietz. You heard of him? And he hands Marv this attorney's card. He says it took a few days, for him to think about going to war with the town's biggest players and their perceived corruption. And were they corrupt? Sure, maybe. I mean, in the sense that they broke minor laws, get shit done from time to time. I get that does happen to me. It's not that crazy. It's pretty normal. That's not how Marv sees it. In Marv's mind, these dirty fuckers had conspired to hurt his business, had colluded to break the law. They were trying to box in his muffler shop, suffocate him, with the dust and operation smoke from the concrete plant, cut it off from the view of the highway, never allow him to hook into the sewer line. They're playing dirty. Maybe they are. No, maybe they are playing dirty. Maybe Marvin, as an outsider, should have treaded a little lighter in the game of small town diplomacy and politics. Of course, these people are going to work together and possibly against him if they all grew up together. I think not understanding that just makes you pretty naive. If I wanted some city council decision to go my way here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, some decision that Dwayne Hagedorn stood on the other side of, the man who pretty much owns Coeur d'Alene, the man who built most of Coeur d'Alene, no fucking part of me would assume the decision is going to go my way. I would know going in it's a losing battle. Dwayne is a demigod here. I'm an outsider. I accept that because I'm a realist. I'm reasonable. Marvin, not so reasonable. Marvin makes and I'm just going over all this again in a lot of detail, and I'll make clear why in the Idiots of the Internet coming up later, because the Internet is convinced that this guy got fucked over. And I think it's because it's kind of a complicated issue to understand, and if you gloss over all this, it can look like Marvin is the victim. But if you dig deep into the details, it does not look that way at all, to me at least. Marvin makes an appointment with an attorney, Dietz, for the following week, goes to Boulder to meet him. Dietz assures Marvin that he has a case. And after they discuss Marvin's hopes for a lawsuit, After he pays Dietz's retainer, Dietz tells Marvin to return to Granby.
Yeah, he's back.
And take pictures of Dochev's property, document everything he can. Marvin does this.
Ford is back.
12 disposable cameras. Goes out at night on Dochev's 21 acres to photograph tractors and bulldozers, trucks parked around the cordoned-off pit in which the water storage tank is being installed. Dietz attends the next month's board meeting in Granby with Marvin, and afterwards asks Marvin to send him copies of this in the last meetings, minutes, and agendas. Marvin gets the minutes from the town's recorder's office without problems, mails them to Dietz. A week later, Dietz responds saying that there's some serious procedural errors going on. Of course there were. They're volunteer politicians. They're the equivalent of kids playing dress-up and pretending to be grown-ups. I bet you can find procedural errors in just about every other small-town city volunteer council meeting in the country every single year. A series of back-and-forth conversations between Dietz and the Dochev's lawyers occur. During the next meeting, Dietz allegedly tells Marvin, they all know we've got him by the balls. Dietz is adamant that in addition to the violations of zoning and building laws, the board and the planning commission are also breaking the law in ways such as changing meeting agendas and the occurrence of when votes during the meetings are happening. Heemeyer tells local Mike Carmody that he's thinking of filing a lawsuit against the town of Granby, that he's nervous that doing so is not going to be good for my business or personal life. Carmody encourages him to go forward, tells him he'll be admired by those who are sick of this local corruption. This Carmody seems like a real pot stirrer, by the way. That week's Tuesday issue of the Sky High News features an editorial written by Marvin's old gambling buddy, Patrick Brower, complaining that the vote on the concrete plant had been postponed. Patrick names Marvin and Dietz as the instigators for the postponement, criticizes them for intimidating the board of trustees so that they wouldn't hold the vote. Patrick writes, the concrete plant is a much-needed business for the sake of Granby's economy, and in essence, the economy of the whole of Grand County. The sales tax that would be generated from the concrete plant selling manholes, septic tanks, and concrete would feed Granby's coffers and circulate more revenue in the town, which will allow current businesses and future businesses to prosper. Marvin's pissed. He feels picked on. He doesn't like it when people get called out. He had talked to Patrick about that before. He writes a response letter. Whatever sales tax Granby stands to benefit from because of Cody Dochev's proposed concrete plant isn't worth the
nut but jelly Sammy. Ooh,
located around it. Specifically the Homestead and Broken Arrow Motel.
There are so many foods I will never tire of. Buddy Nutty sandwiches, burgers, pizza, and any kind of cheesy cake. New York raspberry cherry carrot cake cheese. Well, that's good for you, man.
But will these be implemented by local authorities? And if not, why would Dochev and his concrete plant
I miss it so much.
Right? This is a big conflict. Marvin, under the advice of his attorney Dietz, attempts to recruit other business owners to join him.
I miss it so much.
No one joins him.
Wait, are you allergic to nuts? No, I told you this. I am lactose intolerant.
Is it because they're afraid to stand up against
I get very condensed down there because of milk.
Just really give a shit. Is it not actually that big of a deal to anyone other
than milk-based products?
The concrete plant continues.
But if I have a light bit of cheese, it's not too bad.
By no one joining him in his
but a cheesecake is a lot of cheese.
He thinks
it real bad.
Right? Maybe I should just leave.
A small problem becomes a big problem.
Again to sell. Or I'm sorry. Heemeyer again tries to sell this cursed piece of property. He gets it reappraised and offers it yet again to the Dochevs. In early 2000, the property is reappraised at a value of $395,000, which I got to say seems insane to me. The beginning of the build-up to the big real estate bubble that would pop in 2008. How is it worth $395,000? It was valued at just over $100,000 less than a decade earlier. It was valued at $270,000 just 3 years earlier.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense.
Marvin says he sends a copy of the appraisal and an ask of $375,000 to the Dochevs, who never respond with a counteroffer. The Dochevs would later say they'd already, been asked to pay even more than that by Marvin, and that he had his chance to sell earlier and that he blew it by being greedy. By the summer,
the whole thing is that Marvin's doing this to himself.
On Dochev's 21 acres.
And also, he could also ask people outside of the town
not to shut down his shop by assuring him that the concrete plant's construction, it'll be stopped. Right? They're going to win their lawsuit. It's all going to be okay. Dochev's just wasting money. In September of 2000, Marvin is monetarily punished by the town of Granby for the first time. That's how he perceives it. He's fined $1,200 by the Planning Commission for junk cars and scrap metal on his property, which they say is overlapping onto Dochev's property, violating the easement agreement. Marvin, not real happy. He probably doesn't, privately scream profanities or stomp around in his remote cabin or smash stuff or anything. In the September 7th, 2000 issue of Sky High News, there was an inside article titled Granby Tickets Mountain View Muffler Over, quote, junk. A picture is run with the article that features the western side of Marvin's shop and boat storage facility with old cars and scrap parts piled up. Why are they piled up? Because he no longer gets to use that land he was using next door to store his shit. Damn Dochefs! Marv's angry. He's embarrassed. He's been publicly shamed. He claims later, this is when he saw the writing on the wall. He says this is when he realized that no matter what he did, that goddamn concrete plant was going to be built. He thinks his lawsuit is doomed. He sent a check in to pay his fine, and he writes the word cowards in the memo line. He's furious. January of 2001, the Granby Town Board officially approves the Dochef's preliminary rezoning proposal. 3 weeks later, Marvin's lawsuit against the town goes to trial, and the case is heard in Hot Sulphur Springs by Richard P. Dochette, not related to the Dochefs, Chief Judge of Colorado's 14th Judicial District. It'll be a while before anyone hears his ruling. The wheels of justice sometimes take a while to turn. In May of 2001, the Granby Town Board unanimously votes to approve the actual construction of the concrete plant, which had already begun, as we know. The town requires the Dochefs to sign a contract acknowledging that if they proceed with construction in light of the lawsuit against the town's decision to allow him to build, if the lawsuit is decided against them, the Dochefs will have no legal recourse to take against the town for their decision to allow him or them to build the plant. In June of 2001, Joe Dochef approaches Marvin with yet another offer. Drop the lawsuit now, and the Dochefs will pay for Marvin's property to be hooked up into the sewer district, which he was legally required to do now that the sewer lines around him are active. Right? The concrete plant had activated them. The shit has really hit the fan now for Marvin, right? The lines have been activated. His business not being hooked up to city sewer and water is now illegal. He doesn't have easement rights. They're not going to give him those rights. They've got him pinned in. He knows it. However, Marvin still refuses their offer. What the fuck? He refused it despite repeated notices from the town warning him that if he doesn't get a legal hookup, right, attached to the sewer district, he's going to be fined.
And the dairy-free cheesecake looked like a nightmare to make.
Now willing to pay to have him hooked up, willing to pay, what's going to cost roughly $100,000.
Oh, you sent me some stuff. Thank you.
He can sell the business.
Thank you. You can also send that to Need Stuff you found. You know what? I'll do that for you. You know what? I'll send those recipes.
He doesn't need a lot of foot traffic. It's a muffler store, not a fucking photo shop. But he doesn't do that. He doesn't take their offer because now it's personal. He wants him to pay literally.
I'm gonna put that in
mental energy in this
Neat Stuff I
found.
found.
Town. It's about revenge now. He's unwilling to back down. His sense of righteous justice is now driving him. One that could also be viewed as foolish pride. The following year, April 26, 2002, Marvin's lawsuit is dismissed. That sinks his battleship. Marvin talks to Dietz about appealing the judge's ruling, but Dietz scarcely returns his emails, doesn't return his phone calls. Clearly, the lawyer knows there's no recourse. Clearly, Marvin doesn't want to accept that. Marv now wonders if the town has conspired against him.
There we go.
Really thought he had a solid case. What happened? Paranoia begins to set in. They're all in it together. They're out to get him. Yes, Dietz has advice and is told to write the judge a letter himself. At this point, Marv has paid Dietz somewhere near $100,000 for what he thought, was going to be this, this big lawsuit. It ends up being nothing. If Marv really did pay Dietz somewhere near $100,000, then maybe Dietz is the one he should have fucking bulldozed.
Yeah, Dietz seems like Dietz is full of shit.
Lost, $200,000 to $300,000 more through other factors. That part is probably not true. But that's what he thinks. Now he decides to shut down his Mountain View muffler shop. He feels like maybe it's time to accept defeat and walk away. He gets another appraisal on his property, and despite his proximity to the concrete plant and invisibility from the main road, the economy and housing costs in Granby and the county have somehow raised Marvin's property value to $600,000. What the fuck? How did the assessors determine value in this area? Just by consulting a magic 8-ball?
Yeah.
Magic 8-ball.
It seems like that assessors just were bullshitting the whole time.
There you have it. Write it in the official paperwork. Thanks, Magic 8-ball. If Marv can get even 60% of that $600,000, right? He can still walk away ahead. But can he let it all go? He needs to think about it. In the summer of 2002, now 50-year-old Marv, caught in the grips of a real humdinger of a crisis. He's questioning how God could allow all this to happen to him. He's worked so hard. He's gone to church. He's prayed. And still he doesn't get away or get his way with his Granby muffler shop. Why, God? Had the Dochefs prayed harder, longer? Were they able to outpray him because there was more of them? I don't know exactly what he said to God, but I do know, based on his audio recordings, that he was having a spiritual crisis and angry at God. He started to think that maybe God wanted him to be the one to take down Granby's corruption. Maybe that was God's plan for him. That's what Mom was talking about all those years back. And then he felt like madmen often do, that God spoke with him. And he starts thinking about destroying his enemies, starts thinking about what big pieces of machinery God could help him modify into a weapon and do quite a bit of destruction. In June 2002, divine inspiration and or mental illness leads him to Fresno, California to inquire
and or mental illness. I love that. Either grand divination or mental illness brought him to this decision.
He's really going to do this. God is urging him to make a killdozer, because you know.
I'm gonna head out, sleeves. Have a good night. That's okay, demonic Wolfer. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous. We hope you have a wonderful one. Stay amazing and stay incredible. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
The Omega, the truth, the path, the immortal creator. And I know
tomorrow night I'm gonna play a video game. I don't know what I'm gonna play. Fucking find now.
You to head to
or Sunday night. I don't know.
Yes,
which one do you think? Sunday or Saturday?
Then when you get it,
I'll play a video game.
With concrete and steel and leave some holes for rifles to shoot at people poorly. Also, I need you to knock down a bunch of buildings. Yes.
I think Sunday.
Like
just because Sunday's never a good night for drawing. I don't know why.
Over some zoning disputes. Praise be to me. Go forth and bring glory to your God by personifying my eternal wisdom, by sitting inside a bulldozer and obliterating a hardware store and such. That is thine destiny. Fucking ridiculous. People think that God wants them to do this kind of shit. The bulldozer arrives in July of 2002. Marvin puts it up for sale, and now he wants to prove to himself that this is for sure God's will. This is what he thinks. Not kidding. He thinks if it doesn't sell, then God wants him to fucking take the town to the ground. Makes a lot of sense. This guy is for sure not mentally ill. He gets a bid for $20,000 for it, but that's under the $33,000 minimum he had set. So now he knows, okay, all right, God's plan. He's making a lot of good decisions. And then he does one more test. Just to be absolutely certain that God wants him to do this, he puts his land up for sale. He holds an auction. The minimum bid is set at $450,000 for his property appraised. Remember, it's $600,000. He thinks if God... He thinks, quote, God, if it sells at $450,000, I'm out of here. It doesn't sell. Right? Oh, thank you, God. Thank you for making it so obvious.
No shit that it doesn't sell. No way.
I wonder what was said at that auction as well. We are opening the bidding at $450,000 for a couple curse takers with sewer water hookups surrounded by concrete plan. The current side some up shop ran by mentally unstable, stubborn out of towner who just thinks he's trying to work things out with the Dochef family. We know he's had a good decade ago. If you don't buy this property today, Marvel almost immediately began modifying a bulldozer, nearly unstoppable machine of mayhem will attack the town and misguided quest. Supposedly rights judge think he's completed batch of crazy plan. All part of God's will. $450,000 going once, twice. No, takers, dear God, have mercy on our souls. Not sold. Get ready to be rumbled. Oh, man. Following the auction, Marvin is approached by Travis Bussey, who, though not interested in buying the muffler shop outright, is interested in renting it to gauge whether the shop would serve for the trash and recycling business he and his partner, Bob Martin, want to enter. Marv agrees to rent the shop to them with the understanding that the boat storage area will remain his. He needs it for God's plan. Marvin converts what was his boat storage shed into a killdozer building facility. The 6,000 square feet building has a cement mixer and a lift affixed to one of the building's walls. The lift rises 15 feet above the floor, extends 20 feet. Marvin uses this lift to place the sections of steel on the bulldozer before using a welding torch to meld them to the tractor's body. It'll take him over a year to get this monster ready for its rampage. By the summer of 2003, Marvin is batshit fucking crazy. He is now spending a lot of nights sleeping in his killdozer facility. He's obsessed with vengeance. He's surprised no one has noticed that he's, working on his machine yet. God must be watching out for him. God wants him to be a modern-day Samson, pushing down the pillars with his mighty killdozer, taking down the Philistines with him. Not being goofy here, he actually thinks this. When Bob and Travis's sanitation employees move into the property, he starts working only at night so that no one will hear him, weld and put this thing together like a bloodthirsty maniac. Around this time, the city moves to find him again, tells him that if he doesn't connect to the sewer, they're going to have to kick him out. He's going to have to vacate by July 28th, 2003, and he doesn't give a fuck. Marv is hoping to have the death machine built by then, but the work turned out to be a lot harder than he thought it would be. So now get a blueprint to work off of. Can't go to killdozer.com and grab schematics. YouTube tutorials
most recent video?
Not been more
what about my most recent video? Whose most recent video?
2003.
Petting the boy, petting the boy.
They don't kick him out. He buys some 2x4s and canvas and uses all this to construct for himself a little niche in the corner of his production facility where he can, like his little condo inside of this place, even though he lives only a few miles away. In this corner, he moves into a single body cot, got blankets, floor plan, space heater, wooden table, snacks, drinks, jugs of water, TV, VCR, videotapes.
Offline? Am I offline?
He works day and night, stopping only to rest, not shower.
Am I offline?
Pushed himself to keep going. He's fucking full Unabomber. In the fall, Marvin meets with Travis and Bob, and the realtor at Chuck's Hole Cafe in Grand Lake. These are the guys from the sanitation company, and discusses with them the possibility of buying the property.
No, it says I'm live.
Selling it to them. I can only imagine how wild-eyed and fucking crazy he must look over breakfast.
I'm live.
Sorry if I smell a little, fellas. A little busy lately, preparing myself to be.
I'm 100% live.
I'll cut this down to the fucking ground. I will salt this place. Hey, can you pass me the salt? These hash browns are divine, like the justice my killdozer will soon dole out upon Cody and Gus and the Philistines. Hey, have you tried this gravy?
Oh, man.
Been a while since I ate something that wasn't cold.
There's another goat that's live right now. God damn you. God damn you, goat.
Bob know that Crazy Marv's property. They know what it's worth. And they actually offer him $550,000 for it.
Just a good, just a long-time gamer. Casually playing games, been here for a long time at a good time.
Makes a ton of money.
Just chill.
Right?
I glanced back over and it had just stopped and told me you were offline. I refreshed, fixed it.
Trying to sway me with your filth money. Too late, devil.
There's another goat online. Damn it.
Why? Because he is insane. He's completely insane.
Twitch being lazy.
Around November of 2003,
Twitch always being lazy.
What he's doing. After a few drinks at a local bar, one night he actually says, "By God, I'm going to bulldoze this town." I'm guessing nervous laughter and a lot of awkward side glances ensue. On another day, he's eating breakfast at one of his favorite restaurants, El Pacifico in Grand Lake. The owner's name at the time was Maria Rios, and the two were friendly. She noticed that he had started smoking again. She asked him why, and he said he was sick. Terminal cancer. She asked him, "What are you going to do?" And his answer was, and I quote, "No one is going to get hurt." Okay. She didn't know how to respond to that creepy statement, and she just bought him his meal and fucking stopped talking to him. He's starting to make people nervous. A bit later, Marvin hears from Harold Pelly, his old land manager, letting him know that back in Boulder, Doug Davis has abandoned the business. He doesn't give a shit. Pelly actually also tells him that a man and wife, Jeff and Jennifer Sterling, were interested in buying the now closed up property.
Yeah.
And Marvin's like, fucking whatever. Just give it to him for $25,000. Way undervalued. They jump at the opportunity. He doesn't need the money. Right? He just made a bunch of money, and he has no intention of living that much longer. In March of 2004, Marv's father dies. He drives to Castlewood for the funeral, meets up with his brother Ken and Ken's wife Cindy. His family didn't know what Marvin was planning, nor of his cancer, probably because he didn't have it. And they also didn't know that he had put nearly $500,000 into his father's estate to be distributed amongst his remaining family. He'd also willed his cabin and more land to a friend named Brunner Schroeder, who curiously never appears in his tale. And see, he has a lot of money, a lot of land to give to people. He's doing fine. Marv is making literally concrete plans to go out in a biblically inspired blaze of glory now. April 13th, 2004, Marv makes a tape, bit of a manifesto that he tried to make a year earlier, went into a lot of detail about his side of the story, and much of it has ended up in this episode. Because the script keeper, Zach Flannery, head researcher, awesome counterpart to my research here, one person can only devote so many hours a week, so we doubled that shit a while back. Well, Zach, he's a lot better than me this week when it comes to being able to dig through some of the source material. I read a lot of stuff. I couldn't handle these guys.
It's me, Austin!
It's me. God damn it, Mr. Anderson. God damn.
In the tape, Marv goes on and on about the injustices.
I'm the last goat. How could this have happened?
A number of other things, including the.
Is this why you don't mind goatmen dying? It removes the competition.
Okay. Totally unstable.
Look.
He continues recording his manifesto.
Less goatmen means more me.
At one point, he says, "This time I'm not walking away,
I should follow him.
I'll be dead when it's over, but that's my
that would be nice. That would be nice of me to just follow fellow goats. Just like, yeah, we have the same name. Let's fucking go for it, buddy.
I'm doing the right thing. I don't think God would have let me get this far if it was the wrong thing.
Greatest of all time, let's go.
People do all sorts
I didn't name
of
myself
shit
that to be the greatest of all time.
Hitler,
I just named myself
Stalin,
that just
Joseph
because.
Fritzl, every serial killer in history.
Just because
So
I couldn't get the name Chimera Chan.
I hope you all have a great time.
Literally,
had a great
it
life.
was
Morning,
it was because I was like, I have a Go Chimera as a persona.
Well, see you later.
So I'll call it that.
Oh boy, the rampage is near.
I would have been named Chimera Chan, and nobody fucking. I contacted them, never got a response. And I was like, oh, okay.
June 3rd, 2004, the day before the rampage. Let's take a minute to really look at the beat.
So I was like, all right, I guess my name is
mechanical assault on the town of
Go Chimera.
to make sure everything was working perfectly with his machine.
And I was doing fan art for Team 4-Star and stuff like that, and they kept on being like, oh my god, Go Chimera or Chimera Chan, your art's amazing. And I'm like, I need a single fucking name. And Chimera Chan is never going to give me their name. They don't post. I'm the firstborn birdie, but if someone tapped me for the name, I'd probably butch. Yeah.
Underneath the Ripper, its engine on the front, its cab on the top of the Ripper. They've been all outfitted with shells of steel. Once the cab had been outfitted with 2 layers of steel, it created a pocket in between them. Marvin poured quickcrete to create an additional layer of motherfucking concrete. It was about a foot thick. Good luck shooting through that. Marvin also had several cameras and monitors installed so he could see and he could build ports to fire his guns out of. Even had slim fast shakes.
That's pretty good.
Slim fast shakes in case he got hungry during the rampage inside. Not about to let some low blood sugar get in the way of his big day. His giant machine weighed 64 tons by the time it was finished, 128,000 pounds. Before his additions, it was 49 tons. He added 30,000 pounds of mostly armor. The Komatsu bulldozer is powered by a 410 horsepower engine, top road speed of just under 7.5 miles an hour. Horsepower of per ton of 8.36. His modifications brought the horsepower per ton down to somewhere around 6.7, but still plenty mobile enough for what he needed it to do. He armed it with a 50 caliber Barrett M82 semi-automatic rifle at the rear, a Belgian FNF&C semi-automatic assault rifle poking out the front, had a 223 Ruger Mini 14 at the right. His 2 sidearms were a 357 Magnum revolver, a 9mm Kel-Tec P11. These weapons could all be fired from small firing ports from inside the cabin. He had lots of ammo. The cameras that allowed Heemeyer to see his surroundings were connected to 3 monitors protected by 3-inch thick bulletproof plastic. The armored Komatsu bulldozer also had a sophisticated air filtration system and an air conditioning system. Onboard fans and an air conditioner were used to keep Heemeyer cool while driving, and compressed air nozzles were fitted to blow dust away from the video cameras. Unreal. Dude really did create a weapon that, as you can imagine, would damn near be impossible for a small town police force to stop, especially back in 2004.
I think.
Now let's move on.
I think was used as a 4th, representation in the bulldozer in what was it?
Of his former business.
It's my real name. I don't want my real name. I feel it's like a dog name to me. Prefer pet names. They're cute, affectionate, and given by people who like me. All right, Bird.
A former judge's widow, hardware store owner by another man Heemeyer named in a lawsuit, as well as several others. Shot at local police. Apparently, shot at Cody Dochev. Holy shit, man! Can you imagine how satisfying it must have felt for him to smash up Dochev's concrete plant, though? I so wish we had audio recordings of what Marvin said inside of his bulldozer during his final hours. Right, like the first 3 Die Hard movies had already come out. You know, he yelled "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!" like at least 2 or 3 times. And since the first Terminator movies had also already come out, he had to have said, "I'll be back," and then backed over something he'd already bulldozed at least once. And maybe, just maybe, at some point during the rampage, as he drove through town to smash the next building, he's saying, "Taking it to the street, taking it to the street, taking it to the street, taking it to the streets." Come on. You could have sang a little Triple M.
Yeah.
The rampage would last 2 hours and 7 minutes. Destroy 13 buildings, knock out natural gas service to City Hall and the concrete plant, damage a police truck, part of a utility service center, and destroy numerous police decoy vehicles. In addition to other property damage, despite the damage, no one besides Heemeyer was killed. The final cost of damage estimated is between $7 and $10 million. According to the Grand County Commissioner James Newberry, Grand County emergency dispatchers used the reverse 911 emergency system to notify residents and property owners of the rampage going on in town. Get the hell out of there. Defenders of Heemeyer have contended that Marvin made a point of not hurting anybody during his bulldozer rampage. Ian Daughtry, a bakery owner, said Heemeyer went out of his way not to harm anyone. Everybody else had a different view. Right? The sheriff's department argues that the fact that no one was injured, it was not due to good intent, but due a lot to luck and due to their preventative measures. Heemeyer fired 15 bullets from his rifle at power transformers and propane tanks. According to the sheriff's department, had one of those tanks ruptured and exploded, anyone within 1/2 mile of the explosion could have been endangered. Within such a range were 12 police officers and residents of a senior citizens complex, and would have been a whole hell of a lot more other people if they hadn't been evacuated. The sheriff's department also asserts that Heemeyer fired many bullets from his semi-automatic rifle at Cody Doshev. Cody Doshev tried to stop the assault on his concrete batch plant. Check this shit out. By going head-to-head with the killdozer with another tank-sized vehicle, a front-end loader. It ended up being pushed aside by Heemeyer's bulldozer. Again, super fucked up. I wish we had audio of that. What was he saying when he was going head-to-head against Dochev, his mortal enemy, in some kind of dystopian bumper car rally? Maybe a little Princess Bride? My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. My name is Marvin Heemeyer. You cost me muffler money. Prepare to be killdosed. Later, Heemeyer fired on 2 state patrol officers before they fired at him. The sheriff's department also notes that 11 of the 13 builders,
Killdozer was definitely trying to kill people. He just was not good at it.
Was in progress when this shit started. There could have been casualties of local emergency responders.
I'm just making a smack
and done their jobs, and it probably would have been. One officer dropped a flashbang grenade down the bulldozer.
Oh, she calls you Bear. That's so cute. That's adorable. That's adorable.
The bulldozer occasionally firing, but the armored bulldozer was impervious to their shots. Attempts to disable the bulldozer's cameras with gunfire failed. That bullet-resistant plastic did its job. And at one point during the rampage, Under Sheriff Glenn Traynor, a man who we will hear from soon, you can watch if you watch on YouTube, managed to climb atop the bulldozer and ride the bulldozer, quote, like a bronc buster, trying to figure out a way to get the bullet inside the Dragon. However, he was eventually forced to jump off to avoid being hit with debris. And again, we'll talk to this awesome man in just a few minutes. At this point, local authorities, or while it was happening, while it started,
this page is coming along.
Feared they were running out of options in terms of firepower, and that
and then we got to work on
civilians. Then Governor
hopefully
Bill
we can
Owens
start on the next page.
The National Guard to utilize either an AH-64 Apache attack helicopter equipped with AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, or a 2-man fire team equipped with an FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile to destroy the bulldozer. That option was later deemed unnecessary due to Heemeyer getting stuck in the Gamble's hardware store. I'm glad they didn't have to pull that trigger. If they would have sent a helicopter after him, he'd have even more fans on the internet. More on that soon. As of 2011, those on Governor Owens' staff have vehemently denied that such a course of action was ever considered. However, members of the state patrol have since confirmed that the option was considered. The governor ultimately decided against it due to the hypothetical collateral damage of a missile strike. Finally, the rampage ends in a hardware store. 2 problems arise as Heemeyer destroys the Gamble's hardware store. The radiator of his killdozer had been damaged, and the engine was leaking various fluids, and the Gambles had a small basement. The bulldozer's engine failed, and Heemeyer dropped one tread into the basement, and he couldn't get out. About a minute later, one of the SWAT team members who had swarmed around the machine reported hearing a single gunshot from inside the cab. It was later determined that Heemeyer had shot himself in the head with his .357 caliber handgun. Police first used explosives in an attempt to remove the steel plates, but after the third explosion failed, they cut through them with an oxyacetylene cutting torch. Grand County Emergency Management Director Jim Holohan stated that the authorities weren't able to access and remove Heemeyer's body until 2 a.m. the following morning, June 5th. He really built this thing to be impenetrable. On April 19th, 2005, it was announced that Heemeyer's bulldozer was being taken apart for scrap metal. Individual pieces were dispersed to many separate scrapyards to prevent admirers of Heemeyer from taking souvenirs. And that takes us out of today's Time Suck timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Smack.
And that, my friends, is the story of Killdozer, but not the whole story. To understand it further, let's get some extra firsthand details with one of the bravest officers I've ever heard of, Glenn Trainor. Dude who mounted that fucking tank. Little disclaimer on this interview. Due to the production process required to kick out these in-depth research podcasts week after week, and with a personal workload that includes another weekly, story-based podcast, Scared to Death, weekly Patreon podcast, Secret Suck, writing a new, hour of stand-up comedy all the time, touring on that hour, being a dad, husband, etc. Challenging to look forward past the current week's suck. So I didn't have the prep time I wanted for Glenn's interview, and I messed up his daughter's name. Sorry, Jordan. Jordan. I know your name is Jordan, not Sydney. She set up this interview, and I'm eternally grateful, and I'll be forever sorry for referring to you as Sydney. No idea where that came from. Also, I had to conduct this interview based on my schedule before diving into this week's suck material. Had I known everything I know now, I would have asked a few different questions. That being said, I still think this interview adds a lot to the suck, and I'm grateful for Glenn's time because he doesn't give many interviews, as you'll hear. I thank Nimrod for convincing him to join us. Hope you like this edition. Don't come to expect it. I don't have the time to pull out these interviews every week. All that being said, Glenn Trainor, everyone.
Yep.
Well, Glenn, thank you so much again for joining me here, and really appreciate your daughter putting me in touch with you and getting some insight into the stories, especially this one, because I feel like this story really needs some insight because, I definitely have a lot of questions after looking around on the internet about what actually happened back in 2004.
Yes, it was a crazy day, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
And what was your position now when this all went down? It was June 4th, 2004. You were working in law enforcement at that time, correct?
I was the Grand County Undersheriff.
Oh, okay, Grand County Undersheriff. And then Glenn, and it's Glenn Trainor who we're talking to. Glenn, what is your position now?
I'm the chief of police for the towns of Fraser and Winter Park, Colorado, which
That
is
was a
also
pop.
in Grand County.
Oh, okay, wow. So you really were heavily involved in this story with Marvin Heemeyer.
Oh God, I might have to be right back.
Where were you when it happened? Were you on
Gotta
duty?
get some water.
I was on duty, but
Fuck me.
I
forgot to get some water.
Officer for the sheriff's office.
Dang it.
So I was actually working at the sheriff's office in
Dang
Hot
it,
Sulphur
dang
Springs,
it.
which is about 10 miles from Granby, where this happened.
When did you get the call that Marvin had
took a nap
his modified
before streaming
and started to destroy property?
I feel pretty good that I took a nap.
The original call came in as a 911 call that there was a bulldozer out of control at the concrete batch plant there in Granby, Mountain Parks Concrete, it's called.
Yeah.
And so my initial thoughts were is that because they had a lot of heavy equipment there, that somebody had been working on a piece of this heavy equipment, had fallen off of it.
H2O, don't forget some exercises you haven't today as well. I have not done my exercise either.
Oh, so at first,
but I'm probably not going to. Knowing me, I'm probably going to say I got to do it and then just not do it like I usually do.
Translation from the original 911 call.
Sure.
So when the second one came in saying, "Hey, there's a bulldozer. It's all armored up, and it is tearing down."
Do an exercise and tell me the number. I'll do twice as many. All right. Fine. Fine.
Well, initially,
okay.
We didn't know.
So that people can see the page so far.
I think within just a few moments of arriving on scene, I was probably
just
on scene
my dream's coming true.
Minutes.
Just slowly and surely, it's coming
said,
true.
Well, this is probably Marvin Heemeyer. And as soon as I heard that name, then I knew that
baby, you also need Wawa. Baby boy need Wawa too.
And Mr. Heemeyer.
Yeah.
And so I, we then initiated evacuation protocols and that sort of thing because I knew that things had not ended well with him. And he was probably, helping the destruction at that point.
And had he been kind of reclusive in the months leading up to this event?
Let's stretch.
Yeah, he had at one time owned a muffler shop in Granby, and in fact, most everybody that lived in town had work done on his, in his shop and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
10,
and even me, and so he sold that business, and
6, 7,
unbeknownst to us, had
8,
rented a storage
10,
building, basically a big metal building,
1,
just kind of across the alleyway
2,
from
3,
where his muffler shop
4,
was. And you know, he just spent
7,
basically
8,
the next 14,
9,
16 months
10,
in there building this
1,
bulldozer
2,
cased in armor.
3.
So you actually were
4,
a customer of his.
5,
I was, yeah.
6,
Oh, okay. I
7,
didn't expect that for
8,
some reason. I get it, but it's a small
9,
town,
10.
right? So
Yep, and I had actually, on behalf of the town of Granby, because the sheriff's office contracted for law enforcement services,
2,
actually issued him a summons for a zoning violation he
3.
had there for not cleaning up his junk. But you know, it was a very
4.
amicable conversation with Marv all the time with us. He never gave me any problems. Was
5.
always friendly to me, and
wow.
And you know, his big issue was with the town of Granby,
6.
and ultimately it was determined that he had issues with a whole bunch of folks in town.
Yeah, and that's
7.
well, I was going to ask you, you know, about if you had interactions with him before, how he seemed, if he seemed disgruntled, if he was, you know, cantankerous.
I'm just exercising right now.
He was a pretty amicable guy in your experience before all this happened.
Yeah, he was, at least with us he was. Now, I had been present at several Granby town board meetings where he had argued with them about his dispute with the town and that, but, you know, he was never out of line at a board meeting, never, you know, the police were never called because he was disorderly or anything like that. So, you know, like most disputes, it appeared that he had handled everything with an adult manner or in an adult manner.
Now, if the dispute itself, I had some questions about because, you know, you go to 10 different sources online and you kind of get 10 different versions of the story. But essentially, it sounds like, I believe it was 1992, he had purchased some land and got a pretty good deal. I want to say around, just off the top of my head,
just doing my exercises.
He bought,
Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate you. You're awesome and amazing. If no one knows, that's fun. Thank you.
Maybe made a deal to sell some of that land or sell all of that land to that mountain. What is it?
I'm just doing some exercises. So sorry.
Parts Concrete.
Yeah, and then there was a price disagreement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitz Bun.
He originally bought that land at an FDIC.
Thank you.
Originally owned.
I'm doing a bit of exercises.
Mountain Parks Concrete.
Okay.
And so he bought it at an FDIC.
So how much of what all I need to do? Okay. I did 10 push-ups, 10 squats,
To them building this big
5 lunges,
and then sold the land. And I'm not aware of the
and
I know ended up with him
20 stretches.
Bad blood with the owner of Mountain Parks Concrete.
Yeah, I know. It
Thank you so much for the follow. That was very sweet of you, Miss Bun. Thank you so much. Do you do art as well?
And I've read different accounts of
since you were since you were hanging out with Zara.
It seems like some people
were you doing art? Also, Zara, what kind of art were you doing?
Business was blocked.
How was your stream? Was it amazing? Was it stupendous? Wasn't it incredible? As incredible as you are.
It seems like actually people were able to still get to him just fine. And it seems like there was a problem with.
I'm so out of shape.
That he was mostly angry over how much it would cost to connect his
Let's see. What kind of art do you do?
That's correct.
Okay, that's correct. Okay, did that come up?
Let's see. What kind of art do you do? It's fun.
You know, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's been a lot of years
being
now.
a big issue, but I know that he was upset, and of course,
my goodness.
He was
you want to show us some of your art or your Instagram? Please let us know. I was redesigning and doing a new ref sheet for one of my characters. It was good when insane a few times. Nice. Your shape is fine, goat. No.
Their attention, and so they started the whole thing over again.
Right. There you go, Mitz.
And he felt like
there you go, Mitz. Thank you so much, Mitz.
They shouldn't get to do it.
Oh, okay. I mean,
the whole body, seems like, when they're relaxed, most of the time, means the body gets less flexible. Yeah.
It does seem like this is a situation where it could have easily been just.
So we're listening to a podcast, by the way. If you didn't know, we're
kind of fixated.
I am drawing a comic book, by the way. Drawing a graphic novel. I'm on the first chapter. I'm on page 5.
For reasons that I don't know if
I know it looks a lot like a bunch of sketches. Hopefully, it looks a little bit better.
And do you think was there any case for him to be even remotely as angry as he was?
I try to make all the characters, even the background characters that are only going to be seen a few times during the comics, at least look a little bit different. I want people to be like, oh, what's that character? Oh, I love that design and stuff like that, you know. And also, they're in a poor mining town. Why their clothes look so raggedy is because they are in a poor mining town. So, just wanted to cut that off. Wanted to let everybody know. Oh, thank you, Zara.
And I think it just became like you said, an absolute.
I don't think anybody's been like, oh man, no, I just saw someone's design of a character and I was like, man, it's really expensive, but you know, looks very intricate.
And a lot of people online
looks nice.
Frame kind of the narrative of this story as.
But my thing is that, like, why would the character be wearing that? Is my biggest thing. Is like, I like Final Fantasy. I just from a small town. Like it more realistic.
You know, sometimes certain positions in government are almost more like local government, more honorary positions, and it's not this.
I like the older ones where it was a little bit more realistic, and then 6 happened. But also, I like 6, so it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Is there any truth at all to like this guy being a martyr, to this guy like standing up to the system? Or, I mean, did he actually have any kind of legitimate beef? I mean, it doesn't seem like he did. It doesn't seem like... I'm just curious why people want to make him this kind of hero.
Well, I have wondered that many times as well. I've seen a lot of the stuff on YouTube and the blog posts and that kind of thing. And, you know, the truth is this guy basically was a criminal. Right. By the time he got done, he engaged in criminal acts that endangered hundreds of people's lives, as well as law enforcement officers, and I really don't have any sympathy for him.
Right, he fired on law enforcement, correct?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, because that's a big
Yeah, he fired on law enforcement, and at one point during his initial assault on the concrete batch plant, there were 3 state troopers that were hiding behind some concrete barricades, and he saw them there and went over and tried to push those concrete barricades on top of them.
Wow.
So yeah, I absolutely, I just don't buy into that, you know, that the man had put him down or kept him down and kept him from living his life because that's just not true.
And that's,
if I can say something else, is I think a lot of people on the internet feel, or the rumor is that because of town government, he was left broke and penniless and without business. And he was worth over $1 million.
Oh, was he really?
Yes. And you know, he had gained a tremendous amount of money from the sale of his business, as well as other assets. And he owned a home up in Grand Lake, which is kind of a tourist community. And so, you know, his net worth was over $1 million. So it was not like he was broke and penniless.
But yeah, if you guys want to show me your work, I would love to see it. If you want, you can go on the Discord and you can put that stuff in there.
On YouTube is that he didn't try to hurt anybody. That he, you know, made this effort.
We'd love to see you there.
The property of the people who loved him, and that, you know, he never tried to hurt anyone, and that does not seem to be true because he did fire on people. And like you said, you know, he did this with the concrete barricade.
We'd love to check you out. See what's going on.
The type of concrete barricade I'm
picturing. We're very much, we try to be, we're not as active. I do want to become more of an active, you know, Discord. And the best way to do that is by getting a lot of people.
Or the man who was the mayor when he had this dispute not go his way.
And more artists is better than no artists. I always love seeing more artists out there. I'm a big fan of, you know, helping support artists, or if there's like, oh, I have this question or anything like that, don't be afraid to ask me. I always love to help people out if they want help.
And I wondered, I mean,
I'm very much of like, I'm very approachable. I love meeting new people. I'm pretty fair.
Mental illness to where he wasn't responsible for his actions because he didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody who would do this probably has some mental illness, but I think he very clearly knew what he was doing.
Right. There was especially with this particular crime, a lot of premeditation. I mean, it took so much planning. And I also wonder, you know, when there's this narrative of the little guy versus the system. Well, the town is full of a lot of other just regular citizens and residents who interacted with this guy, who knew him, who were customers of him. After this was all said and done, what was the town's reaction to what he did? Did anybody think what he did was legitimate, to your knowledge?
There was one person who was also a little bit of a wingnut in the community. We had just kind of a community memorial or something like that where people got up and talked about, we're going to recover from this. Everything's going to be fine. We love you all, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And this guy got up and basically said that Marv was justified in doing what he did, and I thought we were going to have to escort him out of that venue under armed guard. People were so angry with him.
So, and when the people who were angry, was it primarily the people who had lost property, or did it really seem to be the town in general, or at least the people who came to that memorial in general, seemed to be on the side of the people who had lost property and damage? It seemed to be against him.
Oh, it was the entire community that was against this guy. I mean, and it really was, being a town of about 2,000 people.
Right.
I mean, it affected in some way every single person in the community.
And I feel like that gets lost in this narrative too, because if it really was some situation where this guy had been wronged by the powers that be, and he, got some revenge, I would just logically think that there would be support for that guy in the community that he did that, where he did that. But that does not seem to be the case. You're saying at all.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, what you're saying is true.
Okay. How and you talk about the damage. Again, a town of 2,000 people. I mean, he did significant property damage. How long did it take the town to recover economically or financially from all that devastation?
Well, I think initially there was basically the mitigation of all the damage, taking away all the damaged buildings and that kind of thing. And by and large,
20 regular push-ups, 20, 30 plus
really
extra squats.
Yeah.
Because it started
10 lunges, not including times. I got wobbly, and 60 plus stretches. Well, you need to keep limber. Stretching is important before working out. If you don't stretch before working out, you will hurt yourself.
One of the guys who had his
and if you guys want to work out as well, I am fat.
Right.
It took him several years.
So I'm gonna work out. You guys can just chill if you want.
Oh wow! So this guy who had the hardware store, what you say he was underinsured and just man. So and that guy, why the hardware store?
Depending on the workout. Yeah, I mean it's just because 10 push-ups, 10 squats, and 10 lunges, and then about 20 stretches.
When all this stuff was going on, all these
okay,
that's a minimum workout.
If you're on the
it's not too bad.
In a town with a population of about 2,000 people.
Oh yeah. I just advocate health. You got to keep the things that are sweet alive and
a paid position.
Longer shelf life. Yes.
At that time, something like
you don't want it to let it age like soy sauce.
And it was really a volunteer job more than anything.
Right. And I think that's an important detail to have in this story. Again, for the people who want to paint him as this kind of hero, sometimes it feels like in their minds it's this poor guy. But as you were saying earlier, a guy worth over $1 million actually. But it seems like the narrative gets painted. He's this poor, little disenfranchised guy, and the town had taken everything from him. You can picture like these, almost like out of a bad movie. These guys, eating big steak dinners and smoking cigars and patting each other on the back.
Right.
And money's getting tossed around when in fact it's a very small town. These are local business owners. I'm sure they probably didn't give a second thought to this ordinance. He wasn't correct. Move on to the next thing so I can get back home and get a little sleep before I got to open the hardware store.
Right.
And then this guy paints them as this, crazy regime out to get him. I mean, a quote that gets attributed with him a lot is sometimes reasonable men do unreasonable things. I see that on memes from Marvin.
Yes.
I got to say, he doesn't seem reasonable. He doesn't seem like he was a reasonable man.
No, not at all.
After this happened, how did it affect, your life? Were you getting lots of interview requests from media outlets?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's been just tons of those, and
fine wine or a good waifu husbando self, like a fine cheese.
I've been reached out to by people from other countries.
Oh wow.
And
no, fine cheese doesn't age well.
It was incredibly traumatic for me.
Depends on the cheese.
People, were all my friends that were hurt in this, and and plus, being around something like that, that bulldozer while it's firing rounds, tearing down buildings, was fairly traumatic. So
I bet.
I'm not saying I was traumatized as much as some of these private citizens were,
right.
But all law enforcement first responders that day were all pretty much shell-shocked by the time the day was over.
Well, I mean, were you shot at personally in this incident?
Some cheeses, some wine, some beers. I thought, and Gene Wilder was just never going to age once upon a time. Dude was eternally 20 till his wife died. Wow. Yeah, and then, time took its toll.
At the bulk storage propane tanks. And of course, had one of those gone up, it would probably have killed dozens, if not hundreds of people.
Wow. Now, oh man, that's a crazy thing to point out there too. That many people would have died if he would have been successful in his attempt to explode those propane tanks. And Sydney did tell me about your climbing up on the tank. How did that come about?
Well, after he got done at the batch plant, I was really thinking, and of course, being civilian police officers, we don't have the kind of armament that you would need to disable something like this.
Right. You don't have anti-tank weaponry.
That's correct.
Right.
We don't have air-to-ground missiles or anything like that.
Right.
And so, I just started thinking about a situation that had happened in San Diego several years prior, where a guy actually stole a regular tank.
Yeah.
And around, and the way the law enforcement stopped that was they actually climbed on top of it, found the hatch that goes inside of it, and opened it up and shot and killed the guy. And I thought, well, he had to get in there some way. And so I thought I could get on top of the thing. I would probably
for a second, I almost took the panel above her as a part of her hair, seeing some weird ass JoJo's Bizarre Adventure hair, standing with a hand and a boot up there. The exercise took all the exercise out of my brain.
Very atypical kind of day for you working in Granby, where I don't imagine there's a lot of violent crime.
Fair. It just needs to be finished.
Violence, those things. But this has to be just I would imagine probably on a different level than anything you'd experienced before in the area.
Well,
it was.
It's fine.
It was so it's fine. My ability to comprehend,
But let's see, Zora Unity Master.
To see this thing in operation, and like I said,
I wanted to see some of your work. I wanted to see some of your work.
Things like that, and when I stepped around the corner and saw that thing, I was
let's
just
look at it.
We're in for a long day because we don't have anything that'll stop this.
Wow.
Let's see it.
Your daughter also told me, and it's been
character sheet.
First heard about this. It's been a little over a year.
I will post the thing in the Discord then.
She was laughing about.
I wish to see.
She was angry about the situation because
I'm so excited.
Homecoming or prom pictures.
No, I know.
In some kind of vehicle destruction.
In a whip.
Do you remember that? Was that her?
I'm so sorry, Zara.
No, it was my car.
I am eternally sorry that I must do this to you.
He was slowly, methodically
watch me whip. Watch me nay.
The walls on the thing, trying to get it to collide. And so when he came around, he saw my car.
Teach me
and it went
how to dug it.
Just a little ditch or whatever. And then he went right over the top of it, and it was a big Ford Expedition, and it was probably about 2.5 feet tall when he got done.
So that was your squad car, right? I mean, man, how did it
the internet fucking breaks?
You guys lost, other cars as well, right? And then had considerable property damage.
Plants to the left, jokers to the right. Here I'm stuck in the middle with it.
Okay. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, there were some old police cars that the town of Granby used as like decoy police vehicles to go on the street or whatever.
Oh yeah, okay.
Those were parked at the town hall.
Now, Zara,
got destroyed, but those
I must say, I really enjoy your stuff.
Okay, so
good stuff so far.
Okay.
Good stuff.
man,
let's see. Let's give it a good old look.
Talk to this guy.
Let's give it a good old look. Let's have a little look. See. All right.
What would you say to him? You know, like, is there anything?
You know, I think just given that the whole narrative around domestic terrorism and and homeland security has changed significantly since that time.
Yeah.
You know, I would really hope that we would have a way to gain intelligence, you know, and really kind of make a preemptive move against this guy,
right?
As opposed to
I have yet to sketch the back view, though. Probably ain't even necessary for this character. I mean, it depends on if they have an interesting thing on their back. That really depends on, like, if they have something on their back. A lot of people actually do draw backs in the ref sheet. So, like, that's really up to you. The next redo character, he got nothing in the back. Oh, okay. The next redo character sheet I'm doing, my persona does have back marking. See? Right there.
Leanings, but I don't take it as far as certain others where, you know, I think I do think in terms of safety, where yes, you know, you want to be free, but at the same time, you know, when people think about like, oh, well, do you want your shopping list monitored? Me personally, it actually doesn't really bother me because I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not building pipe bombs in my garage or things like that, you know, and I mean, because it is scary to think that without those, you know, advantages or abilities to be able to kind of, you know,
we'll probably do back on this character to make my reference sheet look the same, have the same feel. Well, I mean,
I get more worried about,
I mean, sometimes you can have the different feel. But it's up to you.
An agenda,
I personally think that if you need the back, draw the back. I've drawn it without the back. I've drawn it without the back a lot.
What if he could have made some explosives?
But also, I don't draw ref sheets. So, like, I don't like drawing ref sheets. I don't enjoy ref sheets
I'm with you there.
As much.
You know, this situation is bad as it was.
Like where other people are like, "Oh man, I love drawing ref sheets."
And I think
I dislike it.
Kind of going back to your original question,
it's super boring to me.
I would just talk to him and just say, you know, whatever you're doing, it's wrong. You know,
but that's just my personal view.
And trying to appeal to his sense of humanity as opposed to, you know, just the incredible anger that he had.
Yeah, you know, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, just exactly to appeal to his humanity, and just like you said, it's not worth it. You know, I read a bunch of comments right before I did this interview with you of people who are, you know, clearly big supporters of him, and they kept tossing around words like bravery and courageous, and I don't personally see it. Where to me, I think sometimes the brave or the courageous thing is just to walk away. You know, where they just think like, well, good for him for taking this fight, but like you said, is the fight worth it? And in this case, I don't know how any rational person could see his actions as being justified for, at most, a zoning dispute.
Right.
I mean, I was really shocked. I was really shocked when I looked at the comments. You know, we've been busy kind of recording some other things this week, and I'm always kind of week to week on recording things, and I don't have always the time I want to look into a topic heavily well in advance. And so this morning when I started looking into this, I honestly expected...
But I drew a lot because I was never happy with them. So that's why on these ones, I'm super try-harding so that I'm happy with them as much as possible. I mean, I get it. I don't like drawing rough sheets because it requires me to make 2 to 3 identical-looking drawings at different angles. Same.
He just didn't have a zoning dispute go his way.
Right.
And he and I have to think he must have known
let's go.
I mean...
Let's hear this wonderful.
Any part of him thought he would live through this?
Oh, I absolutely believe that he knew he was not going to live through it.
Let's see. Clips, yours and mine. I am eternally sorry that I must do this to you.
He was slowly, methodically
watch me whip
around the
watch me nay
the walls on the thing, trying to get it to collide. And so when he came around, he saw my car.
Teach me
and it went
how to dug it.
Just a little ditch or whatever. and then he went. One way or the other. You know, he just given the camera system he had set up inside that, and then
the time has come, and so have I. I laugh less because he came to die.
Yeah.
And the recordings he had made.
I'm never gonna stop.
In the garage where he built.
Every time somebody's like, I put it in whip.
Written on the wall.
I'm like, I'll sing it. Don't you worry, I've got this.
To like Samson,
you know,
or not Samson, but yeah.
What would have made it even better is if
died, he killed
Good Pal and Sweet Boy was here next. Make it even better.
I think he very well knew that he wasn't going to.
But he probably sweep.
That thing, and,
he probably sweeping.
Proof of that is that he had actually bolted himself.
He's probably sweeping, getting
getting out of that. Wow. So like his final act of welding was to enclose himself in this.
Well, he had used bolts, which I guess he could have.
Oh yeah.
So, but nevertheless, that he had firearms inside that.
Nick needs his beauty sleep. Yes, he is a handsome boy. He needs.
Yeah,
he's a handsome boy.
I'm convinced that he was not going to leave that alive, and he knew that when he got in it and started it up.
Did any laws change because of what happened that day in Granby that you know of?
Not that I know of. But
nothing changed. I do love that. Where it's like, this guy, he came with a killdozer. Did anything change? No, just people were annoyed.
Happened.
Yeah.
But I think there was just a general move to maybe be a little more user friendly in local governments to people.
Okay.
And which I think just small communities to keep those relationships strong, you have to be user friendly.
Yeah.
You may not give somebody the answer they want, but you have to have a relationship with people and be willing to sit down and talk to them about the problems they're having or whatever, and try and work that through with them no matter what.
That's great. That's a great lesson for just just communities in general, government, non-government alike. Just for people in general. Where, I mean, you can be as nice as possible, and every once in a while you're still going to get somebody who is just completely unreasonable, and you
Right.
just can't help that. But I bet there are a lot of people on the fence where, if they are talked to in a very kind of civil, nice, polite way, they might not kind of teeter off that ledge.
Right.
And do something like that
yesterday.
So that's a really,
I don't know what was up with yesterday. I just didn't feel like drawing, and yet I got.
Yes.
I got Kaz's picture done and everything like that.
Thanks for being so courageous. I mean,
pretty surprised that I got Kaz's picture completely done yesterday, and I got a bit of art done, and I'm like, I didn't really fucking want to draw yesterday.
And I really thank your daughter. I'll for putting us in touch. And
sure. Yeah, it's very nice to meet you. And if you have any other questions or whatever, just reach out.
I don't know. Sometimes I get.
Thank you so much.
But we do hope to see it, though, Zara.
Some backlash from
we would love to see your artwork. Okay. We're very much. We are addicted to artwork. If we have any major addictions, it's artwork. We're addicted to art here.
That's true, and I think if you just look at our world,
thank you. Today, I did do that 20-minute sketch yesterday. Oh man, I forgot about that.
I think there's just a lot of people who read only what they want to and believe only what
they
want
to. I did do the 20-minute sketch yesterday,
and I feel bad for them that they're not willing to look at the facts and kind of look at the big picture before they form their decisions.
So even though you work for the government, you're saying you're not part of the Illuminati.
I am not.
And also a lot of people are like, "Man, you did an anime character," and I'm like, "Yeah, I did do the anime character."
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
And it's like, you don't usually when Simon said, "You don't usually do anime characters," and I'm like,
not Sydney. I hate myself.
I thought I've been drawing anime for a while.
Not pointing that out. And what a great dude. Yeah, just great dude. Jordan.
I thought I was drawing anime. But I'm drawing anime?
Vote Glenn Trainer, 2020.
Oh, no.
He's not that I know of. But if he decides to run for something, yeah, you probably vote for him. Sorry if some of that info was redundant. Again, had to conduct the interview before researching the suck. Only had about 2 hours to kind of prep. Crammed hard. It was 2 hours, but 2 hours is still 2 hours. But I love that he did that. I like that Glenn pointed out how much Marvin was worth when he died. Over $1 million, right? The narrative that he was this poor, helpless little guy being beaten down by the powers that be, it's just not true. Whole mess started because he had more money to bid at the auction than the Dochev family, not less. Financially, he was very likely better off than any of the other characters in this story. I'm also glad we mentioned the former mayor's widow. How does smashing her house make this guy some hero, some revolutionary type figure? You know, what he did was a coward's move, or at least the move of a mentally disturbed man. Also glad how we talked about how the residents of the town where all this occurred, those people did not view him as a hero after all this went down. That says a lot about Marvin Heemeyer. He was not this man of the people, where the townspeople rejoiced in his attack against this corrupt government. Love that Glenn stressed talking to people when it comes to, someone in the community struggling. Communication, man. It's so hard sometimes to talk things out, especially when dealing with the loose cannon. But it's so important, especially important when dealing with the loose cannon, right? It sounds like Cody Dochev and Gus Harris may have been real assholes too in this situation. You know, my gut says they probably were assholes to Marvin, and if they had been cooler, less confrontational, communicated more effectively, this whole situation could have probably been avoided. As far as the privacy argument that Glenn brought up goes, man, that one's a tricky one for me. I don't have anything to hide. I also don't want the government spying on me, but I also don't want some other Marvin Heemeyer, someone with the psychological profile of a mall shooter, plotting something that could end in the loss of my life and the loss of my kids' lives. My privacy rights, real tricky issue. I don't know how much privacy we should be allowed to have. I really don't. I want to feel safe, but not at the expense of having no privacy.
Hey, Paul.
You know, I'm guessing we should, I don't know. I'm guessing
Nick needs his beauty so much art. Am I an animal?
As far as the people I referred to in the interview who seem
Am
to
I
think
a
Marvin's
cat?
hero,
Hello.
mentioned that
Welcome to Chili's.
Leaving a lot of pro-Marvin comments under videos on the web. Let's take a look at some of those comments now.
I gotta get some water. My throat.
That Glenn, mentioned.
That exercise destroyed it. Said that be in my bus. Nani?
This little section here is why I spent extra time trying to give lots of extra details. I hope it wasn't confusing. I myself got lost over and over in the details of the story, but I just wanted to make it really crystal clear that Marvin Heemeyer was not an innocent victim getting fucked over by a corrupt local government. It's a much more complicated story than that. And he was at fault in many ways throughout the story. You know, other people, yes, sharing the blame, but it wasn't this big bad town versus this poor little guy and they're just bankrupting him. That's not the truth, but that's what it appears to be on the internet. So much disinformation out on YouTube about this guy. It truly disgusts me how he's been made into this symbol of a fight against tyranny. This Marvin Heemeyer, a true patriot, a brave, incredible example of a real American. No. After digging into this tale, I'm convinced anyone who actually thinks that either doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about or is a huge asshole that just loves it with when any powers that be are destroyed. Actual anarchy
prioritize the water. My ass.
And anyone that claims to be truly, claims to truly want zero government is either just talking tough because it sounds like some cool, rebellious, I'm so dark and mysterious kind of shit to say, or they really haven't thought the concept through, or they're just not capable of thinking that concept through because maybe they're not the sharpest knife in the drawer. All right, not even Zach De La Roca from Rage Against the Machine hates all politicians, just the corrupt ones. Government is necessary. I don't like it all the time. Don't like a lot about it. I have way more anarchistic tendencies inside me than I think the average person has. Some days I want to burn it all, to the ground myself, but deep down, I know that rules are necessary to have a civilization, and that civilization is better than anarchy. As much as I, don't have a lot of faith in the average politician to make choices for me, I have less faith in my neighbors still being good people in a world with no laws. For this video, I've chosen an upload of some of Marvin's manifesto audio, the Marvin Heemeyer tapes, uploaded by Luke M on March 31st, 2018.
My legs gave out.
Over 225,000 views, almost 1,400 comments. User Grim Gaming TV leaves the most liked comment, posting, "Should have just let him build his damn road. It wasn't that simple, dummy. How about less gaming, more researching the stories you feel like commenting on? Congratulations, you're part of the biggest problem in society, the continual voicing of poorly fact-check opinions." Right, that was another. I mean, there's so many fucking details. I could have added another.
It's free real estate.
This little road thing he's referencing. You know, that has to do with like the easements and everything. Going coastal posts. Media downplayed this story because
do I have the gnome?
The establishment. No, they didn't. He did not humiliate
the
establishment. He humiliated his family,
have the gnome,
right, by destroying a good chunk of a small town and then killing himself because he didn't get his way in a fucking.
Yes, I do. I gotta play it
Nick B.
for myself.
Posted, they pushed him so hard, prepared to sacrifice his own life just to get back against the people that destroyed his.
Well, hello there. Good morning. Well, hello there, Tardy Goose. Well, hello there, Miss Goose.
Wrong answer, Nick.
Do I have a gnome? It's a great sentence in any kind. Do I have a gnome?
More money in his pocket than when he started. Right? He wasn't going to go into the fucking gutter. He had hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's amazing. I've got the same combination on my luggage.
He could have went back to just snowmobiling.
Have you been
enjoying the great outdoors.
Have you heard the good word of the gnome? But do you have a gnome? Actually, there are no gnomes in my world. In my world, there are no gnomes.
Former mayor's widow's home.
Except garden gnomes. There actually is garden gnomes.
Bobface posted,
but
dwarves
find them kind of offensive.
Is a government big enough to take everything you have?
That's it.
This to Thomas Jefferson.
There are statues that are little gnomes,
fighting a big
but that's it.
Right? They didn't take
that dwarves find offensive.
It was a small town council of local volunteers.
A gnomeless world.
People at your local PTA board. God. Chris Hahn posted 79 people that dislike this video.
Do you even know, dude? Bro, do you even know?
Nope.
How's the goose? What's the goose news?
Now 112.
How's the goose news? How's everything been, Goose? It's been a bit.
AJ Sky posts, rest in peace, Marvin. You are our hero.
How was the art? I love your art.
You had to
by the way, love your art.
He could have walked away.
Love your art. But I also, that's not fair.
This man is
I love everybody's art, so that's not very fair.
And reasonable man.
It's not really that high a praise. I love everybody's art because it's got so much style and personality.
A concrete maker who couldn't even afford to outbid him at a cheap ass land auction.
Yours has a very specific style and personality. Zara has a specific style and personality. Board has a very specific style and personality.
And find the homes.
She also lies to people, telling people that he's not an artist.
Wouldn't lead to anything good. Communication.
I don't know why he lies to people about it.
Let this story be a cautionary tale. And let it also illuminate a real problem in society right now. The people don't fucking research.
I just do it. Exactly.
Stop
he just says, I do things.
The story of Marvin Heemeyer
and
is such an amazing example.
When I first met him, he's like, I don't really do art. It's not really me. And then it's like, oh, okay. All right. Well, you're following it. I will take your word at it. And then he showed some of his stuff, and I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, going out in a blaze of glory.
We're
going on a justified vengeance rampage, and that would be a great story. But it's not Marvin Heemeyer's story.
Damn it! I know that song. It's a Weezer song.
He was a disturbed child of a man. Things didn't go his way in one particular business situation, so he chose to physically attack an entire town like a fucking maniac. If his case was so righteous, why not let himself get arrested in the end? And continue to fight in the courtroom, right? Continue to rail against the powers that be. This corrupt system the prison interviews. You get folks from prison.
Your drug is a heartbreaker.
He was on that media coverage to push his godly agenda. But he didn't do that because he was a nut. He didn't have a leg to stand on. He was not a hero. Had he not killed himself and made himself a martyr, he'd just be another dumb shit in prison, blaming everyone else for his own fuck-ups. Don't think well of Marvin. Be better than that. Pick a better hero. There's plenty out there. You can start with the guy who just shows up to work every day, as he said, a guy who did his best, to stop this maniac, a guy who risked his life, climbing on top of his killdozer. Glenn Trainor.
Idiots of the internet.
So there you go. Heemeyer, not an anti-government hero. And I don't think he would even say that if he was alive. I don't think he would claim to be one. His own sister says he was proud of his time in the Air Force. Proud to pay his taxes.
No.
Read books by Bill O'Reilly. Loved action movies like Independence.
I'm looking at what we're gonna listen to next. Let's see. King Arthur is a good one. I like King Arthur.
So get them for free. Then they're gone. Once you receive those stickers, take them to the streets. Taking it to those streets. Taking it to the streets. Taking it to those streets. Taking it to the streets. Stickers to the streets.
What are you working on, Mr. Chimera? I'm working on my comic.
For personal sticker collection.
I'm working on my comic. I'm on page 5 right now.
Upload it. Your social media.
I've also worked on my my Twitch overlay, which everybody needs to. If you're an artist, you should make your own. It's very fun, and it's not time consuming at all. Promise. And then also making my Be Right Back screen.
But still, pretty cool.
Promise, it's not time consuming. Do agree, it's not time consuming at all. I was told that I don't understand the definition of pixel art. Oh, okay. I want to see what? What is the definition of pixel art? Apparently not pixels onto canvas. What does that mean? Who's been telling for nonsense? Comic, let's go! Not time consuming at all. There are so many lies.
North Carolina. June 13th, 14th, 15th.
There are only lies in this stream.
See the Funny Bone in Omaha. Check it out.
Why is Gamora?
Ticket info for the entire
Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Pixel art is hard to explain. Thing. Also, did you know that it's all memes? It's all memes. This world is nothing but memes. Basically, pixels are placed one by one. Is a good way to say it. Yeah.
Record a new special. Video.
But that's what somebody told Board. That's not what pixel art is.
It's going to be a little break. So I hope you enjoy it.
This is the bar fight. I was using it as like how I want the faces to look. I think I got it.
Lived during the same era.
I think I got these fuckheads in the background, their faces right. These fuck twats in the background. Being like, we're fucking done with your goddamn stupid shitty music. Mr. Bard, your music sucks balls. And he's like, what? No.
Let's get to the legend
of
King Arthur.
As one does. So this is what it is beforehand, where he starts playing, and then everybody looks to the center stage, and he starts singing a song about the country.
However, when you do just a bit of digging, you learn that if someone did do the deeds of King Arthur, they weren't recorded when those deeds went down, and they certainly weren't called
lies, gnomes, and
no
memes.
One named Arthur was mentioned doing anything remotely cool in England before the 9th century.
Rich world indeed. This comic is already looking epic, dude. Very expressive. I try to be very expressive. I want my characters to emote. I want them to. I want people to look at this comic and look at it and be like, "Oh, it's that comic. Oh, I know that."
Wench accuses. I have my honor.
But they probably already do.
This is unfortunate. This might bode well for my case.
Also, I need to draw the bowls here.
Some putts like that, but not some badass.
Gotta draw the bowls.
And Merlin. You know about Marlin the Wizard, right? And
Marlin the Wizard
today weren't really created, didn't really get going until the mid 12th century. So why did it take 7 centuries for this tale to get moving along if Arthur was so legendary? Probably because he is just that. That is what I strongly believe, a legend, a story told to inspire. And the story may have really gotten going in the mid 12th century because England desperately needed a noble leader for its people to dream about at that time. England had devolved into anarchy, literally in the mid 12th century. An 18-year-long fight for the throne ensued when King Henry I died in 1135 CE, left no clear successor to the crown for nearly 2 decades. For nearly 2 decades, lawlessness ruled the land during a period that would become known as the Anarchy. A lot of blood was being shed in the name of misguided attempts to take the English throne by a variety of claimants. For years, villagers didn't even know who ruled them from one day to the next. No one was protecting them. Lawlessness abounded. I'm guessing the story of a noble king who protected his people and unified a nation was very reassuring and comforting. In the 12th century, England was trying to form a new national identity. The land of present-day England had been home to numerous different kingdoms for centuries. It would take some cultural unity to take Britain from being
a furry not making a furry comic. What strange mirror world have we been sent to? What are you talking about? There are furries in this comic. It's just it's a fantasy comic. More of a more than a furry comic. Yeah, you see, there's two furries in the background. See, look, two. It's okay. Sorry, it's okay. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay. Sorry.
Like fuck everyone in Game of Thrones. This dude would have made short work of the mountain. Dude would have chopped down the mountain and Jaime Lannister in his prime with one hand while calmly just munching on an apple with the other. The History of the Britons is the modern English name of a book generally attributed to a Welsh monk named Nennius, thought to have been written around 830 CE. And in this book, Arthur makes his first cameo.
I'm not the not actually a furry.
We have access to. This is the first time.
Don't worry, guys.
Chapter 56 of this big
Gabriel Esteban Vala
discusses 12 battles fought and won by a dude named Arthur, called a war leader in the 19th century.
Thank you so much, Gabriel Esteban Vala. Thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. It's very nice of you.
12 battles. The first is the 8th battle.
The 4 pillars of the stream lies, gnomes, memes, and furries. Lies, gnomes, memes, and furries. That's a very true statement. Thank you so much, Gabriel.
His mother, there was great slaughter among them. Interesting. Carried some image around of Mother Mary on his shoulders in battle. I don't picture Mother Mary loving bloodshed. But, okay. Too bad he couldn't have carried around an image of Nimrod. Now that's Nimrod's
are you real, Gabriel?
Scary-looking chupacabra ass.
Are you real?
Would have been great for battle. Scared the shit out of some pagans.
That back right furry reminds me of Ranma with the hairstyle. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was going with. A little bit
over the top.
I was going with her given that hairstyle because I don't see it a lot. I don't see it a lot on characters nowadays, and I'm like, but Ranma, she had a very good hairstyle. I loved it.
And in all the wars,
she was so pretty.
As Victor. Really?
Real?
960 dudes. One battle.
Yeah.
By himself.
What?
In the days before explosives and guns.
She's very pretty.
And other advanced weaponry. Get the fuck out of here.
That's where I got a lot of inspiration for what I draw.
Wrapped in Steven Seagal, wrapped in Jason Statham, wrapped in Chris Hemsworth, wrapped in Wesley
Rama
Snipes,
is a good waifu. Yes, he is a good waifu.
Every other over-the-top action movie star in the history of cinema. Rambo with a fucking sword. Or maybe we're just missing details. Maybe he was the only guy to have armor in that battle. Maybe he was fighting nothing but small children. Maybe there was that. Maybe in addition to the armor, he had a sword and a horse. And the kids didn't have armor and only had goats to ride around on and just held small sticks to fight with. Or maybe for some reason, none of the enemy soldiers had arms. Maybe he was fighting a weird tribe of completely armless people. Or maybe he had one really strong lance.
Hello, steady prison.
Made the mistake of attacking him in a single file formation.
Really? As in, I guessed it? Yeah, you guessed it. No, I was saying, yes, really.
I just feel like we're missing crucial details.
I never finished Ranma. I need to finish it. There's not really a finishing. I need to start my drawings day drawing since I know this rep sheet ain't gonna be it. Okay.
That was already covered a century earlier by Saint
Fair
Bede,
enough.
an English monk, historian, and scholar
Fair
in the
enough.
kingdom of Northumbria. Saint Bede was a prolific writer, and many of his works have survived to the present day. Bede's most well-known work is a
That's totally fine. If you need to start your drawing, totally fine. Ford, is that a real person?
Anglo-Saxon existence. It's believed to have been.
You have to tell me, Ford. You have to tell me.
The title
they don't know if they're real. If Gabriel's real, is Gabriel a real person? You didn't say no, so I'm just like, they followed me, and I'm like, okay.
He did write of a Celtic Briton leader named Ambrosius Arlanius winning the battle against the Angles,
and it's totally fine if they lurk. That is the biggest thing. If you're lurking in my stream, I don't want to hate on you. Thank you for being awesome for lurking or just chilling on my stream. I just want to say that fucking I am paranoid.
A lot of different stories will be.
They're real. They're really, to my knowledge.
Some mistakenly believe that a 6th century monk in Britain, historian.
Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous.
Sometime around 540.
I just want to make sure.
The year after this legendary Arthur supposedly would die in battle.
Right? Yes.
So he
Gabriel's Banvala. Yeah.
However, this is not true.
Yes, that's
Gildas
the person.
Did not, in fact, ever mention Arthur. Gildas did write a historical account of the Britons before and after the arrival of the Saxons.
So this is what I'm thinking for the hair in the background and stuff like that. I think it'll look radical as shit. I think all of this will look radical as shit.
That battle took place sometime around 516, 517.
Let's get back to work.
CE.
Back to work, everyone. Back to work. No lazy bones over here.
In a single day of battle. But people did come to believe that Gildas wrote about Arthur because centuries later, Caradoc of Llancarfan, a 12th century Welsh cleric, wrote a book called The Life of Gildas, sometime between 1130 and 1150. And this book is not considered by historians to be historically accurate. So centuries after Gildas wrote about his own life, this other character, this Caradoc, wrote about Gildas' life and then added the character of Arthur. He acted like Gildas did encounter Arthur, but he seems to have just kind of pulled that out of his ass. He wrote stuff like, Saint Gildas was the contemporary of Arthur, the king of the whole of Britain, whom he loved exceedingly, and whom he always desired to obey. Nevertheless, his 23 brothers constantly rose up against the aforementioned rebellious king, refusing to own him as their lord, but they often routed and drove him from the forest and battlefield. Before I address this little bit of propaganda, 23 brothers? That's a lot of brothers. I don't even have a vagina, but my vagina hurts just thinking about that. Was some poor woman really pregnant for 3 out of 4 seasons for 24 years? Since babies died a lot back then, if she had 24 boys who made it to adulthood, how many didn't make it to adulthood? What, 2, 3, 4? At least. What about girls? Highly unlikely to have 24 straight boys, no girls. I would say she at least had 5 girls. 6, 7. What about miscarriages? 7, 8, 9? Basically, we're talking about 30, 35 years straight of pregnancy during a time when women died of pregnancy. Or was she cranking out twins and triplets every year or two? That's got to be it. Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad we figured this out. Anyway, Caradoc wrote lots of other details about Arthur, like Hwyl, the elder brother, an active warrior and most distinguished soldier, submitted to no king, not even Arthur. He used to harass the latter and to provoke the greatest anger between them both. He would often swoop down from Scotland, set up conflagrations, and carried off spoils with victory and renown. In consequence, the king of all Britain, on hearing that the high-spirited youth had done such things and was doing similar things, pursued the victorious and excellent youth, who, as the inhabitants used to assert and hope, was destined to be king. In the hostile pursuit and council of war held on the island of Manaus, he killed the young plunderer. After the murder, the victorious Arthur returned, rejoicing greatly that he had overcome his bravest enemy. 1 brother down, 23 to go. 22, I guess. A little more details about this mysterious
unless Twitch lied to me, which it does.
And then it grows a whole
also, to clarify, Goat, you have the following lovely viewers: Kazu, CJ Brax, Gabriel's Lish, Ben Valahala, McChungus, who is in fact among us,
this guy Arthur,
Scarsimus, I always get it, Scar, Seti Prism, Tardigoose, and Zara.
Because of another 12th century cleric, a British cleric named Geoffrey of Monmouth. Geoffrey puts
There's several Gabriel bots, but that's not on the list. It's okay, God. I'm on the job. Okay, good.
Considered to be historically accurate until the
Twitch can't be trusted. Thank you, Gabriel. Twitch can't be trusted. Agreed. We can't trust them.
And back then, people were like, all right, that sounds reasonable.
We can't. We must band together, my brothers. My brothers and sisters.
A mix of actual events and a lot of folklore. Geoffrey of Monmouth did so much to introduce the legend of King Arthur to the world. He is now considered the father of our third.
We must strengthen ourselves.
This book would have been written just before.
We must strengthen ourselves.
Caradoc's book. I think
through these rough and tumbled times.
In the preface to this book, Geoffrey writes, oftentimes,
the tumultuous times that is.
It might be subject matter. My thoughts would fall upon the plan of writing the history of the kings of Britain. And in my musings thereupon me, it seemed to marvel.
Are we going to be tried for treason if we rise against Twitch? That is a good question. I don't know.
That had dwelt in Britain before the incarnation
That is a good question. What is treason?
Arthur and the many others that did succeed him.
I don't think they're a form of government, so
be worthy of praise everlasting. And be as pleasantly rehearsed from memory by word of
but
mouth.
also they have a free speech. They have a lot of free speech on there. So this wouldn't be.
Jeffrey is claiming to write historical.
This wouldn't be against any of Twitch's things, because you can shit talk Twitch. There's no rule against it.
Wasn't written about in a lot of.
There hasn't been a rule against it.
Gildas and B. Yeah, he wasn't mentioned at all by those motherfuckers. And I think he wrote this book.
I'm sure Twitch would beg to differ. They'd do me a favor banning me.
Paradox reference Gildas referencing Arthur.
So we're clear for the rebellion. Excellent.
Some book that Jeffrey and Caradoc leaned on, some book associating Gildas with Arthur, or maybe just Caradoc invented that association. That's what I think.
Mr.
Anyways,
Ryan.
so now we have Jeffrey acting written about for centuries. Yeah, it's common knowledge.
Like, we can have that command. We can literally have
I personally do think he's making this shit up.
The revolt riot command.
Account of this battle, the Battle of Badon. It did. In fact,
you know the song Mr. Ryan.
Knew about this book,
Mr. Ryan.
Book, we know Gildas didn't mention Arthur, and if anyone should have mentioned him, it should have been Gildas. To me, that is enough to prove that, like, no, this guy didn't actually exist in his own time. Now that Geoffrey's given Arthur far more historical legitimacy than he deserves in the 12th century, he proceeds to write a bunch of historical accounts about the guy that would become the basis for a lot of Arthurian legends. A bunch of short stories about Arthur, Merlin, all sorts of people who probably never existed doing this or that. And what he lacks in his historical accuracy, he makes up for in great imagination. Geoffrey, with his inspired writing, turns Arthur from an interesting badass, briefly mentioned by a few other authors, into an inspiring, legendary, mythical figure that we still talk about to this day. With Geoffrey, Arthur is given an armor and a helmet made of gold, adorned with a sign of the Virgin Mary. His weapons become the powerful lance known as Ron, the mighty sword Caliburn. Caliburn sounds pretty mighty. I like that word. Encompasses the word burn. Pretty badass. Makes me think of some sort of fiery weapon used to kill White Walkers in Game of Thrones. But Ron, like R-O-N, like Ron, like your friend Ron. This is my powerful lance, Ron. That shit doesn't hold up. Maybe that name sounded more powerful back then. I don't feel like Ron translates to the present very well as the awe-inspiring moniker of some powerful death weapon. Stand back!
What's your belief, Nightbot? Are you loyal to Twitch?
If Ron does not frighten you,
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Or perhaps I shall pick up my double axe. Do not make me take my double axe into battle, Nathaniel. What? He didn't say he was going to attack us with an axe called Nathaniel?
Don't worry.
Jeffrey also changes the name of the Battle of Badon Hill to the Battle of the Bath. And he gives Arthur a specific personal enemy.
Come here and cling on.
Nice story building here.
Oh, you are approaching me.
Name change and
looks like the cows have come home to roost.
Taking an oath to Arthur as tributaries, and just as quickly have broken it. The great battle is transformed from a defensive stand spoken of by Gildas, Bede, and Nennius into an offensive campaign.
Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. You guys make this stream even better. We're flirting from Nightbot. Nightbot's weird. You know, Nightbot's weird, especially when Board made it. Paul, furry or non-furry? You gotta give it a little. Sometimes Nightbot doesn't like to answer. Try again.
So he went with the more.
Sometimes Nightbot is a bit finicky.
No big whoops.
Blur. Thank you, Raven. I swear it hiccups after I use it. I know, it's weird. Thank you, Raven. Everybody, Raven is an amazing, wonderful person who is stupendous and amazing. And
Europe's kingdoms and the history of the Roman Empire pretty well documented.
Who you should check out for sure. She is a wonderful, stupendous person that keeps me going.
Arthur still remains humble and gracious to its friends.
She's a good friend of mine, and she is too sweet. Too sweet.
His chivalrous nature will inspire the chivalry that will become associated with medieval knights. And what a great tale for English peasants living through the anarchy in 12th century England to look to.
It's about you being a furry.
The first author to introduce other characters.
We all know the truth. We all know the truth, Nightbot. Don't lie.
Again, the wizard Merlin, Sir Kay, Sir Bedivere, Sir Gawain,
Arthur's father, Uther, Pendragon,
Hey, Paul,
Mordred,
it's a thing where
nephew and
humanoid
treacherous cousin of
animals
Arthur.
exist. Think
Very important to dig
Yakko, Wacko, and
New York
Dot.
Times bestseller.
Yeah or nay?
You know,
404 not
very
Has no answer.
One person
Damn you.
Actually, the New York Times
Damn
did
you,
not exist, in 12th
Nightbot.
century England. Just wanted to let you know, just so you're clear, that there was no New York Times. Very popular read in its day, spread around, translated in subsequent decades into English and French from Latin by a number of authors and poets such as Robert Wass in 1160, Chrétien de Troyes in 1170, and Robert de Boron in the late 12th century. These authors and many others added more details to Arthur's tale, changing the name of his sword to Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Which I gotta say is better than Caliburn.
Yeah.
He's fucking light years ahead of Ron. Arthur's quest
for fucking
the Holy Grail
still
added.
Ron though.
Suddenly shows up. Arthur as a boy suddenly pulls the sword Excalibur out of the stone in a future tale.
And then gets it from the Lady of the Lake.
Additional magical swords, you know, the legend of the vaults. Additional writers would continue to add additional details for centuries. Lord Tennyson further popularized the legend through his works beginning in 1832 with the publication of his poem, The Lady of Shalott, continuing with others along the same theme, including the 1859 publication of Idylls of the King. Tennyson had long been fascinated by the Arthurian legend, and he revised Arthur to reflect the values of Victorian England. Tennyson's work inspired other Victorian writers and poets to take up the subject matter. Arthurian literature was reborn again in the modern age. Lots of authors did this throughout the centuries. They would bend the tales of King Arthur to reflect the values idealized in their own time. Why was this all done? Again, in short, because people want a hero to believe in. Historically, they want someone from their own land, one of their own tribe, to rise up and give them someone to be inspired by, someone to show them what it looks like to live a noble and virtuous life.
Yeah.
I'm lucky that way. I'm lucky that I have my Grandpa Ward for that. My Grandpa Ward is my life model in many ways, my Q document, my blueprint, my source material. Not everyone is so lucky. Historically, people want to believe that some mythical hero can fight to defend them against any foe. They can feel protected and safe under their leadership. They want someone as noble and fair as they are powerful, someone who will both defend against enemies and also not turn on their own people. Hard to find a leader like that in the ancient world. Hard now. We still want that today. I feel like people in general, people from various political parties, Democrats, Republicans, and more, pretty sad about the current state of affairs in America. And that is not a shot against the Republicans or even Trump specifically. A lot of people I talk to are just disappointed with the whole machine in general. How nice it would be to have some godlike King Arthur to lead and take care of us. No more backbiting, posturing Congress members. No more White House mudslinging and passing the buck. No more, senators seeming to try to just appeal to their base as opposed to doing what's right. Just some noble, just, mighty motherfucker making shit great for us all. What a legend. That's a legend that can help unify a nation. No more polarized us versus them culture of liberals versus conservatives and more. Everyone can get behind Arthur, or some female equivalent. And in the 12th century, with the anarchy, England needed this unification. Think about the way, It's a weird analogy, but think about the way Tom Brady has unified the New England Patriots fan base. I know it's a silly example, but 90% of Patriots fans would not give a single fuck about that franchise if you took Tom Brady away from its existence over the past 2 decades.
So,
his consistent,
as you can see,
excellence on the field.
It's quite small.
A few football cheating snafus, a bit of a scandalous romantic beginning with his wife. He's come across as a pretty noble dude. Dude even kind of looks like a knight. What you think of when you think of a knight. Patriots fans will bask in his gridiron glory for decades after his retirement. Their fan base has been energized and united.
Answer the question now. We are number one.
Tom Brady, someone who dominated the battlefields, like Tom's dominated Super Bowl.
What are you guys doing? How do you feel about Go Chimera? Is it really that time again?
Defended it against all enemies, kicked everyone's ass, was the most likable, just kindly motherfucker in history. That's King Arthur. He was George Washington if George had beaten the British basically single-handedly.
Granted, there's also Dad if you prefer other kinds of bad jokes. Nightbot is up to something. Nightbot always up to something. It's very sus. Hey, Paul, answer the question now.
Wasn't a real dude. We know that now. Back in the 12th century, the British.
You know what?
I'll ask. A real dude. And this belief helped propel England.
Hi, I'm Dad. When did Ben Skywalker learn that his grandfather had done terrible things? In the 6th grade.
Now, in today's Timesuck timeline. Before bouncing out looking deeper into more aspects of King Arthur's legend.
Dad is a Star Wars fan. I love it.
Today's Timesuck is brought to you by Movement Watches. I'm wearing one now. Wearing one right now. Stop what you're doing. Look down at your wrist. Our friends at Movement. MVMT watches have got exactly what you're missing. Sweet ass affordable watch.
Mama, oh,
when I was
didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm back again this time tomorrow,
yes,
carry on as if nothing really matters.
Lindsay has bought me 3 in the
Good
past
joke.
2 years. Great gifts.
Good joke.
She has one too. Love
Capital
it.
joke.
Movement
Thank you. Capital joke. Thank you.
Looking affordable watches starting at just $95.
Thank you so
It's
much.
free shipping and free returns. You can order right from your couch, risk-free. So do your wrist and your wallet a favor. Go check out their minimalist designs. After picking up another one, thanks to our sponsor, I now have 4. If you see me on stage anytime in the past 2 years, odds are I was wearing a Movement watch. Not one of them costs more than $125. And not one of them is beat up despite me wearing them often and also occasionally place them in the driveway, smashing them with a sledgehammer, and setting them on fire with a half-gallon of gasoline. That's how I test my watches. The old sledgehammer and burning gasoline special. It's nonsense. Don't do that. But do get one of these watches. I don't do that. I've been rocking my blue-brown classic lately. Blue face, brown leather strap. Love it. Or my black one today. What's awesome is I can easily order more straps. Silver, link, black leather, tan leather for $40 or less a pop. With over 2 million watches sold worldwide in just the past few years, Movement has solidified themselves as one of the fastest growing watch brands out there. So get 15% off today with free shipping, free returns by going to movement.com/timesuck. See why Movement keeps growing. Check out their expanding collection. Go to movement.com. That's MVMT.com/timesuck. Join the movement. Link in the episode description. Movement sponsor button on the Timesuck app and website. Now, on to England's origin story in today's Timesuck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a Timesuck timeline.
Let's start way back, like 800,000 years way back. Archaeologists have found evidence of some type of early humans living in England as far as 800,000 years ago. If these early humans established any semblance of a civilization, we don't know about it. Probably not much going on back then other than clubbing, grunting, trying not to freeze to death. Because of the Ice Age especially, highly unlikely there was any kind of civilization back then. The Pleistocene epoch, or last Ice Age, lasted from roughly 2.6 million years ago until about 11,700 years ago. And England isn't believed to have been continuously inhabited until after it ended. Early tribes started using javelins and bows and arrows and living in little
so they're in colder regions right now.
Germanic in origin. The weather steadily
so the characters are in colder regions right now, so I'm trying to give that like real cold like feeling.
AKA
like just opening the door is a motherfucker.
800 BCE, the great cursus of Stonehenge, that big ditch and bank surrounding those mystical rocks, about 300 yards from the stones of Stonehenge, was constructed. Around 2700 BCE, Stonehenge itself was constructed. So clearly, there were people in England with a civilization advanced and organized enough to build a giant monument that still stands today, at least 5,000 years ago. Likely built by the British Celtics, Druids, also Germanic in origin, or possibly, as many people on the internet seem to believe, built by aliens. Maybe nefarious reptilian Illuminati members built it like David Icke seems to believe. But let's not go down that wormhole. When the Bronze Age hit in 2500 BCE, tribal warlords used new weapons that allowed for more sophisticated warfare, which began to lead to bigger kingdoms. The Atlantic Bronze Age, from 1300 to 700 BCE, saw the rise of trade routes between tribes and minor kingdoms in the lands of present-day Portugal, France, England, Ireland, and more Germanic tribes also spread out across Europe and into the British Isles. Many of these tribes, which arose out of early hunter-gatherer communities, have been lumped together in what has been called the Hallstatt culture. Hallstatt, yeah, not Hallstatt. Hallstatt is German.
Cold breath near the door. Hi, I'm Joke.
Salt, early Celts. The Hallstatt tribes learned to mine salts and other precious metals and accumulate riches for their rulers. Hallstatt burial sites from the 12th century BCE to the 8th century BCE.
Cold breath near the door.
People
all
across Central and even Eastern Europe,
the lovely feeling of opening the door and having the breath knocked out of you by the full force of winter. Honestly, I've been looking at some of the COVID research and taking note of how air can travel indoors and outdoors. It's kind of neat and will help if you ever want to take a stain mold into account. Well, I do know that we have Alabama has over
modern British Isles inhabitants,
I think all 5 versions of the mold of mold particles. So I do know that.
Then along came the Romans in 55 BCE, led by none other than Julius Caesar when he first arrived on August 26th of that year.
Let me get her shoes.
God damn it. In 54
Elma,
BCE, then leave
Elma,
again.
come here.
And then in 43
Darling,
BCE,
sweetheart, come here today.
Under Emperor Claudius.
I need to look at your shoes.
Numerous Celtic kingdoms, including the
Where are you? There you are.
And the Iceni kingdoms.
God damn it, Elma.
BCE, the Romans have an amphitheater.
Mold is terrifying and so fascinating. Same for mushrooms. Yes. Moisture from breath would account for rust, mold, etc. in fallouts and areas. Yes, it would.
Also believe the first ancestors
look at her
of
shoes.
Anglo-Saxons come into England at this time.
God damn it, Elma.
Batavian troops based in modern-day Germany.
Daddy need to look at them shoes.
More and more Germanic people would migrate to the islands over the following several centuries. Basically, all of the various cultures that arose in the first few centuries were derivatives somehow of early Germanic people from Northern and Western Europe. And most of those people, if you go back a few more thousand years, are believed to have come from Asia and the Middle East. And if you go back thousands of years earlier, most thought to have, migrated out of Africa. Pretty funny, really. The history of human civilization has been a constant battle of us versus them. Those enemies aren't us, and we want what they have, so we need to kill them. They think different than me. But the truth is, we're all the same meat sack. We've just been split up for a while. In 122 CE, Roman Emperor Hadrian orders the construction of the famous Hadrian's Wall in northern England to try and keep the pesky warriors in Scotland, warriors such as the Picts, a Celtic confederacy of tribes, from attacking the Romans. Completed by 130 CE. The Antonine Wall is built further north a decade later. By 410 CE, after 3 centuries of constant
yeah, we're all just the same meat sacks.
Tribes such as the Angles and the Saxons.
No different, just
elsewhere in Europe
different blood types, slightly different blood types.
These Angles and Saxons would then go on to form the beginnings of England's Anglo-Saxon cultural future. The name England can be traced to these early Angles.
We're less interesting than dogs.
The area these tribes originally inhabited, the Anglia Peninsula.
We're all just humans.
Anglia, also the Latin
Homo sapiens.
The term Anglia is thought to be derived from the term for a fishing hook, since the Angles were a tribe sustained by fishing. Think of angling being synonymous with fishing. England would come to mean land of the fishermen, and English would come to mean the fisherman's language. So cool trivia, right? I love it. Well done. Thanks for that. 3 out of 5 stars. In the 5th century, wake of the Romans leaving, England would begin to be divided up into 7 separate, primarily Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, whom local Celts would battle against: Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, Essex, Kent, Sussex, and Wessex.
We're just all meat sacks, and we're just brains piloting shitty meat bodies.
More on the Britons in just a moment.
Just going through this plane of existence, trying to hump our way to the next generation. That's all we are.
Varies a little bit from tale to tale. He was said to be born. This really cracks me up. He was said to be born at Tintagel.
Yeah, we're
Castle,
all weird meat donuts. Yeah,
because that castle was not even fucking built until the 13th century. It was built in 1233 CE by Earl Richard, 1st Earl of Cornwall, who wanted to establish a personal connection with Arthurian legends written by Geoffrey of Monmouth, right? Almost 100 years
People,
earlier.
Are we not all just washing meat bags?
So many kings would do over several centuries. Earl Richard even had the castle.
Yeah, I prefer to identify as meat. Oatmeal, flesh melt.
The ruins are still there today if you want to see the site of King Arthur for sure.
Fleshback. I love the thought of fleshback. That's a good one.
Castle ever existing there prior to the 13th century.
That's a great one. Fleshback.
Sometime between 500 and 516 CE, in all likelihood, the Battle of Baden took place. And again, the years fluctuate because a lot of speculation. This is that famous battle we've spoken so much about, where King Arthur killed nearly 1,000 dudes by himself. In the legendary version of this battle between Anglo-Saxon aggressors and Celtic Briton defenders, King Arthur, as I mentioned, supposed to have fought on behalf of the Britons. The name Britain derived from the Latin word Britanni, a term invented following the Romans' initial conquest of the island. In English, the terms Briton and British, for many centuries, denoted only the Celtic Britons and their descendants, most particularly the Welsh, Cornish, and Bretons, who were seen as heirs to the ancient British people. That's how it's used to describe Arthur here. So he would have been Celtic, one of the descendants of one group of people who bounced over from mainland Europe's Germanic tribes centuries earlier now fighting a new group.
Flesh Mecha is also lovely. Brain is Skelemecha with muscle armor. Meat Mecha is my favorite to be sure. I like to accessorize with clothes and hair. I like to customize my meat mech with hair and stuff.
And form their own kingdoms with their own language, Old English.
Oh my God!
Customs and religion, which
but yeah, that's what all we are. We're just a cluster of nerves and electrons.
Before they adopted Christianity.
Because if Ratatouille is a mecha film,
Kingdom of Great Britain, including the English, Scottish, and some Northern Irish,
True.
treaty in 1706.
Mountain Dew increases by
with the Kingdom of England. Celtic and Anglo-Saxon cultures now united for the most part into one culture. Anyway, so in this early battle, all these words, change meaning over the years. Anyway, in this early battle,
but yeah, we're all just fucking meat sacks. All this bullshit of we're different and all. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just one of us. You're one of us. I'm sorry. I apologize that you're not something special. You're just another human being. You're not some different species. You're just human.
Between 1095 and 1143 CE, historian William of Malmesbury, a man I did not mention
You're
earlier,
part of the human race. You make mistakes. You're stuck with us.
He mainly just quotes Nennius's 9th century depiction.
I took psychic damage reading
introduces the legend of the Grail quest.
I felt that attack was fun. I must moisturize my nutrient base.
And of course, he said Geoffrey of Monmouth and many others greatly added to King Arthur's legend in the 12th century.
Isn't that what we're doing with soaps? Are we taking a liquid and soak taking away the acids off our body and the decayed mechanisms that heal our frail and fragile body every day?
Discovered King Arthur's tomb and then also recovered Excalibur. So he must be the one true king.
Lipids are fat, which is used in soap. Yes.
Is unified under his rule.
Yes.
He actually ruled part of
that's true.
Too, but let's not complicate this suck even further.
See, this is what you get when you come to a Go Chimera stream.
King Henry's
you get
subsequent English ruler.
Ratatouille was a mecha film. That
would also associate himself with King Arthur. Some say he served King Arthur's tomb.
I would say it's more of a kaiju film, but it's whatever works for you,
The mythology and the English culture forever, and generations of kings will do the same.
Ratatouille was more of a kaiju film for me.
You give your rule,
but I can see where it could be a mecha film.
Thomas Mallory,
I'm making sausage right now, but I'm not fermenting it in the air because that's called public indecency.
While in prison,
I was referring to digestion.
Name initially actually Les Morts d'Arthur, which was actually the title of the last chapter in French for the death of Arthur. This book became the definitive 15th century version of Arthurian legend. It's passed around a whole bunch. Then, of course, many other authors add further to the legend. Authors like Lord Tennyson. Basically, Arthurian tales have become their own genre. Think of it like Dracula. Who is Dracula? He's a vampire. But what is Dracula's exact story? He doesn't have an exact story. He has qualities. He has some identifying characteristics, but many of the specifics are very malleable. Tons of authors have written about him, as we talked about in that Vlad Impaler suck a long time ago. Long before Bram Stoker wrote about Dracula in 1897, Germanic monks were writing about a Dracula-like vampiric character who had evolved out of propaganda written about Vlad the Impaler by people scared of Vlad the Impaler. Centuries before Bram Stoker, Romanian folklore had tales of the Strigoi, troubled vampiric spirits that became part of Dracula's modern mythology. It's like that with King Arthur too, and his band of Camelot wizards and warriors. The story of Arthur is legend stacked upon legend, folklore presented as fact by one English king after another, bending the tales to strengthen their claims to the throne. If they were descended from Arthur, they were descended from a man who is more god than king. They were the rightful heir to Excalibur and therefore the rightful heir.
Don't forget to hydrate your system or the coolant system will become too thick and debris will build up, causing a clog. Yes, agree.
And colonizing the world,
your mech needs to hydrate.
Motherfuckers to have ever lived. We are descended from King Arthur, the first truly noble king. in the world. His blue blood runs through our veins. Okay, so let's get out of
I'm very dry.
Have some fun with more details of our Arthurian.
I'm a dry mech sometimes.
Right after a word from today's final sponsor. Today's time suck is
I love
Lisa. Love Lisa. Had Lisa mattress for almost 2 years now.
Mr. Chimera, could I add you to my auto host? Of course.
Lisa believes that a bed is
of
more
course, Tardy Goose. Of course.
Everybody has the right.
Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you, Tard.
2 awesome mattresses plus
Tardy Goose.
To give your body
I can't say your.
Did you know that King
I can just say Goose. I can say Goose because Tard, that doesn't sound good. So I'll say Goose.
The all foam Lisa mattress is new and improved, featuring cooling LSA 200.
Thank you, Tardy Goose.
Their superior mattress, the hybrid mattress, is the perfect combination of foam and spring, pressure relief, edge-to-edge support. Lisa
Goose, I'm so sorry. Your name.
Organizations that work in causes like foster care prevention. To date, they've donated more than 32,000 mattresses to more than 1,000 nonprofits. 2 years
Goose is good.
2 years of sleep, 2 years of Penny Cooper and Ginger Bell, little fur babies treating like a wrestling ring where battles are intense. 2 years
Chinese Hong Kong
test, doing some other stuff.
Oh man,
putting
do I have a hunk? You know what? I'll just find one.
Hey, so get your Lisa mattress today. Get 15% off your entire order at lisa.com/timesuck.
Because I think my sounds are completed. Yeah.
LESA.com/timesuck. Promo code timesuck. Link in the episode description. Button in the sponsor section of the Timesuck app. Now let's get to the details I was speaking of after bouncing out.
Yep. There we go. That's the perfect honk.
Good
there
job,
we go.
Soldier. You made it back. Barely.
I'm so sorry, guys. I wasn't trying to say anything about her or anything like that. She's just a goose.
Most of the Arthurian stories have Merlin being born out of the union of a princess and a demon. An incubus, to be exact. A demon with a human peen of some kind. Compatible with a human vagina at the very least. Some kind of spermish substance. They can impregnate human women. Or maybe they just come magic. They don't get into a lot of those specifics. And our resident in-house demon eradicator, Woody, oh man, Woody wishes the world was just plumb full of incubuses.
Oh boy, howdy, I sure do wish there was a whole heap of incubuses. Maybe if there was a whole lot more incubuses, I wouldn't be sitting on a warehouse full of Woody's paranormal rape repellent, losing my skinny wooden ass. How am I supposed to make a mint off of paranormal poop shoe protectors if there's not enough demons out there with the right naughty bits to create a demand for my supply? That's just basic economics. Oh well, I gotta run now. Hey, I gotta go check on Mr. Charles Gutman. I have him working a little side hustle for me selling knockoff Rolexes downtown. When I finish
Tardigrades are funky little beans. So many hands.
Best luck, Woody.
Too many legs.
Worry about that strange little fella.
I have to draw so many hands. It's fine. Very, very handy. How do I pose that many hands? What's a tardigrade? Hold up.
Based on 2 older
what the fuck is a tardigrade? Now I'm confused.
Today.
Tardigrade.
Murden, the name of the bard, who was one of the chief sources.
These little bastards. These little fucks.
Latinized the name to Merlinus in his
well,
work.
Hello, little fuck.
Historian Gaston Paris suggests that Geoffrey chose Merlinus rather than the more proper Latin translation of Murdinus, because the Norman word for
these microscopic bastards.
That association. It's a good call. Tough to root for a magician whose name sounds like shit.
Tardigrade. Tardigrade, known colloquially as water bears or moss piglets, are 8-legged, segmented micro animals. They were described in German zoo. Kleiner Wasserbar, little water bears. In 1777, the Italian biologist Lazzaro Spallanzani named them tardigrade, which means slow steppers. They have been found everywhere in the Earth's biosphere, from mountaintops to the deep sea and mud volcanoes, and from tropical rainforests in the Antarctic. Tardigrades are among the most resilient animal. It's an animal? What?
Some names do
no, it's not. It's not in the well. Insects are animals. Okay, I'm done. With is it a like what? What is it? I would assume it's got to be a bug, some kind.
Uther and Igraine.
Tardigrade. Body concept. Yeah, it's got cuticle contains chitin and protein and molted. So they learned about this in 1700s. That's actually quite interesting.
Duke Gorloy's castle, and the Duke's men were too strong for him to easily sack his fortress. So Pendragon turns to Merlin, and Merlin shapeshifts, transforms Uther, also written as...
It's quite interesting.
That's even dumber.
I never knew.
I don't like the name Uther. Let's change it. Sexy it up a little bit. Ooh, how about Ulmud?
Little Puckbuck. Little Puckbuck is also that's a nickname, all right. Yes, exactly. Tardigrades can survive in a void. They don't give a fuck. So it's an animal. Well, it ain't a virus, bacteria, or fungus, or plant. Yeah. I have a horrid monstrosity of a tardigrade with a goose head and a doll hands. I made him various
makes him more like it. He's Jon Snow. He's Jon Snow. The more I learn about all this, by the way, the more
Tardigrades, the little fuckfucks. Yeah, those little fuckfucks. There are what those big monstrosities are born out from Mass Effect.
Look at him. A lot of pretty racing.
You could throw those goddamn things in the void, and they'd be fine.
Gave it a pass.
They'd figure it out.
Merlin was introduced into the service of King Pendragon.
Just throw them out into the fucking deep space. See where they fucking land.
The story is
that would be so funny if they're connected to our evolution in some form.
They had a pretty strong pagan streak in them that included a fair amount.
It would be very funny.
In one story, they were actually searching for a bastard child to kill and place under the foundation of a tower.
I would laugh.
The king was building to keep it from falling down.
It would make me have a chuckle, mate.
Put some kid bones in there.
Because if they're everywhere, like that means that they've been everywhere where humans have been.
Their body in the
they've tested them in space. Return to tardigrade rich Chad. Do you like tardigrades? Chad Bear demands a sacrifice. Well, that'd be great. Tardigrades are great for sacrifices. They're great for sacrifice.
That is needed to be mixed into the mortar to keep the tower from crumbling.
How do you kill a tardigrade now?
Contractor showing up to do
I'm confused.
And you find them just.
But he kill them
into the pool.
How did they die?
What are you doing? Why? What do you want your driveway to crumble or not? 2 parts mortar mix, 1 part kid blood. Come on, everybody knows that. It teaches that in the Union.
Upon hearing about the child sacrifice, Merlin is able to talk the king out of it, but not for some noble reason. He just didn't think kid bones would help the foundation. He thought they had a dragon problem they needed to handle. Merlin told the king and his men that beneath the foundation of the tower would be a pool, and in that pool would be 2 stone containers. After the men laughed at Merlin,
all right, dragon, yeah, right, we need some kid bones, everyone knows.
The men dug. Sure enough, there was a pool. After draining the pool, they found the containers. Turned out to be dragon eggs. 2 dragon eggs, 1 red, 1 white. And then the dragons would take to the skies and fight each other. I don't know. They grew up fucking super fast, I guess. They grew up immediately. I don't know if that's possible. The white dragon takes the victory. But in that moment, Merlin had shown the king.
They can survive being frozen. It takes actual weeks to starve them. Holy shit.
White dragon, the Saxons.
Okay, tardigrades. All right, calm it down.
It also led to Merlin's version
tardigrades.
Vanquishing the Saxons.
Chill it out.
Solidifying Merlin's
tardy tank. Is that what we need to make our giant fucking robots out of? Tardigrades?
The king would go on to ask Merlin for his advice all the time.
We have giant... That would be great if we had bugs, giant robot bugs.
What I like to think about, again, is how...
Like tardigrades and other microscopic organisms. We use them as templates to make mechs. That'd actually be a cool series.
Just as surely as my name is Mildred.
If someone made, by the way, if you guys want to take this idea, it's free. Just be like, and Goat Chimera gave me. If you become famous, I do want acknowledgement. I don't want money. I want acknowledgement. But if you take this idea and make a fucking anime out of it, totally. I just want the acknowledgement. It was actually on a stream. It was on a stream, and then I figured it out. It was tardigrades. I started with there, and then it all made sense.
His stepbrother Sir Kay and his friends. Yeah, there's a couple of dicks for parents. You're not even our
microscopic animals.
Sucks for you. Arthur grew up in shame of his birth.
Microanimals
are animals so small that they can only be visually observed under a microscope.
Yeah, no, I could see these things as fucking mechs.
The kingdom fell into disarray without an heir to lead them. In this chaos,
they'd be fucking great mechs.
Of the real 12th century situation.
They're horrifying mechs, but I could see them as fucking mechs.
Rival lords and dukes debated which amongst them was most fit to lead England. And again, this parallels what happened during the real anarchy. With no answer in sight, the nobles of the time called upon Merlin to help.
Merlin,
the only man aware of baby Arthur's lineage, created a solution. Merlin brought forth a large stone.
Oh yeah, that would actually be really.
A magic stone quarry place and place a.
That would be so cool.
Stone in a churchyard in the Westminster region of London.
I love that so
Inside
much.
the anvil is, you guessed it, a sword. The inscription on the blade reads: "Whoso pulleth out his soul from his stone
it's a
is
space.
rightwise king, born of all England." Merlin revealed the magical property of the sword, explaining that only the most qualified man in all of England would be able to pull the sword
that is
from
fucking
the anvil and claim the throne.
hilarious.
Nobles from around the region came to give it a try. No one, not even the strongest nobles, could do it. The sword eventually was nearly forgotten. No king was crowned, and subsequently England sunk further into anarchy and disarray. People were pretty irritated with Merlin for adding this useless fucking sword.
Sorry, but I've had this area for a long time. Actually, I should show you some of my mech drawings at some point. Yes! Honey Badger mech. Honey Badger doesn't give a fuck. There's really a tardigrade. That's a really tardigrade A concept. A Honey Badger mech would be epic. Epid. No, let's go with epid. You know what? It's epid.
Arthur in this tale.
It's epic.
It's described as a scrawny lad, scarcely capable of lifting a sword from a sheath, but Merlin saw the potential of the future king. He thought Arthur would one day be wise and honorable enough to unite Britain and save the nation from its current level of horseshit. He saw greatness in the boy, and since he was psychic, he knew what he was talking about. And one day when Arthur's 15, the wizard brings the boy to Westminster. Besides being a great wizard, he was also an excellent promoter. He assembles an anxious crowd to witness the boy's attempt at pulling the sword from the anvil. Merlin's stepbrother Sir Kay also makes the journey. Bigger and stronger than Arthur, Sir Kay can't even budge the sword. The crowd's not surprised. You know, they remembered a bunch of buff adults who couldn't move it either. When it's Arthur's turn, the crowd goes fucking ballistic. When this scrawny son of a bitch does what no one else could do and just pulls the magic iron blade right out of its stony resting place, just yeah. For he's a jolly good fella, for he's a jolly good fella, for he's a jolly good fella, go kill some dragons. No, something like that. That's one version of this tale. Story ends up being retold in several ways. One of the most popular being a situation where Arthur is supposed to bring Kay's sword to a tournament but forgets. So the 15-year-old Arthur goes on the hunt to replace it, see the sword in the stone, pulls it out with ease, not even realizing what magical deed he's just done.
Yeah.
And when Arthur gives that sword to Kay in this version, he notices it has an inscription that basically says he's won the fucking lottery and is now the King of England. No one believes that a teenage boy had done the deed that no one before him could do, and they make him do it again. He does. The people are blown away. He's crowned king by Saint Dubricius.
I like that version of this.
Is this sword, this magic sword, Excalibur? The sword of the stone in some of the stories is Excalibur. In others, it's a different weapon.
Yeah.
And these other tales lead us to the Lady of the Lake part of the mythology. In some tales, local leaders not happy about Arthur pulling the stone, pulling the sword from the stone. They don't want him to lead. Right? They're wanting to lead themselves. They don't like the fact that they may have to bend their knee to some 15-year-old bastard. They form an angry mob to rebel against his lead, against his rule. In these tales, Merlin helps the young kid escape the mobs, brings him to a magical lake where the Lady of the Lake lives beneath the waves. Incidentally, Merlin said to have had a sexual relationship with the Lady of the Lake, and in some stories, she's his sister. So there's that. Two very different stories. Or are they? Sister fucking not frowned upon back then like it is now. But anywho, in these tales, when Arthur and Merlin arrive, The Lady of the Lake basically just reaches up from beneath the water, hands Arthur the magical sword Excalibur. When given the magic blade, he's told he will always defeat his opponents when he uses it. He's also told that as long as he wears the blade scabbard and sheath, he will be invincible. And both of these prophecies become true. Not a bad gift. Not a bad gift. You know, I gotta say, my birthday was last week, and while I do love my wife Lindsay and I love my kids Kyler Monroe, not one of those motherfuckers got me anything even close to as cool as that. Not close to as cool as a sword that will kill anyone and a sheath that will make me immortal. And that's really frustrating to me because those are the things. That's all I've literally ever wanted.
Be right back.
Like, what the fuck?
All right, Tardy Goose.
I don't even care. Every year for so many years now, I ask the same question. Can
I
you
always think whenever I think of Tardy Goose's name, and I don't mean to be rude, everyone. I always think Tasty Juice. I always think Tasty Juice.
Is that really such a big deal?
I don't think it's a real product.
And I slam the door to my room.
Don't think it's real at all.
To sleep. That's every May 16th
for me. You know,
it's crying myself
my brain
to sleep,
keeps going to it.
I'm not gonna get
and it thinks Tasty Juice, drink it and convert it to pee.
The coolest gifts ever. Ugh.
Yeah.
Which I gotta say helps me understand how he killed 960 dudes in one battle.
Juice, drink it and convert it to
there are
pee.
lots and lots of stories about the Lady of the Lake and legends, and most of them
You're tasty.
relationships and powers. In one of the legends,
you're Tasty Juice. Shut up. Shut up, bored.
Cured his madness.
Shut up.
She is also the cause of Merlin's death in the story. It's complicated. She's nuanced. Hey, Lucifina. King Arthur, or Arthur Pendragon, as he's also known. Of course, the main focus of the Arthurian legends. His story and Merlin's story merge and bend over the centuries. While various details about Arthur's deeds would change over the years, certain traits about King Arthur would remain pretty consistent. He's always brave, just and wise. Powerful sense of honor, duty, loves England, loves its people.
I don't think I did.
These traits, of course, become a source of great national pride for the English. But he wasn't perfect. He did have weaknesses. And his major weakness was his love for Guinevere. The marriage of Arthur and Guinevere is warned against by Merlin.
Might be all of the houses.
Merlin told his young friend that she was not wholesome enough.
That's actually all of them. I just need to put the actual gates there. That's what I need to finish on this first picture, is that I didn't finish the actual like.
By various authors and artists and bards and musicians.
I didn't finish
just
that,
like Arthur's story would
so
change.
I'll have to finish
Actually,
that.
American 20th century poets DJ Quick, AMG, Eazy-E would join Play Ham and Tweed Cadillac, aka Penthouse Players.
I just want to make sure.
Released a song about Guinevere on their 1992 highly influential hip-hop album "Paid the Cost," called "Trust No Bitch." Kidding. All that info was real though, except that song that didn't have shit to do with Guinevere. I just am happy that I could throw out a reference to Penthouse Players clip. I wore that CD out in 1994.
Yeah.
Gwen
no, I got all the houses.
Leodegrance, and upon their marriage, Arthur's new father-in-law gives him a dowry of 100 knights and the round table the knights would sit upon, or sit around. There we go. Nice, the round table. The round table has a nice ring to it. Good thing that table wasn't rectangular. That would have kind of ruined things. Knights of the rectangular table doesn't roll off the tongue the same way. Knights of the rectangular picnic table.
I'm gonna get some more water.
Poker table.
I'll be right back.
Round, definitely the best shape.
Thank you guys so much for being awesome. I do appreciate you guys. I'll be right back.
The 12th century was
I
incredibly
promise.
patriarchal and was in just about every other part of the world at that time. And male readers and authors didn't really give a shit about showing any complexity with their female characters. Even Lady of the Lake. I said nuance.
Tasty juice, drink it and convert it to
Jeffrey and other male writers weren't interested in a strong female character. They were interested in a strong male character saving a weak female character.
See where I'm getting at?
Guinevere really is just a vehicle
see how I'm getting that?
Legends. Bit of a foil character, really. We see his strengths because of her weakness. She helped kick off one of my least favorite literary tropes, the damsel in distress waiting to be saved by some knight in shining armor. Fuck that. Strong women only, please. I'm not interested in saving anyone. You want to be saved? Save yourself. Hey, Lucifina. Anyway, helpless Guinevere, constantly getting kidnapped, neck deep in danger, fucking his best friend behind Arthur's back, and he keeps calm and carries on throughout it all. Arthur's chivalrous nature and the honor of the Knights of the Round Table in general will influence medieval England greatly. England still knights people today who have brought honor to the realm. But we're not here to talk about new knights. We're here to talk about original knights, some OKs. That doesn't sound nearly as cool as OG.
Hello, Jinsy Poo. Hello.
That doesn't work either. Let's just talk about it.
Hello,
After
Jinsey
Arthur
Poo.
received Excalibur, he fought in many battles, and like the Lady of the Lake prophesied,
Hello.
he won every one of his battles without injury.
Oh my God, I was
the
rated.
Lesser
Oh,
Kings, who
okay.
initially refused to bend their knee to him, all
I was rated. That's what was.
Hold on. On second thought,
Oh, okay.
we now think that we should follow the young invincible king. That's
Hello,
probably a better plan than continue to fight
everybody.
someone who no one can kill. Arthur went on to set up his royal palace in Camelot, a mythical walled city with
I was literally going to get some water.
Large fields where many
Thank you guys so much for the raid. I do appreciate it.
There's no specifics to the city's size or layout. I mean, it's
Blood
not a
hoof
place.
goof.
Camelot is made up. Camelot is a major city of Arthur's focus in many of his legends.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. It's 28 degrees Fahrenheit here.
King Leo, King fucking Leo, stupid name, gives Arthur a giant table as a wedding present. And then Merlin is then sent to help fill the ranks of 150 knights. And apparently, it's a big ass table. In some legends, Merlin himself creates the table, and in one legend, there are 1,600 seats around it. No wonder a wizard had to make it. You can't pick that up at IKEA. You can't put that together at home. Only a magical table seats 1,600 people.
I'm working on my comic book right now.
Tables. That's what I should ask for my birthday. Now that I think about it, a good wizard. A good, strong wizard. Next year, I'm going to ask Lindsay and the kids, not for two things, but just for like one just good wizard. And then the wizard can make the magic sword and the magic sheath, right? And a cool table. And probably conjure up some dragons and gold and probably some sex robots.
Hope you're doing well. What were you streaming beforehand?
Unbeatable sword.
What were you streaming beforehand anyway?
This plan's really starting to come together. Okay, the Vulgate Cycles, a 13th century telling of the Arthur tale, and among the
I remember -20. I didn't need a jacket yet.
Now on, you must love
so, gangers, what were you doing? What were you having? What were you doing with your followers?
Such a great joy and friendship that you will leave your wives and children to be with one another and spend your youth together in nudiness under God and touching one another's glorious muscles and
I love your art.
Thighs after heated battles and relaxing and doing shoulder massages and sometimes touching nipples in a frolic.
That's nice.
And sometimes
love your art.
Just gently stroking one another's cocks
yeah,
on
I'll
the
follow you.
To reduce
yeah, I'll follow you.
From the wars and then putting cocks in mouths and
werewolf
really
girl.
He didn't say that. I just feel like there's a lot of
well, I'm drawing my comic.
Hanging out with dudes.
I'm in the middle of drawing my comic.
With them, trying to talk them out of marrying.
I know it's not as exciting as Werewolf Girl, but you know,
have fun with each other.
It's fun.
And the names of 150 to 1,600 knights will be engraved.
Yeah.
What a great legend, by the way, to inspire unity in your army.
Yes.
You want to be
I follow you. Don't worry about it.
Each other more than your own families.
Why I love following artists.
Each other in the first place to defend the realm of England.
I love following artists all the time.
I mean, this shit is fantastic.
Do appreciate the
best.
The art.
One of the chairs
I'm always looking for more artists.
That chair would be filled by
don't you worry. We most of the people that follow me are artists as well. Tardy Goose does art. This podcast is following the age-old rule that things will always be the most inappropriate when someone walks in. Yes, that's the Dan Cummins law.
Arguably the most famous.
Dan Cummins' law is always that.
The first knight of the Round Table, and he's never failed in gentleness, courtesy, or courage.
Dan Cummins always does stuff like that.
Lancelot is totally devoted to King Arthur and never betrays him, other than constantly fucking his wife, like so much. That's like the only little tiny chink in his armor. That's the only minor tiff between the two is the constant wife fucking. Other than that, devoted besties. When Lancelot is not being led astray by his naughty, dirty peen, he's doing all kinds of noble, cool shit in the legends, killing bad guys, rescuing other knights, saving damsels, fighting giants, that kind of shit. And he was one of many knights. Sir Gawain, another famous knight of the Round Table, said to be Arthur's nephew, prominent figure in many of the legends in France. He's generally presented as one who has adventures paralleling but not quite overshadowing Arthur's and Lancelot's adventures. In the English tales, he's also sometimes a star of the show. Gawain is the principal hero of some tales, a great example of courtesy and chivalry. He is Sir Gawain, and there's like one of the stories that Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. There's other Arthurian romances he's the lead character in. Gawain, sometimes a rival of Sir Lancelot. The accidental death of Gawain's brothers at Sir Lancelot's hands causes Gawain, one of the mightiest warriors at court, to become the bitter enemy of his once
great friend. It's looking good. This I walk into the weirdest shit. Sometimes I just wait until someone starts screaming to realize it's not normal. Apel, I've seen some shit. What scares you, Apel? Given the right lever, you can move a planet. You're welcome. I agree with Goat here. Always nice to follow more artists. Yes. Always follow more artists. Even if they don't, it is not about a follow for a follow. It is about finding good artists, curating yourself, and trying to get yourself out there. It is about doing your best and standing and trying to find good artists that you can learn from.
How fucking weird and crazy all these old knights' tales were.
And hopefully they can learn from you.
A version of the original language. This is the story. The knights face each other.
That's genuinely the rule of thumb. Learning from other artists and supporting others too. Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, Tardy, for putting it in a much better way than I can. Because I am, you know, I'm still slightly out of breath from push-ups and a bit of stretches. I'm fat, so I apologize. I did a bit of exercise while on stream.
Who is he?
You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ganger 3S.
The crowd
Thank you.
Get off your horse and fight him on foot. Is that really what the crowd cried out? Seems like a little too wordy. You know,
learn from, work with, appreciate. Some styles just can't be mimicked.
Sir Geraint leaps down from his horse and draws his sword.
Thank you, Jinzipu.
Then suddenly they spring
Jinzipu, like do you also like doing art?
Now hacking away at each other with swords.
Are you an artist, or are you just starting out to be an artist? Do you do stuff? We love seeing everybody.
And he smashes away at the knight even harder. The knight begins to weaken and drops his shield a little.
I'm always a mood.
So heavy upon the knight's shield it knocks it down.
I'm tired, and I feel like I did a lot of work while not doing a lot of work.
Straight through and into the bone, which somehow doesn't even kill this guy.
Do you like doing art? Do you just like looking at art, which is totally fine. I have a bunch of followers who are like, yeah, I don't fucking do art. I like this, but I don't fucking do art. And I'm like, fair enough.
And Geraint
fair enough.
To spare him on one condition, if he will tell him his name. The knight responds, my name is Sagadimus of the Mole.
I have people like that, and that it's totally fine.
Take your dwarf and go to Camelot.
It's totally fine to harass people that you know.
The knight promises
a lot of my IRL friends. I think all of my IRL friends are not artists. I don't. I know some of my coworkers who are artists. They're pretty good. But I wouldn't call them my IRL friends.
Sir Geraint, back at Camelot, a quote dirty look. And okay, that's not all. And he turned some maiden's horse around in a way that caused her to almost fall off her horse.
I've always just tried. I'm always just tired because sleep is the most addictive stuff I've ever encountered. Sleep is very addictive.
Dwarf look at him in a dirty way.
You know what's also addicting? A good smile. Lady Renegade, hey!
Look giving, horse turning sons of bitches all the way to some night tournament and got to jousting. That's how seriously these dudes took chivalry. One dirty look from a dwarf was like, oh, I'll fucking cut your best friend's knight's head off. Insanity. People, again, would read this back, they'd be like, oh, sounds reasonable. It's good for him being chivalrous and defending her honor. It's against a naughty dwarf. Another knight is Sir Bedivere. Sir Bedivere was a trusty supporter of King Arthur from the beginning of his reign, one of the first knights to join the Fellowship of the Round Table. He helped Arthur fight the giant of Mont Saint-Michel. Or Mont Saint-Michel.
The tale of Sir Robin.
This is a giant that ravaged France until confronted by King Arthur. This giant abducted the niece.
Hello, Senpai Bossa.
Giants do. They sneak in places and fucking take ladies.
What?
Took her to his cave in the mountain known as Mont Saint-Michel.
What?
I don't know, ate a big old.
Oh my god! A lizard bird. I forgot. Marsupi, Zara Unity Master, Pixel Chiba. Oh my god! That's so sweet of you.
Luckily,
baby laughter is hella addicting. It is. Because I can. That's very sweet of you.
Armor wearing giant.
Thank you.
Dungeons and Dragons, clearly influenced by Arthurian legends. Bedivere ended up with only one hand.
Howdy, y'all. I hope y'all are doing.
Y'all lost one of his hands in battle.
Howdy, y'all. I hope everyone is well. Yay! Oh my goodness, that's some tasty kindness. We all love kindness. Everything is great. I'm doing fairly well. I should go to bed soon for sure, though. Good to hear. Yeah, he should go to bed. You should go to bed. But you're also working on commissions, so, you know.
Well, in one story, the Lady of the Lake told him he had to eventually return it, or Excalibur would eventually bring about the demise of the kingdom. Bummer. It does kind of make sense, though. Like, if Excalibur fell into the wrong hands, I guess that would spell disaster for England. I can't risk it. Now let's revisit that badass Sir Galahad. Sir Galahad, again, son of Lancelot.
Sir Galahad, the brave.
In a stone was seen in the river. Arthur's knight. This show's everywhere. And it was said that only the world's best knight could pull out this sword. Galahad was led into Arthur's court. He drew the sword out, no problem. It was later on when the Grail appeared in a vision at Arthur's court that Galahad was then chosen to be one of the 3 knights to undertake the quest for the Holy Grail. He was given a white shield with the red cross, blood, right? Just like
now that they're talking about it, it's only Monty Python over here. I can't think of anything else.
Also, probably not a
my brain does not work well.
Inspired by the Knights of the Round Table and vice versa, in the sense that the authors writing about the Knights of the Round Table were being inspired by the real Knights Templar. It all fits. On board a ship during his quest, Galahad obtained another kick-ass sword, the Sword of David, the sword taken by the biblical David when he beat Goliath.
Yep.
Another magic sword that no one bought me for my fucking birthday. Galahad would end up finding the Holy Grail. After beholding the Holy Grail, Galahad requested that he die. He'd accomplished the most noble mission any Christian knight ever could, find the Holy Grail. And his work on earth was done. He's granted his wish and ascends straight to heaven. He's given this spiritual shortcut for being the perfect knight. He was perfect in courage, gentleness, courtesy, and chivalry. And immediately, peasants started selling and wearing WWSGD bracelets. What would Sir Galahad do?
What would Sir Galahad do?
Because this story, we still have jackasses digging in Oak Island today, looking for the Holy Grail. Okay, one more. There's a ton of these guys, and honestly, their stories get a little redundant. He was fucking chivalrous. I get it. You won some battles. All right, yeah. Got pissed at Arthur, but they worked it out. Okay. The last knight we'll talk about today also related to King Arthur, his stepbrother Sir Kay. History records Kay as being a very tall man, as shown by his epithet, the Tall. He appears in some of the legends as the foremost warrior at the court of King Arthur, and apparently had mystical powers and was called one of the 3 enchanted knights of Britain. Here's why. Here's an excerpt from one of the old tales. 9 nights and 9 days. His breath
so sweet of you, Ganger.
9 days.
Thank you so much for being awesome.
A wound from Kay's
absolutely,
sword, no
it is about bedtime, but I have prior engagement for another 4.5 hours. No!
When the rain was heaviest, whatever he held in his hand would be dry for a handbreadth. Before and behind, because of the greatness of his heat. And
well, you know what? Thank you for hanging out with me. For even just a moment, Lady Renegade. Thank you for being less of a renegade and more of a paragon here.
Arthur's another cool sword. I didn't get. Well, he didn't have an invincibility shield.
You know,
he'd hold his breath
that's all I could ask for. Is a little bit of a paragon with my renegade.
Sweet. You could shoot some kind of fire. You know, somehow. I'd want him on my side for sure in some kind of night fight. Sir Kay at times had a volatile,
you know, I should just bring this up down here so that I don't have to keep clicking on it.
Fucking super tall sometimes, get fired, get a lot of shit dealing with.
You know, it would be easier, you know. Why would I make things easier for myself? Is the question. Like, that's the biggest thing. Is like, why would I make my things easier on me? When I could just make them annoying.
Out of the Last Supper, the cup of supposed miraculous power that could provide happiness, eternal youth, or sustenance and infinite abundance. Pretty cool cup.
I could just make them far more annoying than they should be. Real! Guys, if you didn't know, it's the real Kazoo Gaming. Not fake Kazoo Gaming, it's real Kazoo Gaming. When you guys think, oh man, what could that be?
to a tale of
Sorry, I was
just... romance.
Thanks for the gifts.
One of the most captivating motifs in all of literature first appears as part of the Arthurian legend in Chrétien de Troyes, this unfinished poem, Percival, or the story of the Grail.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? Oh, thanks for the gift sub.
He writes,
thank you.
Came in,
thank you so much.
And beautifully adorned, and between her hands she held a grail. And when she carried the grail in, the hall was suffused by a light so brilliant.
You know what? That's what I love about you guys.
The moon
you know
or
what?
Stars when the
Appreciative, but very
After
confused.
Came another girl bearing a silver trencher. The girl was made of the finest pure. That grail. Sorry, I said girls. What? The grail was made of the finest pure gold, and in it were set precious stones of many kinds, the richest and most precious in the earth or the sea. Chrétien's image of the grail, luminous and otherworldly, became a mystical symbol of all human quests, of the human yearning for something beyond, desirable, and yet unattainable. With that, the Arthur legend entered the true realm of myth. Now for some final notes on chivalry. The hundreds of knights sitting around that magical roundhouse table all swore to live their lives by a code of chivalry, a moral system that rewarded bravery, courtesy, honor, honesty, valor, loyalty, gallantry towards women. The chivalrous knight was expected to be a great warrior in battle, but also temper his aggression with a chivalrous side to his nature when not in battle. Chivalry is defined as the combination of qualities expected of an ideal knight, especially courage, honor, courtesy, justice, and a readiness to help the weak.
Right.
And to be chivalrous is defined as courteous and gallant, especially in the context of a man towards a woman. If you're a dude and have a lady and that lady expects you to open doors for her or walk on the side of traffic when you saunter down the sidewalk, as Lindsay does with me, she is expecting you to be chivalrous. Not for everyone, I know, but we like. The Arthurian code of chivalry was emphasized by oaths and vows that were sworn in the knighthood ceremonies. Later, the code of chivalry was written in the epic poem about Charlemagne called the Song of Roland. Exactly when it was written is not known, but probably in the early 12th century, and then it was extremely popular from the 12th century to the 14th century. In the song, the chivalric knights were, here's their qualities, we'll number these out. 1, to fear God and maintain his church. 2, to serve the
you must fear God,
and faith.
Not respect
3,
God, but you must fear God. I love
4,
that.
To give assistance to widows and orphans. A lot of this stuff would end up being taken by the Knights Templar. I remember this in that song.
Appreciative, but still
5,
very confused.
To refrain from the
Where am I?
Giving of offense.
You know, bored?
6, to live by honor and
I don't even know.
7,
and you tell me everything.
Pecuniary or monetary reward. 8.
You tell me almost everything.
9.
And now you tell
10, to guard the honor of
Nyx a lot of things
11,
as well.
To eschew unfairness, meanness,
so
and deceit.
In all honesty, I don't know.
12, to keep faith. 13, at all times to speak the truth. 14, to persevere to the end in any enterprise begun. 15, to respect the honor of women. 16, never to refuse a challenge from an equal. 17, never.
But yeah, no, everybody has been so amazing tonight. 18, tonight has been.
Run from giants.
I say a lot of things. 19, yes, I haven't been able to find the off ramp.
20,
I was born in the state of confusion.
When she is naked leads to certain death. 21. Always touch one's sword instead of one's penis.
Oh man, the motto of this channel is excited to be here, confused why I'm still here.
To get the armor off and back on again.
Man, thank you for coming on. I do appreciate you guys. You guys are incredible, amazing. Thank you guys so much. Who are you people?
At the end of most of the legends, sadly, Arthur and all of his knights will die.
Who are you again?
But they die for the most part with honor, and their fictional lives not lived in vain. Their ideals inspire England and a great deal of others, and help push England and also other countries like France to become the colonizing powers.
Did you say my name?
They do become. Yeah, the story is also very popular in France. Now let's talk about Arthur's enemies. From dragons and giants to witches and rival kings and nobles, he battled with the Saxons and the Irish from the north. He also battled love and nature. His 2 greatest enemies were actually relatives, Morgan Le Fay and his nemesis Mordred. Let's talk about Mordred first. Mordred was on a mission to destroy Arthur from early on. Mordred's parents were Arthur's half-sister and Arthur himself. Gotta have a little more incest. It's not going to be a proper medieval royalty story. You don't have enough incest. Mordred's stepfather is King Lot of Orkney, and his half-brothers are the knights Gawain, Agravine, Gaheris, and Gareth. The last one sounds out of place. All these old medieval names and then like a modern name. We have Gawain, Agravine, Gaheris, and Tim, and also Timothy. It was Merlin who saw into the future and warned Arthur that a boy born on May Day would grow up and cause the fall of both Arthur and the knights that are on table. Upon hearing this, Arthur makes the completely rational choice of decreeing that all boys born on May Day are to be placed on a ship and sent to Europe to find new families, which is pretty nice, really. A lesser king would have just stomped them the second they popped out of their mother's wombs. But noble Arthur just took them from their families and shipped them off to Europe. Just a ship full of babies that no one wants. Seems reasonable. Unfortunately, the ship was caught in a horrific storm one year.
I'm a derp.
Wrecked, killing
this is a fact.
On May 1st.
What?
Almost.
You are not a derp. You are my friend. Just like everybody else here. Everybody else is such a sweet people and wonderful.
He just took down a whole ship. And he just motored his chubby little baby ass.
Everybody else has been nothing but incredible and stupendous.
Descended from Mordred.
Again, I'm just glad that I can
I'm sure some people
at least entertain you people for just a little bit. You know what I mean?
Baby Mordred swam his fucking baby ass off.
Just be able to entertain you guys.
Until he was a teenager.
Bro,
he came to Camelot.
I'm so heckin' derp.
His actual identity was unknown until it was too late.
Not from the conversations we have.
Guinevere and Lancelot.
You're pretty intelligent.
Talks about it to King Arthur. Forced them to sentence the queen to death. When Arthur pursues Lancelot,
from the conversations we have, you seem very intelligent. I feel like a 5-year-old sometimes. From the conversations we have, it's like, yeah, no, I totally agree. Oh man, agreed.
But not before he mortally wounds his father, who was also his uncle.
You betcha, buddy.
I should have held on to that invisibility sheath, Arthur.
Woo.
Arthur's other mortal enemy is
sometimes I don't know how to respond, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Arthur's half-sister, normally depicted as a witch and a malicious enemy.
This intellectual chess, and I'm just here like, man, these checkers taste weird.
Gave birth to Arthur's son and nephew Mordred.
Yeah.
Some legends say that Morgan Le Fay was the mother of Mordred.
I try to drown the intelligence in dirt because there comes a point where understanding problems doesn't net me solutions.
Against Arthur.
I understand the problem. I don't have a solution yet.
By stealing the enchanted scabbard of Excalibur, leaving Arthur vulnerable. Oh, okay. That's what happened to the sheath. Damn sexy half-sister took it. Okay, so that's some of his enemies. Let's talk about some of his dragons. Or some dragons in general. They weren't named in this story. Especially fun to talk about dragons right now while Game of Thrones is going on. It's on a lot of our minds. You know, if they're just wrapped up. An integral part of the legends of Arthur come in the form of fire-breathing, four-legged, winged reptiles known to nearly every child on Earth as dragons. They didn't show up with big backstories or even specific names in Arthurian legend, but their presence definitely felt. Again, kind of like Game of Thrones. I can't name any of the dragons in that show. They don't really show up that much, but their presence alters the landscape of the show and the plot and everything. While dragons are mythical creatures, legends about dragons have been recorded by cultures around the world. The Western stories of dragons differ from that of the Eastern legends in that Western dragons breathe fire, have giant wings, generally pretty evil. Eastern dragons, wingless, fireless, and a sign of good fortune for the most part. Dragons are a massive part of the lore of the ancient Britons, Celts, and the Icelandic people, spoken of long before the time of King Arthur. And one famous British legend about a medieval knight
until then,
George,
kittens, boobs, and mercs.
The dragon decided to kill all
kittens,
the beautiful
boobs, and mercs. You know, that could be rabbits, boobs, and mercs is a good explanation of this channel.
Oh, please don't. But okay.
When people ask, what is Go Chimera?
Slayed the dragon, rescued the princess. This trope has been repeated throughout the centuries.
Would be the Go Chimera?
From the dragon.
You know, you should just tell them.
Peoples revered dragons for their power.
Welcome.
Many Celtic myths say that dragons had
to boobs, rabbits,
they were the guardians
and
of the underworld,
mercs.
Symbolized the joining of this world and the next life. So basically, upon death,
or as I like to say, butts, and more butts.
That's fun. The Danes also have tons of dragon stories, including the story of a Danish king sending the spirit of a wizard to scout a foreign land to see if it could be invaded.
You do like butts. I love butts.
Being scared away by a dragon.
I have a problem.
Bull, a massive bird.
I have a problem.
And a mountain giant. Needless to say, the wizard.
I have this affection towards butts, and not enough butts are in my life.
Convinced not to invade the country.
I have this affection that I must give to butts.
It seems pretty easy. It seems like you just got to make up.
I know, you hang out with me. I'm a butt. I know.
Use that to
I'm surrounded by butts.
Desires. No, please, King. Please, we should dare not go further north to settle. And I'm not just saying that because I hate the cold and I have a pretty sweet natural hot spring in my backyard right now, and the women here are super hot and kind of into me. The real reason
we can't move up north with our people is because there is 1,000 snow dragons up there. Yes, 1,000, and they can bring more pain than you could ever imagine. They breathe a new type of fire. It's an ice fire, both ice and fire, and they do that to you. And listen to this. They're the least of your problems. The dragons are the least of our concerns. If we head north, there's also the ice giants, and the ghost wizards. Of course, can't forget the ghost wizards
and the ghost wizards.
Also, if you're still not thinking about moving there, what about giant snow scorpions? Do you reckon we can handle them? They shoot lasers from their eyes. All of the scorpions are being ridden like horses by 3-headed witches with poisonous snakes for tongues. And they can curse you with never-ending diarrhea if they look you in the eye and wink before you can look away. She winked, and then you feel it. So head north if you want, but that's your call. You're the king, but boy, howdy. Gonna be a literal shit show. If we leave this land of the hot springs and the sexy ladies and whatnot. No one really knows where the original idea of dragons comes from. So many different types of dragons and so many different mythologies. It's hard to say. They're important enough to Arthurian legend to have Arthur have his last name be Pendragon, the chief of dragons. Now let's talk about wizards briefly. Electrico. While there's only one Merlin, there's no question that he is the most famous wizard of all time. Others have been labeled as wizards. The Merlin of Japan has to be Abi no Sime. Japanese legends of Abi no Sime ascribe him a number of supernatural abilities. He would oversee the emperor's spirituality, banish evil spirits, get rid of illnesses. One famous story says he got his power from his mother, who happened to be a white fox. So dad, real kinky dude. A little bit of fox fucking. Abi no Sime story filled with demon slaying, magical combat, some serious Jedi master shit. That is kind of weird with all these animal stories. It really does. I know I've joked about it in the past. It's like, were we just fucking animals a lot back then? Why do so many of these myths have like one parent who's human and the other parent who's an animal? And it doesn't seem like anybody was like, ugh, what? I mean, if you thought that through, you're like, okay, guess this guy was out fucking foxes. The story of Merlin actually helped create more interest in becoming a wizard.
I keep turning back into the podcast at the worst moment.
13th century scholar thought to be sorcerer Michael Scott.
It do be like that. It's why I'm in the PC.
Enthusiastic interest in occult subjects and practices as well as more mainstream subjects. Scott was the personal astrologer to the Holy Roman Emperor. He was a tutor to the Pope.
Oh my God, Darty.
But maybe Illuminati do what Illuminati.
It's not that bad. It's just a question. I agree with Dan. What's this big deal? Why is everybody in these mythical lands talking about fucking animals? Like I know where it comes from is because I have a fascination with anthros. Like I'm a furry. Like I get where mine is.
He also advocated for the expansion of
England. But these were not furries. Or were they actually furries?
An expert in navigation.
They were all furries.
Also was super interested in some wizard shit. He spent the last 30 years of his life.
Pendragon, Arthur Pendragon. Yep, furry. 100% furry. Zeus, the what now? Slander.
And then there would be other people like former subject Alex Crowley.
Zeus the Goose and Minotaur and the Minotaur parent.
And yeah,
how I Zeus and How I Met Your Mother.
Other people to have
hey, he got loose and Goosey with that one leg.
Way more about Arthurian legend and how it helped shape England.
We were listening to that podcast last night.
We learned way
Don't have a cow about it.
Think about how much talk about knights, wizards,
they did.
dragons, etc.
That was also a thing. That was very funny. You don't understand. I wasn't fucking this woman. I was fucking a cat.
At least based in part on some real people. Like Ambrosius,
that's the best.
That dude who showed up in battle,
Zeus tried to get out of it by saying, "No, your husband isn't fucking some random lady. No.
Warrior name.
No.
Episode pretty dumb, pretty soft. But if you're some guy like Uther, land's called Ron. Get the fuck out of here. Take Ron, go home, you weirdo.
He's fucking a cow.
If you show up and like, I am Magnus Maximus. I'm listening. Okay. You have my attention.
Many scholars
as are most of these myths. Yes,
Arthur's heroic
they're
deeds.
very wild.
Max kicked ass on behalf of Roman Gaul, Britain, Spain, even Northern Africa. Real dude, won a ton of battles, even helped knock Emperor Gratian off the throne. He was certainly the most noted military commander in the area of England around the time of King Arthur. Another candidate's a man named Arthno. Arthno was a Celtic prince who lived in Cornwall in the 6th century. A piece of slate was found called the Arthur Stone, discovered in excavations in Tintagel in 1998. The name Artigno, this name, they show up in different spellings in different places. Sometimes it's Arthno, sometimes it's like Artigno. Anyway, Celtic historians have said the name could have been related to Arthur somehow, or they thought that initially, but then upon more review, no one really seems to think it has anything to do with King Arthur. Basically, there's a lot of theories out there about real people who Arthur may have been based on, but they're all pretty flimsy from what I read and what I see. Overall, this folklore seems to be at least 90% just pure fiction. And what great fiction it is. Love a good knight, dragon, and wizard tale. Pretty cool to learn how a collection of stories can shape a culture's identity. Merlin, Arthur, and others helped take England from the anarchy to the Crusades to colonization. Helped fuel the belief that they were the greatest nation on earth because they had the best origin story. They had to go kick some ass. They were the land of the Knights of the Round Table and King Arthur. Origins matter to a lot of people. Feeling connected to a powerful past is important to many. Fuels a desire to reclaim lost glory, even when that glory, as is the case here, never actually existed.
Medusa got straight screwed.
England,
Also, Slipnir's origin story had me shook. Loki, yes, Loki.
Randomly,
Loki's butt child, IRC? No, perhaps I'm thinking of one of Loki's other wild myths. I wasn't the only time he'd been hopped and gave birth to something. Yes.
Type of mythology.
He turned it. He turned into the.
No need to extrapolate too much. I just like applying stories.
There was the 7-legged horse, right?
Let's look back at what we did.
Right? Am I close? Is the 7-legged horse somewhere?
Time sucker updates based on experiences in Vietnam.
That was a time and a half.
Top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Let's slip near. Yeah.
Merlin and Arthur, number 1. Merlin and Arthur are the George Washington and Thomas Jefferson of England. That's certainly one thing.
That's a tardigrade right there. That Slipnir, I would say, might be tardigrade.
Just like in the US, most nations
right there might be an original tardigrade right there.
It seems to be part of the tribal nature of human DNA. We're number 1. We have a magic sword. We have a kick-ass wizard.
It's a lot of limbs for a horse.
Number 2,
maybe not a horse.
Ron. Really? Who names a lance
Ron? Fenrir is one of his children.
3, we love wizards, magical swords, impossible powers. Just about every culture on Earth has had psychics or seers or prophets, shamans or warlocky wizards. Wizards are important. No matter how science-minded and rational we try to become, there is something in our very DNA that seems to lead us back to the supernatural. We want to believe. It's what our brain does best. We seek patterns that match the world that we either want to see or want to believe in. As coldly analytical and skeptical as I can be here on Time Suck, I do hope that we as a species never totally lose our belief in magic and folklore. Number 4, another takeaway from this suck is once again the old telephone game has been played a ton. In every historical episode we've ever done, the hardest thing to do is find a cohesive timeline that is actually agreed upon. In the case of the Arthur legends, it's really hard to talk about exactly who and the other characters were because a lot of creative license was taken by a lot of people. Stories tend to change over time, and that is certainly the case with the stories of Arthur. Number 5, new information. We've talked about a few swords in stone today that are nothing more than folklore, but there really is an actual sword in a stone in Italy today.
So Fenrir is one of her children. Jormungandr is one of his children. Holy shit. Many things have been said on this stream, and I don't know what to do with any of them.
He begins to experience visions of
the You mean Ratatouille is a mecha story?
In one vision, Michael told without
that one you can take that to the bank. Like that's never going to be topped. I'm sorry. It's never going to be topped.
Surprise, the sword goes through the impenetrable surface as
I apologize that that my stream was topped and won by Zara. Zara won it. You know, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Hell, apparently, yeah. Hell is one of his children.
Remains there embedded until the present day. 1 year
so he gave birth to the fucking world serpent? How the fuck? How does that birth? How does one birth a world serpent? How does a world serpent get birthed anyway? Loki's a powerful motherfucker. Loki is also possibly very hot.
Hands of a thief who tried to remove the sword, and
he's a great dad and mom.
Suddenly slaughtered by wild wolves. I don't know if that happened. While
AKA don't listen to the haters. Be the best you.
These days, the sword is protected by a little shield as well as the disembodied hands. While the sword was considered fake for years, recent studies examined the sword in the hands, and the dating results, as well as metal and style of the sword, are all consistent with late 1100s, early 1200s. While it is impossible to verify the sword's legendary history and all the details, it does match up with Saint Galgano Guidi's timeline, and it does certainly appear to be embedded in this stone. So how weird is all that? Google that if you need to see pictures for yourself of a real-life sword in the stone.
Time suck. Top 5.
I remember there was this Disney movie.
The Legends of King Arthur.
Legend of King Arthur, where this kid, where it appeared for this child.
Nice addition to the Suck catalog, I think.
And like the sword was there to help the children out, to get personal strength, I think.
Thanks to the Queen
like that's what the sword was doing. I can't remember the movie fully. It was also
Reverend Dr. Joe
it's so weird that I know these things.
Danger Brain, Axis Apparel. Thanks to Heather Knowledge Ninja Rylander for getting us started on the research. Huge thanks to Zach Scriptkeeper Flannery for his immense help on this stuff.
Like the Disney Channel movie where
the weird
his stepdad and his stepsister are aliens, but instead of being like interesting aliens, they're bubble aliens.
And he was also just a huge.
I remember that.
In ways you will just have to listen to next week if you have the stomach for it. Just really into BDSM in the most ridiculous ways. He was a small, gentle-looking man who appeared kind and trusting, yet once alone with his victims, a strange monster inside of him was unleashed.
Yeah.
A monster so perverse and cruel, his crimes, they don't even seem real. A lot of nervous laughter in this one. It's just like, what the fuck? What?
Moon landing conspiracy. I don't know if I can do the conspiracy ones. I don't want them to be like, oh, he believes in this. Like, no, I don't.
To go to Time Suck the Gathering, Saturday, August 17th, 2000. For his involvement in the JFK assassination. I'm going to be there on April 26th. The secret group in Houston.
This is the difference between a healthy baby being 1 to 10 pounds and 8 trillion tons. I ain't surviving one of those, I guarantee. You know, what's the conspiracy? Air and potato bag chip? That is not a conspiracy, it's true. It's true.
Massachusetts, Spokane, Jacksonville, and more.
Those goddamn bag potato chips, they're lying to you.
2019 Happy Murder stand-up tours at dancummins.tv.
It's filled mostly with air.
Rape and pillage some Viking history.
It's not a conspiracy theory if it's true.
Okay, let's start with the why. Why did anyone settle in Scandinavia in the first place? Had they never been to the warm beaches of Greece? Did someone trick people into heading that far north before the invention of portable electric heaters? Around 4000 BCE, after a nomadic band of early Indo-European humans had long since moved away from the lush savannas of Africa to more, shall we say, challenging northern climates, a small group of what I can only assume were masochists decided to head super north, the ancestors of the Vikings, far enough north to find that part of the earth that hurts your lungs and freezes your nose hairs every time you breathe, far enough to essentially have to wear a series of blankets whenever you head outside or risk losing your fingers or toes or even your life to frostbite. Why did they do it? Why did they do it? And before I shit all over this decision, Let it be known that I personally have some Viking blood. Love Scandinavians. My great-grandfather on my mom's side, a man named John Berman. I was lucky enough to spend a lot of time with great-grandpa John as a child. Both my great-grandparents on my mom's side were alive and healthy until I was in high school. Grandpa John was born and raised in Sweden, Stockholm. And his wife, my great-grandma Stell, was first-generation Norwegian-American. Both of her parents born and raised somewhere in Norway. You should probably find out. They both spoke their native languages, which are very similar. Not the same language, but they understood each other. Their daughter, my grandma Betty, didn't speak either Swedish or Norwegian, but did understand both languages. And I don't fucking understand why their ancestors and mine chose to settle where they did. Cold-ass Scandinavia. I know Sweden, Norway, Denmark, other Scandinavian, areas like Finland are great places to live now, but only because we have modern amenities to substantially ease the burden of a long, punishing, unforgiving, brutal winter. But before hot tubs, flat screen TVs, high-speed Wi-Fi, coffee shops? No, thank you. I read an interesting article about humanity's early northern migration, nothing specific to Scandinavia, just about why humans moved north in the first place, why they would ever move to a place where you could literally freeze off your balls or your tits in the winter. And paleoanthropologist Martha Tappan said, at the higher latitudes, you're confronting seasonality for the first time. Ancient humans were experiencing winter, right? Like for the first time. No other primate lives where there's no fruit in winter. Right? They were the first people to live where there's no fruit in winter. I love that line. No other primate lives where there's no fucking fruit in the winter. Exactly. That's a sign not supposed to be there. Every time I go to a tropical climate, I just think, why could my ancestors have settled here? This place is the fucking best. While some of my pre-Viking ancestors were huddled around a fire wearing caribou hides and gnawing on some dry, nasty-ass old salted strip of wolf meat, or maybe scrubbing some mold off some shitty-ass root vegetable that tastes like the dirt it just got pulled out of, there were other ancient people chilling out on a Caribbean beach, pulling a delicious-ass red snapper out of some warm, crystal-clear sea, washing it down with sweet coconut water. Right? Coconuts, nature's cups. Snacking on a ripe, delicious mango. God. So really, like, why do humans ever choose to live in northern climates?
Was all
the
him,
world is full of so many warm weather places. The truth is, nobody knows.
Buddha is the giantess who gave birth to the other three. Oh, okay, all right.
Someone else's rules. So they moved away to create their own little kingdom, make others live by their rules.
So apparently in Norse mythology, when a giant loves a giantess, they smashed and gave birth to random ass monstrosities. Yes! That is also something great about mythological things, because it's not only their myths, there's a lot of other different there's a lot of other different things that correspond with that.
Between 55,000
it's crazy.
70,000 years ago, also began pushing early humans out of the warm places. Africa went from being very wet to very dry, and with that change came the loss of a lot of food and drinking water, which pushed people north to try to, not die.
I want to make sure that you can't see.
As they slowly moved
well,
north,
you're going to have to see her tail, because her tail, she got a fat tail. Guys, so I'll admit it, my character, she got a fat tail.
People, pre-Viking people, developed
There's nothing she can do about it,
Like Uppsala, Sweden.
She got a big tail.
Kilometers, 43 miles north of Stockholm. Not even close to the most northern, or not even
she
close
got a tail that's about the size, is about the size of her body.
It's a long ways from the fucking top of Sweden, is what I'm trying to say.
So I guess I'll just have to hide it in shadows.
December daily high of 30 degrees Fahrenheit, -1 Celsius, an average low of 23 degrees Fahrenheit, -5 degrees Celsius. City with a record low, not counting wind chill, of roughly -40 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit. The way those kind of come together there in the negatives.
She got a big fat tail.
A place where the sun sets at roughly 2:45.
You got a round thing in your face.
Meanwhile, still peeps living on fish and fruit, laying on toasty, breezy beaches where the sun sets at 6 p.m. in December, where the temperature hovers around 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 degrees Celsius down there in, like someplace like Panama. The standard of living may be higher in Scandinavia than Central America, but the weather just isn't better. But if the Vikings would have lived on a nice sandy beach where it was a little easier to stay alive, maybe they wouldn't have ever donned their sweet horned helmets or hopped in boats, or fucked up other people with axes and warhammers, and then we wouldn't have an interesting subject to talk about today. So thanks for freezing, Vikings. There's so many interesting things to look at with Viking culture, and we will look at so much. Just know that a lot of the timeline we're going to get into is hazy, and much of what we think we know was written about, way after the fact, and a lot of it is still highly debated. The Viking era existed roughly from between about 750 CE to 1066 CE. It actually officially began with most historians in 793 CE when the Vikings attacked England. But again, that's just like when the Vikings were introduced to England and kind of other parts of Europe. They could have been, living as they were when they came to England for quite a while before that, and they didn't just suddenly stop being Vikings at 1066 CE. That defines the Viking era. Relatively short, approximately 300-year run, but it left quite a mark on cultures as far east as Russia, as far south as Turkey, as far west as North America, based on archaeological evidence. And just like I alluded to, many of the myths that surround this mysterious group of people come from the victims of the Vikings' rape and pillage campaigns, and from accounts written hundreds of years after those events. And a lot of the accounts we have of the Vikings come from members of, or at least followers of, the Catholic Church, and they didn't care for the Vikings. They didn't
Imagine you and another person had a kid, and now pops a platypus. And that's normal. This platypus becomes a champion of some mountain, winds up smashing his head into a boulder, causing him to give birth to a beautiful sentient elf. What's the elf child going to be? I expect you to report in about 9 hours. Alright. I say that if it's the first elf, it creates all elves. It creates all elves.
They didn't find that to be very amicable. And the Vikings didn't care what the Catholics thought.
It births the first kings and queens of elfdom,
kind of a dick move on the Vikings part.
And then they've got to marry each other.
Catholics, to keep their wealth
and this non-gendered elf
we're heading their way.
Will be highly debated is what is either the mother or the matriarch or the patriarch of Elf Kingdom.
Churches, and then those churches own the printing press.
Many people believe that it was hermaphrodite, even just because of just how weird,
not going to get a good review.
Like how elves are kind of effeminate throughout their whole entire lives, even if they are male.
Like, fuck those savage heathens! May God punish their wicked, church-burning ways. Why do they wear their horn helmets? Why, to please their master Satan, of course. Vikings are the worst.
So let's start by erasing a bit of propaganda about the Vikings and dispel at least one myth.
Don't you worry, I've got you taken care of, Borg.
For the church to call the Vikings brutal and wild, especially the berserkers, who we'll talk about more here soon.
I know what you're trying to get at. The real answer was tardigrades, obviously.
Medieval Europe.
Tardigrades.
They may have been heathens, but they weren't heathens.
Damn it.
The Vikings were reportedly known to bathe.
That's what it was. Giant tardigrades.
And they were, very aware of
that walk the earth
and odors, and took pride in their appearance and tried not to be stinky. And you might think like a bath once a week in a hot spring. That doesn't sound very clean, actually.
Giant miniature tardigrades. Gargantuan tardigrades.
Man, no one's cleaner than Clean Jerry. He must be
macro tardigrades.
He smells springy great.
No, for some context, Queen Elizabeth I
macroorganism. Is there a macroorganism? That is a good question.
I'm guessing common peasants weren't knocking out baths more often than that.
Macro.
8th to 11th centuries. The bathing back then was just hard to do. You know how many baths?
Am I just stupid?
If you lived in a town with a bunch of bathhouses or not, or if you lived near a hot spring, or if you could afford to have a private bath drawn for you, and didn't like being able to take a finger and scribble "dirty" and "I like it" in the crud caked on your ass cheek.
So like arthropods, which include mites, millipedes, and beetles, are the primary macroorganisms responsible for maintaining the health of living soils. Oh yeah. Then I know what a macroorganism is. Yes, I knew it. I knew it.
Would often dye their hair.
Macroorganisms are the other side to microorganisms. They're bugs. Little itty bitty bugs.
And other cultures,
ladybugs and all that.
Combs, razors,
Forgotten Realms, miniature giant space hamster.
No, those last two are not true, but ear spoons is true. They had ear spoons. What is an ear spoon, you ask? Well, it's a ceremonial spoon that Vikings used to eat a soup they made out of boiled human ears to prepare for battle.
Damn.
There's still a recipe you can find online. It's 2 onions, a handful of sea
salt, giant fucking
4 carrots, and 6 pairs
space
of
hamsters.
baby ears.
All hail, boo!
It's a little metal spoon. Vikings used.
This has the same vibe as when I think about dogs with opposite thumbs. Cursed.
I would rather have dirty ear holes than to be trying to
giant miniature tardigrade, giant miniature space hamsters. Go for the eyes, boo! Go for the eyes!
When I hear ears,
people, isn't this that just a regular hamster? I've erased the Easter eggs off all of your DVDs. Damn it! Again with the stipod? Again?
Someone else sneaks up behind them and then just.
That's how many hours in the Lord of the Rings? That's how many hours of special features?
Just the whole spoon.
That's days worth of special features.
Why do I immediately think shit like that all the time? Anyway, the Vikings, by medieval standards, pretty damn clean. But how did they dress? Were they fly as fuck? Was it horn hats and fur vests and ripped abs and high-heeled leather boots like it is when you do a Google search for Viking
That's like 2 days of filming at least, yeah.
I love how, by the way,
that's so much.
Like a Google image search.
That's so much. No, I think it actually. All right, let me look at it.
I'd say the first 5 to 10 picks, you're usually just into the
How long is the special features in the Lord of the Rings?
Right, women in high heels. Hail Lucifina, but seriously though. How much porn and porn
208 minutes.
Out of curiosity, I actually typed Viking costume porn. Just added
26 hours.
So much. So much. Including women of ethnicities I'm pretty sure didn't exist in Scandinavia during the Viking Age. Or maybe there were just a lot of sexy ass Japanese Viking women I just didn't know about. I joke.
So yeah, it's about 2 days worth of watching right there. 2 days worth of watching.
Apparently,
that's a big.
Into Asian
so almost.
Anyway.
So almost 3 hours. Oh, it's 26. That's a big difference. Or almost 4 hours before. Yeah, like that.
Few written records mention clothing. Archaeological records are a little bit limited.
So
but,
just
that being said, most experts
that's a day's worth of fucking. That is a day's worth of extra content. What the fuck is wrong? No.
The apron dress hung from straps over the shoulders, fastened by 2 brooches.
So that's. That's 9 or so hours
both men and women
of Lord of the Rings, and then it's like
as the adults.
Okay,
I've seen pictures, and I'm gonna say that none of this shit is even remotely sexy.
How long is the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
Or fishnets, or even
trilogy.
It's almost like
the Fellowship of the Ring altogether. All right.
Viking
686 minutes.
Linen is made. Viking women spend a lot of their time spinning in.
What is 686 minutes to
making their family
an hour?
Clothes. How terrible is that, by the way? You know, especially for
686
11 hours. Okay, so 11 plus 26.
The whole family.
That's a lot of fucking. That's a lot.
Mom,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's 37 hours of content. That's a lot of content.
Also,
that's a lot of content that I gotta say.
Of some women when it came to marriage, because it was super important. Just
look, son. I know she's not much of a looker. She's got what we call a strange shape. Her breath smells like moldy salmon. But she makes a fine tunic. Think of the tunics, boy. As far as physical attraction, that shouldn't factor much in a marriage decision. Not for us Vikings, not for us Nordic folk. Look at my own wife. She looks like a wolf. Made love with a reindeer instead of eating it. We live where it's cold and dark, son. The wife's face. A face of nightmares, in my daughter's case, to be certain, doesn't end up being seen much anyway. Tunics were important. Viking warriors, farmers, and artisans required tunics to have them fit well, so they could live their lives and be productive.
A Viking's kirtle, or over tunic was cut from a complex pattern, and then the many pieces were stitched together.
I love that. It's like the wife is not a looker. Of course she isn't.
That reached to the thighs or knees.
But it's okay, my son.
Easy to fit the kirtle.
Neither is mine.
Most Viking men wore a simple braid trim on the neckline and around the cuffs of the sleeves. Women wove the braid from the trim from brightly colored yarns. A Viking's wool trousers were held up by a belt or by a string passed through a loop. They were also warm and could be tucked into boots or left loose. Shoes for both sexes were simple and usually crafted from durable goat skin. Goat skin shoes. Don't see a lot of those anymore, at least I don't. Looking for something after learning this detail, though, did actually lead me to some badass-looking goat boots. Found some handsome-ass goat boots over at a place called Joseph Cheney and Son in the UK. I don't know, some store I'd never heard of. Lancaster military-style ankle boot in copper goat skin with a leather sole, 329 pounds. I don't know if that's a good price for a goat skin boot, but I think it looks pretty dope. Might have to up my boot game one of these days.
I'm head out. My brain just booped. Good night, board. Good night, board.
Picking those up.
I'm going till 5 hours, and then I'll
cooler than the old shoes.
Till 5 something a.m.
On some replicas. Woman's overdress also had a keyhole neckline with long sleeves, fell to the ankle or floor. Over this, a Viking woman wore an apron dress with panels of fabric in front and back, held on the shoulders by straps which were fastened by 2 brooches, known as turtle brooches because of their shape. Now, these brooches could be made of bone, ivory, bronze, silver, or even gold for wealthier Viking women. A string of colorful glass, amber, and jet beads decorated the front of the apron dress, hanging between the 2 brooches. No miniskirts, apparently. Porn wrong again! Damn you, Safina! Vikings wore long, warm wool cloaks over their clothes for warmth outside. Hats were made of wool, leather, fur. Woolen socks kept the feet warm under the shoes or boots. Leather belts pulled the outfits together. Nothing like a nice belt. Nothing, even in pre-Viking age, nothing like a nice belt to pull an outfit together. Pouches, knives, other tools hung off the belt so they could be easily accessed. Their clothes were dyed bright colors using vegetable-based dyes, creating a variety of colors from light browns to russets to red, yellow, gold, and blue. Wealthier Vikings could afford silk, but this imported fabric was very rare in Viking culture, and it's probably also how those sexy-ass Japanese Viking women got there. Right? Just brought up some silk and stayed around for the fishnets. None of their clothes was supposed to be worn tightly. Tight clothing was seen as showy and pompous. All right, that's how you get mocked in the old Viking villages. Oh, look at Leif over there, his super tight tunic. Hi, my name's Leif, and I'm so sexy in my tight trousers and my svelte little goat shoes. I don't know why that guy talked that way. There are no... I went in with no plan for a Swedish accent. I was like, fucking wing it. There's no surviving Viking underpants, but they're believed to have existed. Since none have been found, I'm going to pretend sexy Scandinavian women did wear some kind of wool G-string. Viking armor, simple as well. Sometimes completely non-existent, as you'll see with the berserkers soon. Or berserkers. Now let's talk about where these tunic-wearing bastards dwelled. Vikings lived almost exclusively in RV parks. Airstreams, especially, were immensely popular. No, they lived in various sized homes. They didn't even have IKEA furniture back then. Vikings were a status-hungry people, just like people today. The poorest Vikings living in stables with cattle, right? That's how you know. That's how you know you get a shitty Viking life. When you got some old-ass goat shoes and, you got a fucked-up tunic and you're just laying next to a cow out in a barn. I wish I would have married a better wife, making a better tunic, sleeping in a finer house. Vikings didn't live in towns, but in small villages consisting of usually only 6 or 7 farms. Farms were usually fenced and near enough each other to construct a common main road. In the center of most farms were the main houses, known as longhouses. Some of them were pretty nice, made primarily of wood. The long homes looked similar to Viking ships. Other buildings like workshops, stables, barns, and outbuildings were also built on the farms. The longhouse featured no windows or chimney, instead just a hole in the ceiling above the fireplace to let out the smoke. Viking architecture, especially in larger buildings, didn't get much more advanced until later when ritual buildings morphed into churches when Christianity arrived in Scandinavia during the Viking Age, or Viking era. Now let's look at their government. I think a good way to look into any culture is to examine their government, structure, and legal system. We're going to look into their warfare soon, too, a promise. But let's take a peek at societal structure first. Viking society was divided into 4 main levels. The highest level was the king, or konungur, who ruled the lands absolutely. Next were the earls or jarls. Are you an earl or are you a jarl? Jarls ruled smaller petty kingdoms that would often combine with other small kingdoms to build regional kingdoms. The third level is where the free Vikings were, and the farmers and blacksmiths were found on a third level called the Carls. The final fourth rung of the Viking society was the slave class, also known as the thralls. They had no power or freedom over their own lives and were occasionally sacrificed in horrific ways. The military was divided between 2 tiers, the highest one consisting of professional soldiers, known as the Hirth, and the amateur militia ranks called the Levi. The Vikings and the Nordic peoples before them were primarily an oral culture, and they shared their history by memorizing stories. Good old telephone game. That's what we're left with a lot of times when we're trying to understand various early cultures. A good old story that's been passed down to 1,000 people. The Vikings, they didn't just pass all of their info on orally, though. They did have their runes. Runes were usually carved into stone, bone, or wood, and often saved for burial stones. The word rune translates into many languages as secret, whisper, mystery, intention, affectionate love. There were 24 original letters that evolved to 33 after the Vikings invaded and mixed with the English. Despite the lack of a widely used written language, the Nordic legal system and a basic understanding of Nordic law and government still existed. Free Viking men would gather into a group called a thing. Yep, not kidding, a thing. Each community had their own thing, capital T. Larger areas would have higher things. And for complex and big decisions, some countries like Iceland had a national thing. Their national thing was called the Althing, and Iceland's national parliament is still called an Althing. To help put an end to blood feuds and fatal duels, things were developed to issue fines, decide law, and even write new laws. Each thing had its own law speaker, some poor bastard who had to memorize all the laws. Man, I would not do well at that job. It'd be a lot of like, yeah, that sounds right. And just a lot of like, listen, are you the fucking law speaker or am I? All right? Take a biscuit, you get punched in the eye, is what I remember the law to being written and spoken as. So fucking bring your eye over here. It was the law speaker and the chieftain who would mostly decide on matters despite the other free men having a say. Powerful and large families and clans of united families often dominated Viking politics in this primitive form of democracy.
Yeah.
When people were found guilty by the thing, keep picturing the Swamp Thing. I keep saying like this second you found guilty, and then the Swamp Thing's like, time for your punishment. The second level was being declared a semi-outlaw, so you could get a fine, or you could be declared a semi-outlaw. And if you're a semi-outlaw, you gotta get out of here for 3 years. You get exiled for 3 years. The third legal option was dreaded by most Vikings, and that was full banishment, permanent exile. Get the fuck out. Exile meant no help from anyone, no protection under Viking law, and isolation. And being exiled, interestingly, brings up our next sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Thor's Travel Agency, specializing in exiles. Thor's Travel Agency focuses on both long-term and also even longer term, aka vacation permanent vacation. Any old travel agency can get you a weekend deal somewhere, but exiles trust Thor. We're looking for a 3-year plus or a do not fucking ever come back here or we'll literally kill you type of vacation. Right now, Thor's is offering a $19 a night deal in any 3-star or lower hotel in Angarsk, Siberia. Or you can stay at, one of the 2 or 3 total hotels located in Greenland right now. As long as you book for just $19, as long as you book a minimum of 1,095 nights in
Fucking arm.
You can also get your stay reduced to just $14.99.
Damn.
If you stay a minimum of 3,650 nights in a row. Plus, with every stay of at least 3,500 consecutive nights, you get a free complimentary breakfast on the weekend. And 25% off all items in the hotel pantry except chili cheese Fritos and those tiny frozen sausage pieces, guaranteed to burn all of the skin off the roof of your mouth. Guaranteed, all of it. Even if you wait 5 full minutes to take a bite after the microwave has done its devil's work. And of course, that's not today's sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Hims. Let's talk about Hims. Let's talk about, clammy hands, not being fun, to shake in an interview. Thankfully, with 4hims.com, the wellness brand for men we trust here at Time Suck, you can learn about options to treat the physical symptoms of performance anxiety, like a shaky voice, racing heartbeat, sweats. Now, I'm lucky. I get nervous. Right? I get nervous every week that I'm going to butcher a lot of words, and then I just go ahead and I do it. I get nervous and anxious, but not enough to not be able to get on stage for stand-up comedy or show up to record the podcast. However, if I did get that anxious, you can bet your sweet ass I'm going to get help. And if my doctor prescribes propranolol, I'm going to use it. Propranolol is a beta blocker that can help control the physical symptoms of anxiety taken before a stressful event. Propranolol can help ease the performance anxiety during that big event, like a presentation at work or an interview. Beta blockers prevent adrenaline from making contact with your beta receptors, limiting your body's physical reactions to anxiety. These reactions can include a racing heartbeat, shaky voice, or hands, or sweating. By reducing some of these physical reactions,
Mom spaghetti
can help you feel much less anxious. Anxiety is real. It can hinder your social life, and it can hurt your career. It can and does greatly diminish many people's quality of life. And if you're one of these people, why just accept that? No, fight back. Fight the anxiety. Make the most of your Earth time, meat sack. 4 Hymns connects you to a doctor online who can evaluate you and, if appropriate, prescribe your medication, the appropriate medication that can help the physical symptoms of performance anxiety. And it can be delivered right to your door in discreet packaging. Don't let performance anxiety get in your way. Take action at 4hymns.com. And Time Suckers get a special offer. You can get started for just $10 right now at 4hymns.com/Cummins. Cummins. That's FORHIMS.com/Cummins. Jesus Christ. CUMMINS. 4hymns.com/Cummins. See website for full details and safe information. Can't even say my own name right on the show. Link in the episode description. Button to the deal on the Time Suck app and website. Oh man, I gotta change my name apparently. I gotta change it to just, I don't know, the less M's. Okay, now back up to wrap up Viking Law. That is, sorry, I know it's probably not that funny to you guys, but that is cracking me up. That I struggle with other people's names here on the show. And I didn't know it. I struggle with spelling my own name. Okay. Vikings had arbitration options, talking about Viking Law. Third parties were brought in to mitigate disputes. Sometimes fines and settlements can be made. Other times there could be duels called hold'em gongs. Hold'em gongs could be, a fight to first blood or a fight to the death. Kind of like how early Americans had pistol duels. These dudes had axe duels, which somehow sounds worse to me. I think I'm going gun to gun, if it's that or axe to axe. Axe to axe. Fight, fight, fight. Axe to axe. Creepy Requiem for a Dream scene.
Yep.
Regardless of the rulings and outcome, the Thing meetings were held in a festive party kind of atmosphere. Ale and mead.
Oh man, tonight has been real good.
The meetings lasted
tonight
days.
has been
kind of fun. Like a fun way
so
to have
good.
Like a trial. Wish our trials were like that, right? Food trucks and t-shirt stands outside the courtroom. I grab some tacos and a "Can you dig it" tea outside of a Joaquin El Chapo Guzman trial. He's a dude, by the way, who escaped out of a Mexican prison via having a tunnel dug almost a mile long, led to his cell a few years ago. Gotta suck that dude. So where does the word Viking come from? Most historians give
it's been so good lately.
Viking to the Old Norse.
Super chill and super cursed. A perfect stream. Yes. A perfect stream. And also
for pirate raid.
I got 4 people to follow me.
Nor did they even identify as a unified people, by the way.
I got 4 people to follow me, which is really cool.
There were even like Slavic and Irish Vikings. Viking really more of a job title than a people when you get right down to it. More of a verb than a noun.
And one of those people gave
we've just
5 gift subs to
calling the ancient people
to my channel, which is very nice of them. Didn't sub themselves,
like
which I thought was very weird, but still nice.
People of San Bernardino, California, porn farmers. Man, one Google image search.
But if you sub, you get all these wonderful emotes.
Damn you, internet! Be gone, Luspina.
If you sub, you also can get all these wonderful emotes.
Heroes. Learn about some mythical tales from Scandinavian history soon. Crazy
like this and this and this.
Fantastic sagas, ingenious inventions. These Snow Kings even figured out how to set their piss on fire. I'm going to talk about that. Also, the Vikings were way ahead of even modern day nations in many ways of life, including as we've discussed, government, private property, women's rights. Told great stories, made intricate art. Perhaps they're best known, besides the pillaging, as being explorers. The Viking culture, their boats were as much a part of their lives as their farms and their axes. Some brutality coming up too, from a crazy society of man animals called berserkers to tons of blood rituals, including a fun little work of art called the Blood Eagle, and of course the capturing, trading, and blood sacrificing of slaves. Today's timeline is a bit tricky. Most, again, of Norse history is hard to date and confirm, but we're going to do our best. Viking researchers and scholars continue to unearth new knowledge and reshape our understanding.
You too could get these wonderful emotes
as you hear this. Now let's get into some of the most important dates of the Viking era in today's Time Suck timeline before going into more specific details regarding interesting aspects of their culture after today's Time Suck timeline.
Just know I've got a lot of emotes. I've got a lot of wonderful emote slots and everything.
Sometime between 9,000 and 6,000 BCE, the lands of Scandinavia began to be populated by mobile or semi-sedentary groups of whom little is known. By the 7th millennium BCE, some of these early groups of humans began following the reindeer in northern Scandinavia, basing their existence off these creatures, following them much like early American Indians lived off the buffalo. The early people living in the upper halves of present-day Sweden, Norway, even Finland, followed salmon runs as well, moving south during the winters, moving north again during the summers. Early people on the coast also began to live off seals and other coastal life as well. Long before there were Vikings, the ancient Nordic peoples incorporated the thousands of miles of coastline into their daily lives. The ocean was their tool and their source of life. The many rivers and fjords were their highways, and the plentiful fishing of the Atlantic helped create and maintain a number of coastal settlements. During the 5th millennium BCE, early pre-Vikings they also began to cultivate the land and animals. By the 3rd millennium BCE, the beginnings of modern Scandinavian language took hold. They had a few
That's
meetings,
the question.
and they decided to speak in a lilting, sing-songy language
how you
that's hard to
been?
take seriously. Something that would be easy for the Muppets to later mock with their Swedish chef character, a bumbling, unintelligible idiot, whose depiction would surely be considered to be an offensive racial stereotype today if the chef was a member of almost any other race of people on Earth.
Hope you're doing well, Acro. Hope everything's been going good.
He couldn't sound dumber. Over the next few thousand years, early Scandinavian cultures, we just don't know a lot about development. Several petroglyphs depict ships, indicating
I'm just in the middle of
an important role in the culture.
Drawing an important scene of my character's first introduction.
Suggesting early cultures traded, and other items suggesting, that early cultures traded with other European cultures. Farming soon became central to Nordic life. Grow enough food to make it through the winter. Right, you got to figure that out if you're living way up north. Barley, rye, oats, cabbage, onion, garlic, leeks, turnips, beans, peas, and more were grown by Vikings. They even had apple trees, raised cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, other livestock. Most people alive during the Viking and pre-Viking times were farmers.
Hope you've been doing well, Acro.
Also, a lot of
hope everything's been going good. How's every little thing?
Became skilled traders, craftsmen, and entrepreneurs. Doubt those entrepreneurs opened up a lot of ice cream stands or shaved ice shops, but they did run businesses. And of course, it was the centuries-old tradition of boat building that made all of these seafaring people's activities possible. So now let's jump all the way ahead to the very end of the 8th century CE. On June 8th, 793,
it's been
CE,
good.
the Viking era officially begins with a Viking
or has it just been like,
on the holy island of Lindisfarne.
It's been
off the northeast coast of England, and it sent shockwaves through the Anglo-Saxon England and the Christian West. Part of the kingdom of Northumbria at the time, this little area, a Northumbrian scholar serving in Charlemagne's court wrote of this event saying, "The heathens poured out the blood of saints around the altar and trampled on the bodies of saints in the temple of God like dung in the street. The monks were killed or taken off as slaves, while the treasures of the monastery were carried home in triumph. Never before has such an atrocity been seen," this scholar wrote. This actually is not the first Viking invasion into England. It's just the most noteworthy early one. It's the one that really inspired terror, killing monks.
Looking nice. Also, do I see a giant booba? Where? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've been looking at it for so long. I forgot that it was there. I was like, huh? What? Huh?
For more than 200 years. Precisely why the Vikings erupted out of their homelands in Scandinavia at this time is still a matter of debate. Rising population, poor harvest,
looking nice,
improvements in shipbuilding, allowing long distance
so this is page 5.
More likely, however, though,
it's got a lot of energy to it.
Curious warriors raided their peaceful neighbors and then came home, laden with a bunch of booty. Look at all this fucking treasure. We found a bunch of weird dudes with books and robes. Didn't even have swords. So easy just to fuck them up and take this stuff. Great. That probably encourage others to want to get riches themselves and encourages more raids. Viking raids were simple, quick, and deadly campaigns, navigating their fast, long ships across the North Sea in perhaps as little as 2 days. The Vikings made use of their shallow draft to sail directly onto beaches or up inland rivers. Once ashore, the warriors would just quickly terrorize and pillage the local community, grab all their shit, possibly take quite a few of their people, slaves, and then just zip on back. Okay.
Or had the same boobas. Yes.
Present day includes the nations of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. I can also include
maybe Finland, that's why I didn't see
Iceland
them.
And several islands in the Atlantic like Shetland, Orkney, Faroe Islands, the Hebrides.
Hope everything's been going good for you, Acro. Hope everything's been going good for everybody else.
Swedish, Norwegian,
I know that I know that
Scandinavian culture.
I gotta talk to what's his face? What is his name? Dr. Professor, he's not been, he hasn't been doing good, so give him a checkup sometime.
Called a child rapist than a Finnish person. Then he grabbed me, he pushed my face onto an electric burner on the stove, and he turned it on. And he said, if he was a Finnish person, he would just fucking leave my face there until the neighbors could smell my burning flesh. And he let me go, and we didn't talk about anything for a while. No, that's insane. That's fucking insane. But my Grandma Stella and Grandpa John truly did not seem to care much for Finnish people. In a way, similar to what I've noticed with some British people not seeming to care much for the French. I'm guessing times have changed a bit since my great-grandparents' days, but Swedes, Norwegians, Danes, a lot more in common with each other than they do with Finns. So anyway, Scandinavia is a bit of a loose term. More accurate to call these nations Nordic countries. Finland is a Nordic country, and by the early 9th century, many of these Nordic people began to leave their northern farming communities. That's what I'm driving at here in the timeline. Began to leave their communities for high sea exploration as word gets around further and further that there's money to be had.
Looking fabulous. Well, thank you, Zara.
Begins for the Vikings in the century. Vikings traveled as far as Russia.
Yeah, some even he's the Vikings he's going through a rough time right now. So just give him a checkup, make sure he's okay.
Islands, Faroe Islands. In 840 CE, Vikings who have now invaded present-day Ireland,
and then have all them talking and stuff like that.
I didn't realize that Dublin's origin, or if I did, I forgot, were actually Scandinavian. In 860
right there
CE,
and stuff like that.
Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, while Norwegian Danish were focused heading west and southeast. Swedish Vikings focused east and southeast. They'd already been crossing the Baltic Sea and descending across Eastern Europe for years. They were branded Rus, possibly derived from Rutsi, a Finnish word I'm probably fucking up. Finnish word for Swedes means a crew of oarsmen.
It's coming along.
From which Russia received its name. These Rus Vikings established settlements along trade
routes along.
The Black and Caspian Seas.
Just
even native Slavic populations in present-day Russia.
Because he told me yesterday his granny passed out yesterday, and I'm trying to help him, and I don't know what can I do for him. Yeah, all you can do is be his friend. I mean, that's all you can do. I wish there was more you could do. Yeah, he told me about that, and I'm like, if there's anything, just let us know. But like, that's something that you got to get over personally. I understand. Like, it's gonna take a while.
Various people who weren't able to make it inside the city's walls. They never attempted to breach the city walls themselves. They just suddenly departed, likely heading back to ensure they can make it back home before winter set in. And that was kind of their style. A lot of these places, they didn't attack and then want to take over. Very different than Napoleon last week. He kept wanting to stay in places. They're like, nope, let's just get a bunch of shit. Let's bounce, rape, pillage, bounce, repeat. 861 CE, the now Scandinavian nation of Iceland is discovered. A Nordic explorer named Nadur was blown off course on his way to the Faroe Islands from Norway. It was then that he discovered the previously unknown island, which he named Snowland. When he returned to Norway, he told everyone what he found. 6 years later, an explorer named Floki Vilgerdersen, Floki Vilgerdersen, was the first person, really fun to do actually, was the first person to, now I want to do this just in my head. I just want to do like some kind of weird Scandinavian banjo that for some reason the strings would sound much more bouncy. Fucking, I never even planned on doing that today. I just got caught up in the spirit. Odin commanded me to play the Swedish banjo. Okay. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm feeling loopy, and I like it. All right. Anyway, so he turns to Norway. He tells everyone this guy, Floki Vilgerdersen, is the first person to seek out and find Iceland on purpose, the man who gave Iceland its name. He heads back home to Norway with more info on this new land. The myth goes that the name was meant to keep people away from the lush land, but that is historically unclear. That's true. In 872 CE, the Kingdom of Norway is formed when various smaller petty kingdoms band together. Sweden may have also been a kingdom at this time. We don't know. The written history of the Kingdom of Sweden usually begins at 970 with King Eric the Victorious. Tough to say because, again, not a lot of written history and a lot of myths that are probably mostly made up. He's the first guy who's listed as the King of Sweden in numerous medieval writings written independently of each other. However, the tribe of the Swedes are mentioned by Roman historians as far back as the 1st century CE. Senator Tacitus mentions encountering the Swedes in 44 and 45 CE, describes them as a powerful tribe, distinguished not merely for their arms and men, but for their powerful
comms you a month ago
so they were,
to cheer him up. Yeah, of course.
For a long time. The Vikings in Denmark had existed in
I
some
hope him and his bow are doing good.
From Denmark began plundering churches and monasteries.
They're always welcome to hang out.
I wish I had nice.
They're always welcome to chill out.
But we just don't. People lived in tribes. Tribes organized into coalitions of some sort. Coalitions evolved in little petty kingdoms, which evolved into what we call nations now.
Everybody is welcome here. Everybody is welcome to be comfy.
Different cultural priorities. We have firm.
This is what this is all about. It's just chilling out, listening to an idiot like me enjoy a podcast.
Ingolfur Andersen and his family landed on Iceland's southwest peninsula and created a settlement he named Reykjavik, which means cove of smoke. He and his people were the first to actually live on Iceland. The settlement would attract others from Norway, Scotland, Ireland. Reykjavik would become the nation's largest city and its capital. Today, over 100,000 people live there. I very much want to visit and hope that I run into Bjork. Where are you, Bjork? Bjork, can you hear me calling for you? Bjork, I want to play a song for you. We've lost all of our Scandinavian listeners by the way. We were building in the markets of Sweden and Iceland, and it just went down to fucking zero. I just got a message. They haven't even released this episode, and somehow it's already gotten to the president of Iceland. He's like, "Fucking, we're done, dude. You're banned." By 878 CE, Danish-based Vikings have taken over northern and eastern England. In 911 CE, a Viking leader named Rollo, who had been based in France for about a decade, launched an unsuccessful raid on Paris. Later in that year, he went on to besiege another French city, where again he was unsuccessful. However, his raids were making the King of France at that time, King Charles the Simple, I swear to God that's what he was called, is making King Charles nervous. Charles the Simple, that does not translate well. I'm sure it sounds better in French. In English, it doesn't sound like a good king, man. Hello, people of France. I am ready to announce my title. From this day forward, you will know me as Charles the Magnificent. Boo! It's not right. Doesn't work. Boo! All right. What about Charles the Incredible? Boo! It's too much. It's not right for you. Boo! All right, Charles the Great. Boo! Charles the Good. Boo! Charles the Above Average, for fuck's sake. Boo! How about Charles the Simple? Is that pathetic enough for you? Does that lower me and humble me enough? Hip, hip, hooray! Long live Charles the Simple! I don't know how it happened. Simple Charles agreed to offer Rollo the northwestern corner of France in return for Rollo's allegiance. As part of the agreement, Rollo, his court, and army converted to Christianity, and he took the name of Robert. Robert's alliance to the king did not require him to renounce raiding territory outside Charles' jurisdiction. And from the point of view of land acquisition, he continued to act as a Viking chief, still carrying out expeditions, raids, expanding territory when he could. And this is a story of how the French region of Normandy got its name. Medieval Latin documents referred to Rollo and his men as Nortmani, which means men of the north. This name provides the etymological basis for the words Norman and Normandy. All right, a little extra trivia. Yeah, Vikings starting off Normandy. Now let's talk about Greenland, a nation giving Siberia a run for its money when it comes to the least desirable vacation destination place in the entire fucking world. In 982 CE, Eric the Red discovered and began the settlement of Greenland. His father, according to the sagas, had been exiled from Norway in 960 CE as a result of, quote, a number of killings. Eric's entire family decides to follow. They relocate in Iceland, and then Eric, called the Red, not just due to his red hair and beard, but also because of his fiery temper. This ginger savage gets exiled in 982 for 3 years from Iceland for 3 murders committed there. This family exiled over 2 decades.
Hopefully he will get cheered up. Yeah, that looks better. That's a tighter door.
He's so impressed with this new country's resources that he returns to Iceland to spread the word of the Green Land. Now, just, hey guys, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I know I was exiled and stuff. Hey, but I found a really cool place to live, and I promise I'll head back there and stay if you just let me get my shit together. And then in 985, Eric returns to Greenland, leading a fleet of 25 ships. On board were around 500 men and women, domestic animals, other elements required to create a new existence in a new land. Of the 25 ships, only 14 make it to their destination, and I'm guessing all on board were pretty pissed. It wasn't as nice as he had made out. Eric the Red established a chieftain's seat of power in southern Greenland, while others continued further north. The two societies, located in words that don't even look real for so many consonants, were known as the East and West settlements, basically. The Norse people, by the way, would completely abandon Greenland. Not that much later, really, during the 15th century, because it is a frozen shithole of a country. Some local indigenous people have stayed because I don't know why. Why do Eskimos still live in a terrible frozen wasteland? Greenland appears to be one of the worst places in Earth. I'm not kidding. It's literally never gotten to even 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 degrees Celsius, ever in one fucking day. Not for one day in any place on the whole island. Records are broken when the weather hits 75 degrees Fahrenheit in June. That's fucking heat wave. Its biggest city has less than 20,000 people in its metro area, which means that Greenland doesn't have any cities. And again, why? It's a frozen shithole. The country is over.
There's a lot of resources in Greenland, though.
Times the size of the state of Texas, over 15 times the size of England, over 8 times the size of New Zealand, and less than 60,000 people live there in total. Has the lowest population density of any nation on Earth by far, and you know why. You can guess now. Yep, frozen shithole. Over 75% of the island, the world's largest island due to Australia and Antarctica being defined as continents, or Antarctica. Over 75% of Greenland is covered in ice year-round. I bet no one is hoping for global warming to continue more than the approximately 50,000 sad motherfuckers living in a nightmare of a country. I'm going to go to visit Greenland right after I swing through Siberia and Syria on my Thank Nimrod, I don't have to live in these places world tour. Sorry, I know that was a bit much, but just I got looking into Greenland. I was like, why? Why would anyone live here? Eric the Red. He did make the most of his time in Greenland, able to produce a number of goods for trade during that time, including fur, wool, sheep, whale blubber, walrus ivory, until by 1408, demand for whale blubber had waned a bit, hurting trade, and temperatures had lowered due to a little mini ice age, and the average temperature there went from "fuck, this is cold" to "we're all gonna die here." You know that, right? We are all dead here.
I love the temperature changing of like, oh man, it is fucking cold too. We are going to die.
Became in all likelihood
it's
the first
great.
Europeans to spot North America.
I love that.
Since indigenous people walked from Alaska, walked into Alaska from Siberia via a frozen land bridge thousands of years earlier. A trader with a super
This podcast is hilarious. Thank you. Thank you. I like it too. That's why I found it. That's why I enjoy it, and I want to give it to people. It's the name of it is Time Suck.
I am Bjarni Hjöldolfsson.
I found this podcast so you can too.
I just can't picture these people being sad with these names.
T-M-E-S-U-C-K.
I know.
Just in case.
Scandinavian listeners,
And I'll send you to their YouTube. I will send you.
This guy's blown off course on the way to Greenland. He and his crew sight some land to the west. When he makes anchor in Greenland, he describes what he sees to Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red. I actually think that part of the reason that Eric and Leif are so well known in English-speaking culture is because they don't have Swedish like Bjarni Hjöldolfsson.
Big up.
Leif puts together a crew in 1000 CE, sails 1,800 miles across.
He's really funny. He's a great comedian. I think he's pretty on the level. I think he's really funny, and also he's the kind of guy that's like, oh, I'm dumb. I want to get smarter. That's the whole point of this podcast. And also, it's not just filled with dirty talk or anything like that. It's filled like when he gets dirty, it stays in the joke and then it's done.
The archaeologist team Anne Stein Ingstad and her husband.
Then it goes back to the actual facts.
A Norse settlement in Newfoundland at Lansom Meadows that dates to roughly 1000 CE. So it kind of validates, the timeline of Leif's journey. They found 8 Nordic homes, a forge, and 4 workshops. Also, some say in this little community, some say Leif's sister.
Sounds like he's having a great time through the whole thing. Yeah. You know what? You should have a great time while learning. You should always have a great time while learning. You should really enjoy learning. That's why I fucking hate school. That's why I fucking hate school. I don't enjoy it at all. There's no entertainment value to it. I can't retain any knowledge. But with this, I've retained so much fucking knowledge.
Lord of both Norway and Sweden invades England with a large fleet. After a brief campaign, he secures submission of all
because of the way he teaches things. It's very fun.
Contemporary English Chronicle reports
he understands that learning can be boring as shit.
The citizens of London.
That's why we try to grow smarter, and that's why he adds its jokes in there as well. It does help that he is a comedian.
Or they just agree. They disagree that they're going to be part of this new Nordic land. The Vikings have been raiding the British Isles for over 2 centuries now, and they wanted to settle it, use this land for farming, and have a more hospitable climate and great location where they could launch even more raids and take even more people's shit. This invasion may have also happened in response
what do you think, guys, so far?
Of 1002. England had been ravaged by Danish Viking raids, constantly, especially in the years 997 to 1001. And in 1002, the king Ethelred,
she's pointing over there.
Another great name, was told that the Danish men in England would faithlessly take his life.
And then
all his counselors and possess his kingdom afterwards.
I might need to bring that up to
living in England.
All across
on November
there.
13th, 1002, various killings are carried out.
You know what? I'll do that right now.
40 Viking warriors were found during an excavation in 2008 in Oxford, England. Unknown how many Vikings in total were massacred in the country. In 1014, old Forkbeard dies. And his son Canute is left to rule the Viking Empire, comprised of England, Denmark, and Norway. After Canute's death, his 2 sons succeed him. Both, though, are dead by 1042. And then Edward the Confessor, son of the previous non-Danish king, old Captain Unready, right? Returned from
hello in stockroom, so I thought I'd popping in quickly and say hello.
Even the son of Edward's most powerful noble, lays claim to the throne, and then Harold's army.
You're amazing and stupendous and awesome. We love you.
Harald.
You're incredible.
At Stamford Bridge near York.
Everybody, if you don't know, Heathen is an incredible person who is inspiring and keeps us going every single time. She comes in here when she can.
Hardrada dies at Stamford Bridge.
I drew her a picture.
This 50-ish-year-old
she is very
king
funny.
Was struck in the throat by an arrow and killed early in the battle in a state of berserker mode, is what the legend says.
And why she uses the
aggressively with both hands.
Why she uses the
just a little bit later.
The Ka-Chow is because she her name is McQueen. It's great. Thank you so much. So are all of you, and thank you so much for your kind words over the past few days. Yes, of course. That's what friends do.
King of England on Christmas Day in 1066. William manages to then retain the crown against further Danish challenges. And that ends when he's able to successfully defend, consistently against the Danish challengers. That ends the Viking era, and also ends today's time suck timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Okay, after that barrage of dates and names, let's all pep up. Let's pep up.
Yeah.
We're talking about something more exciting than numbers. Talk about Viking weapons. Yeah. How did
I even made work today. Nice.
All the way down
you made work? Sweet.
That's some decent weapons. Helped.
I'm glad that you're feeling a little bit better. Thank you for coming in.
Now, spears are obviously pieces of metal on
I'm glad that you're okay.
Exciting,
by the way, your Discord server is safe for work or not safe for work, or both. It's kind of both, but that's why we have the not safe for work area in the not safe for work gallery. But I mean, as long as it's not like real, like really bad, it's fine. As long as you can't send, stuff that you'd be like, no, like, no,
time to set your head back on the mantle.
No stuff that you would consider, you would deem yourself like real bad.
Drinking your cat's blood out of my horn tankard and fucking your stupid neck mother.
Now, if you're thinking, new listener, what the hell just happened? I get it. Here's what happened. We just covered Ed Kemper a while back, and I found out he blamed his killings on Zappos. And they loved putting heads on sticks and hated mother. And did literally fuck her neck. And I thought that voice would be fun to accompany all that information with. Anywho, back to war weapons.
It's a bit empty there. That's why I'm trying to add a little bit more. Some wind.
Synonymous with the current image of the Viking. Most of the axes were simple. Others were badass death utensils, beautifully decorated with engraved artwork. Like a Thor axe. The Thor's warhammer. I guess he didn't have an axe. He had a warhammer. But I'm picturing it being ornate like that. The axe doubled as a craftsman's tool during travel between battles, caused lethal damage in a number of ways. Viking axes, varied, mostly made of iron. Nearly always
Acron.
Christian symbols.
Can I add the roll? Can I have the roll?
Duh. And superstition. Christian missionaries, by the way,
what role?
Christianity.
What role are you talking about?
Swords were less.
What role are you talking about, Acro?
Mostly due to them being expensive. Sword was, it's
which,
like
what you talking about?
Only the wealthiest Vikings and merchants could afford this superior weapon. Averaging 90 centimeters in length, about 35 inches. These big, bad,
nice line,
decorated with gold and silver plates, intricate etchings, precious stones. I think it goes without saying that the Vikings that
the not safe for work role,
the shit out of them.
It not safe for work.
And obviously,
do you want me
to name it? Wealthy Vikings and other wealthy.
Well, there's the not safe for work art general.
Instead of passing those swords down to their families,
you could go there. What you posting anyway?
To the grave, selfish dick. King Fork beat my ass. More King Fuckface. The most common of all Viking items of war was the shield. While it was common for defense, it could also be used as a weapon.
Is it just
and as
like?
We shall soon discuss. Sometimes,
are you sending art or what?
Not kidding. The round 80 to 100 centimeter in diameter.
The not safe for work roll.
And whatever crazy sharp iron.
I don't think we have a roll for that.
The only piece of metal on the Viking shield was the iron handle. And almost all Viking archaeological sites where shields are found, only the iron handle remains. Bows were a part of the Viking artillery. And were especially useful in ship-to-ship or ship-to-land warfare. With a 200-meter firing distance, Viking bows were big and tough, crafted from ash or elm trees.
Nothing yet.
Shot arrows tipped with iron.
Nothing.
Pummel enemies on shore before unloading their boats and attacking with their
So
axes
it's under gallery.
Berserkers.
If you're looking for
Vikings
that,
had numerous weapons of war, sophisticated tactics to use
I don't think I have a role for not safe for work.
And slings to help make people die.
I don't think I have a specific role for that. So I'm sorry, Acro.
There was a modern misconception that all Vikings wore helmets, that they all had horns. Not true. Actually, only the richest Vikings could afford nice helmets, or really like helmets in general. If you had a helmet and a sword, other Vikings knew that you weren't dicking around, or that you had a rich dad. The most valuable tool of war the Vikings had wasn't something they could hold. It was their incredible boats that gave them a significant advantage against many of their opponents, especially early in the Viking era. Perhaps all of Nordic life hinged on their boat building. It was obviously
thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate you guys. I did want to say that. It's been 5 hours. I have an idea for We Art project that I might try and do tomorrow. As haven't felt like doing art or even playing games recently. Damn. You must have been down.
These boats were more technologically advanced than any naval equipment their enemies possessed.
Well, hopefully you can start doing it.
Of raping,
start working it.
And speaking of that, did the Vikings really do all this, crazy amount of raping? By the way, I mean,
I got work at 1 tomorrow, so I've got
necessarily do any more raping and pillaging than other cultures did back then.
Got a few hours of sleep left.
More pillaging than the average soldier, but not a lot more raping. There's no evidence that they were particularly rapey.
I got 6 hours and 34 minutes.
Crime.
So
murder, and if they did rape their own women,
that means
a man could legally,
it's been 5 hours,
doing that.
And I feel like I've gotten a lot done.
The women of their opponents.
I've gotten all these faces done.
Many other
I've gotten this done. I've gotten the boots, and then I just need the boots with the furs. With the furs.
Women as well.
Whole club be looking at her.
On their enemies. Part of it was, I guess, just because they were
and we got these two so far, and then I just need to add the whoosh. The whoosh sound effect. The whoosh sound effect.
Did many other people. Life was just terrible back then for a lot of people, as we're so often reminded.
Really looking good so far. Yeah. Page 5's looking good.
The long ships were built for war. And it's a ship called the
I love the like
perhaps the most well-known.
The different faces here.
Dominated the world's oceans for around 300 years. These ships
really gives off a like
European ships at the time for a number of reasons.
I like everybody's done with this shit kind of thing.
They were built.
Do love that.
Reversing direction at will. They had shallower holes.
Who are we gonna raid, guys?
They were a lot more flexible.
Who are we gonna shade Rado Legends?
The flexibility of these ships, gave Vikings the confidence to travel.
Who are we gonna shade Rado Legends?
While storms would be tearing apart, other fleets, Viking fleets, could handle a lot of that rough water. I mean, some boats sure were still lost to storms, but not as many as their counterparts.
That's the question.
The depth of the Viking holes, that was huge. This was what made their ships so dangerous in battle. Unlike larger ships at the time that needed deep harbors, these Viking longships could travel in waters as shallow as 3 to 4 feet in depth. The Vikings' ships were built to make beach landings, right, and also to travel up rivers hundreds of miles in the mainlands. This gave the Northmen a huge advantage in surprising their enemies. It allowed them to build impenetrable forts.
Just trying to see if how long they're going to be on. You know what? We haven't raided Simon in a while. You know what?
Better ship designs and navigational equipment. Viking explorers often receive credit for inventing the magnetic compass and the sun compass. Let's talk about these trading ships. Again, known as the Nar, they were much wider and deeper than the warships. They were built sturdy enough to cross the Atlantic, filled with people, livestock, and goods. One ship that was excavated dating back to the 11th century was 45 feet long.
I'm going to say we raid Simon.
0.6 tons of
so
power.
Let's do Simon.
They also built a variety of smaller ships intended for quick transportation, fishing, and trade. These ships were meant to be light enough to carry, over land, but strong enough to carry heavy
Just
cargo.
Because
shipbuilding techniques were
I've got work
secrets,
tomorrow.
Guarded trade
It's better,
also,
even though I feel pretty rested. I do need to make sure that I'm not under. I really should apologize to Simon too. Has not been a very good mod for him. No, it's okay. It's totally understandable.
Slaves
That's not a real person.
the Viking way of life. Although, like everything Viking, it's debated. Many historians consider slave capturing to be the primary motivation for Viking.
Underscore.
Some historians think that in addition to looking for treasure, they were looking for women to be either sex slaves or wives. The hypothesis
That's totally fine. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for being awesome. Thank you guys, Tardy. Thank you, Tardy Goose. Thank you, Board. Thank you, everybody so far. You guys have been so amazing. Thank you, even for coming in. Thank you, Acro. Thank you, Zara. See you later. See you, Goose. Keep us in the Goose News. Keep us with Goose News. We really appreciate the Goose News. Keep saying awesome. Stay amazing all. Yeah. Everybody stay amazing. So I will. It was lovely to hang out. It was wonderful to hang out with you as well, Tardy. Stay awesome. Stay awesome. Stay positive. Stay amazing. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Bam.